What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku left UA and married Mirko. Izuku Midoriya, normal kid minus the power of All Might, is hit with a hard truth at the end of his first year at UA. Most of his class hates him. Even the girl he thought had a crush on him secretly hates him. Feeling fed up with the group's comments, he leaves for his grandparents in America, where he lives for the summer. During this time, he grows stronger, while also unlocking a new quirk and making some new friends. He comes back to Japan, a changed teen. He's not the cinnamon roll class 2 once knew. And a rookie hero takes notice. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. I wake up from my nap and look at the ceiling of my dorm room. Sitting up in my bed, I rub my eyes, stand up and stretch. I grab a shirt from my closet and pull it over my bare chest. I walk out of my dorm and sleepily walk down the hall. As I get close to the common room, I hear something that kinda bothers me. I stop and just listen. I hate Midoriya so much. The damn nerd always thinks he's better than us, the cocky bastard. Bakugo snarls, and I don't think much of it. What comes next is what rocks me to my core. I agree. And I think most of you do as well. Uraraka says, and I hear words of agreement from most of my classmates. He's just so annoying. Always crying and whining. Kaminari snarls, his voice edged with anger. Come on guys, he's not that bad. Who am I kidding, of course he is. Todoroki laughs. I agree. The son of a bitch is too damn cocky and in way over his head. Yaoirozu laughs and everyone in attendance nods. I've had enough of this. I walk out into the common room, as silent as I can be. I just stare at the group as they continue to talk shit. Some people look uncomfortable, but they don't stick up for me. I mean, there's no way he could ever be able to compete with us, right? He's gotta be faking. Bakugo laughs. I'm not faking, Kachin. I say quietly, but loud enough for the group to hear. Deku. Hey, I guess we didn't see you. Uraraka says, walking over to me, but I hold a hand up. Save it, bitch. I heard everything. I'm just some cocky bastard, huh? I snarl, feeling hot tears well to my eyes. What did you just say? Bakugo shouts, shooting to his feet, a clear look of anger on his face. You fucking heard me, you bastard. I snarl, glaring at him. Midoriya. Language. Iida says, and I just laugh. Hypocrite. You didn't seem to care when they were insulting me, Iida. I say, and Iida freezes. Midoriya, are you okay? Kaminari asks, still trying to deflect me. Apparently not, since all I fucking do is cry. I say, and he freezes. You all honestly fucking think I'm joking? That I'm just pretending to play hero so I could join you guys and fuck your shit up? You guys are all fucking idiots. I snarl, and Uraraka snaps. Fine. Yeah, we all fucking hate you. You're too damn confident, always playing hero and trying to be Mr. Perfect. Uraraka says, and almost everyone there agrees. The only who don't are Kirishima, Sato, Tokoyami, and Kota. You know what? You wanna fucking know what? All of you, everyone single fucking one of you have had an immense amount of power just handed to you, right from when you were born. And yet, you see fucking fit to put me down, just because I know what's it like to be quirkless. I mean, fuck. I shout, finally snapping, tears of rage and anger pouring down my face. You son of a bitch. Bakugo shouts, leaping toward me. I activate Black Whip and grab him, slamming him into a wall, cracking the plaster. Releasing the black tendrils, I activate Full Cowl at 25% and slam into him and unleash a flurry of brutal blows on his face. Blood, teeth, and screams of pain echo through the air. Even as my quirk stops, due to his awa, I keep punching, landing blow after brutal blow, until Kirishima and Sato manage to pull me off of a beaten Bakugo. Fuck you, Bakugo. You deserve this, and you fucking know it, you son of a bitch. I shout as Recovery Girl looks at Bakugo's bloody and broken face. My own knuckles are split and bleeding all over the floor. I need to get out my office, stat. Iida, please help me. Recovery Girl says, and Iida nods. He pick up Bakugo, and Recovery Girl hops on his back, and they speed away. Midoriya. What is the meaning of this? Aizawa asks, clearly enraged. Ask them. They fucking know, the traitors. I shout, pointing at the group talking shit about me. What does he mean? Aizawa asks. Aizawa, if I may, he appears to be delusional. He may need count. Todoroki begins, but Tokoyami speaks up. You're lying. That group over there, they all admitted that they hate Midoriya. Midoriya was attacked by Bakugo, and he defended himself, even if he went a bit far. Tokoyami says calmly and authoritatively. Is this true? Aizawa asks, an edge to his voice. The classmates who hate me kinda shift from foot to foot. It is. We all hate him with a burning passion, ribbit. Sayu says, and Aizawa looks at her, shocked and angry. He saved many of you from certain death multiple times, and yet you hate him? Are you insane? Aizawa asks, his hair standing on end. Aizawa. Leave them alone. I say as Kirishima and Sato release me. Midoriya. He says as I grab my wounded hands, looking at my knuckles, which will surely scar. I only have one thing to say. I'm leaving for the duration of the summer. I pray, for your sake, that you get some common sense by the time I return. Because when I do, I challenge all of you to a fight. All of you, including Bakugo and Iida, against me, and me alone. Kirishima, Sato, Tokoyami, and Koda will be exempt. Now, if you will excuse me, I'm going to pack. I say, looking each of them in the eyes, before walking away. I walk back up to my room and begin to pack, packing all of my casual clothes in a suitcase, nearly 2 weeks worth of clothes. I'm careful not to stain any of the clothes with my blood, which is still dripping from my hands. I also pack a backpack, filling it with my quirk observation books, my phone, chargers, and headphones. I pull on socks and my red high tops, and grab a dark green hoodie. Deciding I should probably treat the wounds a bit, I grab some triple antibiotic, along with a handful of H-band-aids, and some athletic tape. I clean the blood off my hands, and examine the wounds. I can nearly see the bone on my pointer and middle finger's knuckles on both of my fists. I place some triple antibiotic, then place the band-aids over the cuts, and use the athletic tape to wrap my wrists, which hurt. I guess in my rage, I punched wrong. Midori bro. Can we talk? Kirishima asks, knocking on my door. Sighing, I open the door, only to be met with a tight bro hug. We're sorry man. We should stood up for you before this. We were just scared, or thought they were joking around. We're so sorry. Kirishima says, and I chuckle a bit. No need to be sorry. I get it. But you stood up for me when it counted. I thank you for that. You especially, Tokoyami. I say, nodding at the raven-headed teenager, who simply nods. You are the most powerful, most hero-like person in this class. It's a shame that they refuse to see it. Tokoyami says, and I nod in thanks. I just know you. You're not cocky, you're not the person they say you are. You're a good person, and an even better hero. Sato says, and I nod in thanks. I think you're just amazing. Koda whispers quietly. Thanks, you guys. Before I leave, I'm gonna give you some advice. Kirishima, work on your endurance as much as you can. Why the unbreakable. Tokoyami, find a way to use dark shadow as effectively as possible. Sato, find a sweet that won't make you into an idiot. Koda. Be more confident. A confident version of you would be insanely powerful. I know it. I say, pointing to each of them in turn. We'll hold down the fort while you're gone. We'll make sure they don't destroy your room or anything. Kirishima says, and I nod my thanks. I grab my suitcase and backpack and walk down the hall and out into the main area. Iida is back and is talking to the rest of haters. Bakugo is going to have to be put into the hospital for potential brain damage. Recovery girl healed his external injuries, but he's still injured badly. Iida says, and I smirk a bit. You. Get back here, you bastard. Uraraka shouts, noticing me. You're one to talk. I reply calmly as she stalks over to me, clearly angry. You put Bakugo in the hospital. Do you have anything to say for yourself? She screams, and I just stare at her. You love him, don't you? I ask, and she flushes. You. That's not important. She snarls, and I laugh. I see I'm correct. And to answer your previous question, I say good riddance. I say, walking toward the door once again. You leave, you're a coward. Iida shouts at me, and I laugh bitterly. No. I'm not. I'm being smart. I stay here, you guys beat the hell out of me. Give Bakugo my hate. I snarl, walking out of the dorm. I head to the train station and hop on the train heading to my home, trying not to cry. I manage to hold it until I open the door to my home. I just collapse in the doorway, sobbing and crying. Izuku. What happened? My mom asks, noticing me and kneeling down next to me. I just cry, letting my emotions flow, quite literally. Most of class 1A hate me. They fucking hate me, mom. I say, between sobs. What? I need to call the shoe. My mom begins, voice filled with rage. No. You don't. I don't need to drag you into this as well. I want to go to grandpa's. I need to spend some time away from Japan. Please mom. I ask, and my mom looks at me, then smiles sadly. Of course. Your grandfather would be happy. My mom says, and I nod. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome to Houston. Please exit the plane in an orderly manner. Thank you for flying with. And that's all I hear before I put my headphones on. I start listening to Floor Seats by Moxas as I walk off the 747 and out into the George Bush International Airport. It's been a week since the incident at the dorms. Almost everyone has tried texting me, but I didn't respond. I was too pissed off. Izuku. Is that you? I hear a voice call out to me with a light Texas accent. I turn and see my grandfather, a well-built man in his early 60s, with graying hair and brown eyes. Grandpa. I say, walking up and giving him a tight hug. He still smells strongly of cologne in the open air. It's been a while since I've seen you. You're quite a bit bigger, sonny. He says, ruffling my green hair. Just a bit. You've only gotten more gray in your hair, old man. I reply snarkily, and he laughs his iconic hearty laugh. Still got you sense of humor, I see. He says, clapping me on the shoulder. You still got your laugh and lack of restraint. I reply, and he chuckles. Your mother explained to me why you're here. Trying to get away, huh? He asks, and I nod. I just need somewhere to be with no one but myself for a while. Your ranch seems like a good place to do that, old man. I say, and he nods solemnly. I got a few places no one really goes to. You'll have plenty of time and space to think, train, and do what you need to. Let's go. He says, and I laugh at his attitude. Let's. I say, and we walk out of the terminal and out into the hot Texas afternoon. We hop in his truck and drive an hour and a half out to his ranch, a 300-acre open field filled with cows, horses, and a small group of chickens. I've expanded a bit since you were last here. I added another 50 acres on the southern end of the ranch, and about 15 acres has been left open since I wanted a place to practice shooting. It should work for your purposes. Grandpa says, and I nod. That'll work. Thank you. I say, as he pulls up to massive ranch house. I unload my bag and look at the house, seemingly unchanged in the 2 years since I've been here. You can stay in the guest house. It's the smaller building connected to the main one. Grandpa says, and I nod. Go shower. When's dinner? I ask, and he laughs. Always thinking about your stomach, huh? He asks, and I chuckle a bit. Kinda. I'm hoping to bulk up. I want to get bigger, as much as I can. I say, and the old man nods. I can help. I was a bit of a bodybuilder back in the day. I got some plans that should work pretty well. Talk to me in the morning. Grandpa says, and I nod. I'll be over in a few minutes. I say, and walk into the guest house. It's fairly large, to be honest, about the size of apartment back in Tokyo. Actually, scratch that, it's bigger. It's got a full kitchen with a fully stocked fridge, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms. The master has an attached bathroom, so that's certainly nice. Setting my suitcase aside and opening it, I grab a pair of athletic shorts and a gray t-shirt, along with a pair of boxers. I strip, then hop into the shower, letting the hot water pour over my back, soaking my hair. I need to cut it at some point. I get out of the shower and towel off, then get dressed. I walk into the main house, and a familiar smell hits me in the face. Brisket. Ah, so you've smelled it. My world-famous brisket. Grandpa says, gesturing to the large slab of meat in front of him. I wouldn't say world-famous, but certainly good, old man. I say, sitting down across the island from his as he begins to cut the slab of meat. Heh. I made this for us and our guests. Grandpa asks, and I look at him, a bit confused. Guests? I ask, and the old man nods. Yeah. Just an old friend and some of his children and grandchildren. I think there's 10 of them coming, so I had to make this massive slab of meat to serve them all. They're bringing the rest of the stuff, like sides and dessert. The old man says, as the doorbell rings. That's them, I take it. I ask as he begins to wash his hands. Yeah. Can you cut the meat? He asks, and I nod. Grabbing the knife from where he left it, I begin to slice the meat quickly and efficiently. I hear words of greeting and welcome, and the voices slowly get closer. And this is my grandson, Izuku Midoriya. My grandpa says, walking into the kitchen with a man about his age, dressed a pair of dark jeans and a gray dress shirt. He's got a similar frame and even has my grandfather's graying hair. I've heard quite a bit about you, young man. Michael Andrews. Nice to meet you. The man says, sticking a hand out. Nice to meet you too. I say, returning the handshake. His grip is firm, yet somehow soft at the same time. I hear you're training to become a hero in Japan. The old man says, and I nod. Yes, sir. Just finished my first year at UA High. I say, and the old man smiles widely, revealing bright white teeth. You know, I was once a hero myself. The speed hero, Black Lightning. Mr. Andrews says, black lighting flickering all over his body. I've heard stories about you. Was the #1 hero at one point here in the US. I nod, and Mr. Andrews laughs, a deep hearty sound. A bit of a fanboy, huh? I like it. You have a good grandson, Ian. Mr. Andrews says, referring to my grandfather by Americanized first name. His Japanese one is Isao. How he chose Ian is beyond me. I do indeed. He says, and I nod. And I'm stuck with this graying old man with no volume control. I reply, teasing just a bit. Mr. Andrews roars with laughter after that statement. I like you even more now, kid. Come, let me introduce to my family. He laughs, gesturing to the other 9 people standing in the dining room, talking. This my wonderful wife of 35 years, Isabella. Mr. Andrews says, putting his arm a woman dressed in a knee-length blue dress. Her red hair is still vibrant and her eyes still look to be sharp. Nice to meet you, young man. She says, sticking a hand out. Izuku Midoriya, Mrs. Andrews. I reply, shaking the hand firmly. This is my eldest son, John, his wife, Maria, and their 2 kids, Jack and Julia. The old man says, pointing to a family with a pair of twins a bit younger than me. John is a well-built man in his early 40s with dark brown hair and his wife a woman with light blonde hair. Both of their kids have hazel eyes and dirty blonde hair. Nice to meet the infamous grandson of Mr. Midoriya. John says, and I raise an eyebrow at that. Grandpa, I didn't know I was infamous. I shout at him and he shrugs sheepishly. They gave you that title, not me. He says, and I chuckle. Nice to meet you too. I say, and he nods. I shake his wife's hand and nod at the pair of kids, who nod back. And this is my lovely daughter, Madeline, and her husband Zachary Bolin. And those are their twins, Kirsten and Kedra. Well, Madeline is my adopted daughter, rather. Still family. Mr. Andrews says, pointing to another family. They look younger than the other couple, but their kids might be a bit older than me, rather than younger. Kirsten looks like a carbon of her mom, save having her father's blue eyes. Zachary is tall thin man, with dark blonde hair and brown eyes. Their kids both have strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. Nice to meet you. I've heard you're gonna be a hero someday. Mrs. Bolin says, shaking my hand vigorously. Someday. I reply, a small smile on my face. I shake her husband's hand and just nod at the pair of kids again. They return the nod. Alright, brisket is ready. Grandpa says, and the group starts heading to go grab food. After everyone gets food, the kids stray outside to sit down and eat, while the adults stay inside. For my part, I grab 3 large slices of brisket, some coleslaw, salad, and a Coke Zero. So, how old are you, Izuku? One of the twins, I think Kedra, asks me. 16. How about you guys? I ask, and the twins look at each other, apparently surprised to be asked so forwardly. We're both 16. Jack is 15, and Julia is 13. Kedra says, and I nod. Which one of you 2 is older? I ask, pointing at the twins. I am. Kedra was born 5 minutes later. The other twin, Kirsten, says, pointing to herself. 5 minutes, and she thinks she's on top of the world. Kedra mutters, shaking her head. So, you're training to become a hero. What's your quirk? Jack asks, looking up from his food for the first time. I have multiple, actually. First one is called superpower. It allows me to produce massive amounts of energy to use to move or hit things. Second is black whip. It's probably easier to show you that one. I say, forcing out the black tendrils from my forearms and grabbing a random rock near the porch we're sitting on. The final one is float. Pretty self-explanatory. I say, and the twins nod. That's really cool. Our quirks are kinda dull compared to that. I can create a lot of fast wind and Kedra can summon lighting at will. Kirsten says, and I look at them in shock. You can summon lightning and create and control wind. I would say that's pretty impressive. What about you two? I ask, looking at Jack and Julia. I can run really fast, like Grandpa, and Jack can do equations really fast, so he's super smart. Julia says, speaking for the first time. Say, do you guys want to train with me? That's kinda why I came here in the first place. I say, and they all look at me. Train. With you? Kedra asks, and I nod. Yeah. Why not? I need someone to train with, and you guys look like you're trying to get into a hero course, right? I ask, and the kids all nod. Well, I mean, yeah, but you've already had training, so we wouldn't be able to help you. Jack says, and Julia nod in agreement. Yes, you would. You guys are more powerful than you know, I'm willing to bet. Super speed, super intelligence, lighting control, and wind control. All of those are powerful quirks if trained correctly. I say. You're saying you could train us? Kedra asks, and I nod. Yeah. And in return, you guys could just help me learn to control my quirks further. Deal? I ask, and the kids nod. Over the next 2 months, we all trained vigorously, getting stronger, and in my case, quite a bit bigger. I grew about 5 inches and gained nearly 20 pounds in muscle. I guess my metabolism and growth rate shot up for some reason. I also cut my hair short on the sides while leaving the long top. Kedra and Kirsten improved the power on their quirks, being able to create tornado force winds, in Kirsten's case, and being able to summon a lightning strike powerful enough to make a physical crater in Kedra's. Jack was able to process information at a greater speed after forcing to solve difficult problems faster and faster. Julia got faster and was even able to keep up with me at full cal 20%. Then, one day, I awoke another quirk. Me and Julia were sparring at high speeds when I put up my arms to block a high kick. I was thrown into the world where the incarnations of previous one for all users appeared. I have more of my body now, having most of my torso and a bit of my legs. Huh. You know kid, you've gotten pretty powerful. A voice behind me says, and I turn around. It's a male, shrouded completely in darkness. The second or third user, then. You still can't talk, huh? Alright. I'm going to give you my quirk. I called it Incursio. Your skin turns into scales as hard as steel, and you sprout wings. Try not to use it all that often, as it does use quite a bit of stamina. Based on your current form, you should be able to use it for about 5 minutes or so. Good luck. The figure says, and I snap back to reality. True to the man's word, it happens. Silvery scales appear over my body, and I sprout grey dragon-like wings from back. Realizing if Julia hit at me this speed, she would break multiple bones, I leap up flapping my wings, almost like it's natural. Whoa. This is awesome. I shout, looking at my exposed arms. They're covered in silver, lizard-like scales. I don't know what my face looks like, but it must be interesting, based on the reactions I get when I land. I deactivate my new quirk and look at my friends' shocked faces. You? How are you a dragon? Jack asks, and I realize I hadn't properly explained my quirk. Well, you see. I go on to explain one for all, how the quirk works, and how I'm able to unlock new quirks sometimes. The group sits in stunned silence as they look at me, comprehending what I just told them. So. You were quirkless, and then got a quirk given to you, and you've unlocked the quirks of the previous users? Kedra asks, and I nod. Pretty much, yeah. I say, and Kirsten raises her hand. Who gave you this quirk? Kirsten asks, and I stiffen slightly. My mentor. I won't go into much more detail than that. I reply. All Might. Jack says, out of the blue. That makes no sense. Julia says, and Jack sighs. He lost his quirk fighting against someone called All for One, right? Izuku said his quirk was called One for All. All Might said, it's your turn after he fought that guy. He was referring to you, wasn't he? Jack says, pointing at me. You're too smart for your own good, you know that. I say, and Jack shrugs. I know. Jack says. So, you're All Might's successor? Kedra asks, and I nod. In theory, the next symbol of peace. That being said, I've got a long way to go. I say, inspecting the scars on my arms. We'll help while we can. Maybe we'll come visit you in Japan someday. Jack says, putting a hand on my shoulder. Thank you guys. Thank you. I say, rolling out my shoulders. Let's get back at, eh? I say, putting my hand out. My friends grinned idiotically as they put their hands on top of mine. Plus ultra on 3. 1 2 3. I shout and we all finish the saying. Plus ultra. We all shout, the sound echoing of the Texas plain. Do you have to leave, man? Jack asks as Julia wraps me in a tight hug, nearly squeezing the air out of me. Legally, yes. And you know I'm one to follow the rules. I say, as Julia lets go of me, tears on her, and now all over my nice hoodie. You shouldn't go back there, you know. Based on what you've told us, most of your classmates are assholes. Kedra says, and I laugh. They are assholes. Most of them. But, I made a promise. I have to go and beat the crap out of them. Plus, UA is the best hero academy in Japan. Wouldn't want to give that up. I say as I load my suitcase and backpack into my grandpa's truck. Please come visit. Kirsten says, and I nod. Of course. I'll be back here next summer, no doubt. I reply, and everyone nods. I'll miss you, man. You're a pretty good reality check for a lot of the bullshit here. Jack says, pulling me into a bro hug. I return the hug and we back off, smilingly happily. Thanks, I guess. I like being a reality check. I say, and Jack laughs. Izuku? Kedra asks, and I turn to face her. Standing up on her tippy toes, she lightly kisses me on the cheek before pulling me into a tight hug. Come visit. Please. Kedra mutters, and I smile. I will. I will. I say, returning the hug. Alright. Good luck, Izuku. I ain't kissing you, so get going. Kirsten says, pulling me into a loose hug. Love you too. I reply sarcastically, getting me a light punch on the shoulder. Kirsten lets go, and I smile at my 4 new friends. I'll come to visit next summer. Unless you come to me first. I say, and they all smile. If we can convince our parents, maybe we'll come. Julia mumbles. We need to get going, Izuku. Grandpa says, and I nod. See you guys later. I say, hopping into the truck. I wave out the window at my friends as we pull out of the ranch. Flight 246 to Tokyo, boarding will begin in 5 minutes. A flight attendant says over an intercom system. I sigh and stand up, cracking my neck. Opening my bag, I grab my ticket and as I do so, pull out a letter with something inside. Opening the letter, I find 3 things inside. The first is a letter, and the second and $3,100 bills, and the third is a set of keys. Yamaha keys, to be specific. I read the letter and feel tears well to my eyes. Dear Izuku. I know you haven't had the easiest life, with your dad leaving and you being quirkless for so long. That being said, seeing you now, I realize how much you've changed. You've growing into a good man. This is a gift from me to you, as an acknowledgement of who you've become. I hope you like. Check parking spot 451 when you land. Have fun. Grandpa. I smile, fold the letter up and put the keys into my backpack. This is gonna be fun. I text Kirishima, asking him to bring his father's truck to the airport when I land. He responds quickly, saying he can do that. Flight 246 to Tokyo now boarding. Will all priority passengers please head to the boarding lines? The flight attendant says, and I walk toward the lines, ready to return home. I walk off the plane in Tokyo and walk out into the terminal, looking around. As I walk toward the exit, I spot a familiar spike of red hair. Kirishima? I ask as I walk toward the red-haired boy. Midori bro. Is that you? He asks as he spots me. We pull each other into a bro hug and hold it for a few seconds before pulling away. It's me, Kirishima. I chuckle as he looks me over. He's grown a bit as well and has a new scar above his left eye. Gonna have to ask about that later. You got a lot bigger, Midori bro. Kirishima says, and I nod. I did. I also got a new quirk. I say, and Kirishima's eyes widen. Another one? What is it? He asks, and I smirk a bit. It's probably better if we go outside to show you. I say, and we head out into the parking lot outside the main terminal. I activating Curcio, and Kirishima jaw drops. Are you a dragon now? He asks, and I laugh. Kinda. This makes me quite a bit like Tetsutetsu, I think. I'm as strong as steel and can fly. I don't know what else I can do, since I've only had this for about a month or so. But it's pretty damn awesome. I say, and Kirishima nods in agreement. I stop in Curcio and pull out the keys that my grandfather gave. Now. To find my gift. I say, looking around. I'm in 440s, by the looks of it. I walk down to the 450s and find my gift. It's a sleek green and black 2020 Yamaha YZF-R1M. It's a super sport motorcycle, and it's not cheap by any means of the word. Holy shit. I mutter as I sit on the motorcycle. Thanks old man. This is insane. It doesn't have a helmet, but I can deal with that later. Dude. That is awesome. What are you gonna do with it? Kirishima asks as he looks at the motorcycle. Keep it, obviously. You brought the truck I asked you for, right? I ask, and Kirishima nods. You want me to bring it around? He asks, and I nod. Give me about 10 minutes or so. He says, and jogs away. True to his word, he comes back about 10 minutes later, with a truck. We load up the motorcycle into the truck bed and tie it down. Tossing my suitcase and backpack in the back seats, and Kirishima pulls away from the curb. Do you even know how to drive that thing? Kirishima asks, and I nod. I know how, but I need to get certified. I'll take a test in a few days. I'll have to a heavy engine license. It's nearly 1000 cc, based on the site. This is kinda insane. I say, looking at an article on my phone. 1000 cc. Geez. You sure you can handle all that? He asks, and I nod. I've driven what was supposed to be an 800cc engine before, and that one was modded, so it ran at about 1100. I could handle it pretty well. This thing is less, but it's a bit of a smaller bike. Estimated top speed of 186 miles per hour, or 292 kilometers per hour. I say, and Kirishima whistles. That's hella fast. You're gonna need a helmet and a riding jacket, huh? Kirishima says, and I nod. I'll go get him tomorrow. Then I'm gonna go get my license. I say, thinking about how my mom will react. Good luck with that, man. School starts in a week, are you ready? Kirishima asks, and I nod. Ready as I'll ever be, I guess. You? I ask, and Kirishima chuckles. I don't know. I'm ready for the hero course, but the rest of the class has pretty much ostracized the rest of us. Even Mina. Kirishima says, almost a quiet to hear. You like her, huh? I ask, and he nods solemnly. Mina and I still talk, but it's tense the whole time. The rest of the class avoids the subject of you. He says, and I remember something. How's Bakugo? I still need to beat the crap out of him again. I say, and Kirishima laughs. He's out of the hospital. Has been for about 6 weeks. You did a number on him. Gave him one hell of a concussion and broke his nose along with his jaw and knocked out several teeth. He's pretty pissed about it. He's been ranting non-stop since he left the hospital. Talking about beating the crap out of you when you come back. Kirishima explains, and I chuckle myself. Means you're earring to go. I say, as Kirishima pulls in front of my house. How did you know where my house was? I ask, getting out the truck and walking around Toped. Bakugo's mom called me to ask what happened to Bakugo, and after I explained, she told to go talk to your mom and gave me her address. Where do you want to put the bike? He asks as we unload the bike. Just on the side of the street. Thanks for driving me, man. I'll be back at the dorms when school starts. I say, and Kirishima nods. I'll tell the rest of the non-haters. You want to tell Izawa as well? He asks, and I nod as I grab my backpack and suitcase. That would be helpful. I say, and Kirishima nods. See you later, Midori bro. He shouts as he pulls away in his truck. I walk up to my apartment and open the door, only to be met by a crushing hug. You're back, Izuku. I missed you so much. My mom shouts, nearly suffocating me with how tight she's hugging me. I missed you too, mom. Now, can you please let go, I'm gonna suffocate here. I say, and she instantly lets go. You've grown so much, Izuku. She says, sniffling. I have, mom. But right now, I need some sleep. I'm dead tired. I say, and my mom nods. Okay. We can talk more in the morning. She says, and I smile, then pull her into a tight hug. I'm glad to be back, mom. I say, and she smiles. I know, Izuku. She says, and I smile. I wake up the next morning, looking at my ceiling. It's nearly 8 a.m., much later than I would normally wake up, but I needed to sleep. Sitting up in bed, I decide to shower, since I didn't last night. I grab a change of clothes and get into the hot shower, feeling at home again for the first time since I landed. Morning, mom. I say, walking out into the living room. Then I notice her expression. I wasn't aware that your grandfather gave you a motorcycle. My mom says, clearly a bit mad. It must have slipped my mind last night. I say, yawning. You can't even drive it. My mom says, and I shake my head. Actually, I can. They lowered the age down to 16 for motorcycles. I say, and my mom sighs. I'm against it. You'll have to pay for everything yourself, you know. My mom says, and I nod. I know. I have the money to do it. Grandpa gave me some as a parting gift. About $3,000. I'll exchange it soon. I say, and my mom sighs again. How do you plan to get your license? And you're gonna need a helmet as well. I know, mom. I plan to go take the test today. I should get priority, since provisional hero license. And yes, I'll go buy a helmet. I say, and my mom nods. If you say so. You gonna take the train? My mom asks, and I nod and grab the envelope filled with the cash, along with my phone and my red high tops. I walk out of my house and head downtown. Before I go to the test, I swing by a motorcycle shop and buy a green helmet and a black leather jacket for protection on the road. I aced the test pretty easily and got my license. I went home and filled up the motorcycle with gas that from a gas station few blocks away. After that, I decided to take it out for a spin. What happened next, I certainly wasn't expecting. I'm currently sitting at a red light, waiting for it to turn green so I can tear down this street as fast as I can. It's been 4 days since I got my license, and the day before I'm supposed to start back at UA. I've been riding for a few hours, getting a feel for the bike, how it handles, and how fast I can push it. My helmet works pretty well, and the jacket feels nice and warm, which is welcome on the somewhat chilly day. I'm also wearing a pair of dark jeans, which I changed into when I got home, because I wanted to. As I sit at the red light, I hear a rather loud pain-induced roar. The hell? Suddenly, a massive boar-like creature runs in front of me, being chased by heroes. Stop, villains. I hear an unfamiliar voice shout, followed by a brown and white blur flying past me. I better help. I mutter, pulling my bike to the side of the road, pulling off my jacket and helmet, setting on the bike, then activating full cowl at 30%. I leap toward the rampaging beast and spot the white and brown blur again. It's a muscular woman, maybe a few years older than me, with long white hair, bunny ears, and a fluffy white tail. She's wearing a white leotard with a fluffy white collar and a pair of shin-high boots with pieces of metal on the heels and toes. Who are you? The woman asks as I roll out my arms, getting ready to use my quirks. I'm a student at UA with my provisional license. Moving on, what are these guys doing? I ask, landing on the ground and running next to the woman. She's quite a bit shorter than me, even with her long, fluffy, bunny-like ears. I really want to touch them. Alright. These guys robbed a bank and are running away. Can you do anything to stop them? The woman asks, and I nod. Give me a second. I say, then leap forward at an incredible speed to about 300 yards in front of the giant boar. Leaping high into the air, I throw my head forward, flipping down at high speeds, aiming to axe kick the boar's snout. 30%, Manchester smash. I shout, slamming into the boar, slamming its nose into the street, shredding the street and grinding the beast to a stop. Get him, boys. The apparent leader shouts, pointing at me. Several draw guns, while others activate various quirks. Yeah right. I snarl, then draw out Incursio. Leaping toward them, I reel back my right leg. St. Louis Smash Air Force. I shout, throwing a powerful roundhouse, creating a wave of high-powered wind, sending the men flying back. Landing, several of the guys with quirks begin to attack me. One guy comes at me, spewing flames from nozzles in his hands. I just walk through the fire and slam him with a front kick, slamming him into the unconscious boar, knocking him out. Bang. I'm hit in the chest by a slug from a 12-gauge shotgun. I go flying back, landing a few feet away. I get up, holding my chest. I'm not bleeding, but Jesus, that hurt. How are you not dead? The guy with the shotgun asks, and I laugh. Wrong question, asshole. I snarl, leaping toward him and slamming him with a roundhouse to the chest. He slams into a building, cracking the brick. Who else wants some? I shout, and a pair of villains approach. One appears to be able to spit acid, and the other control water. This should be fun. I charge the water boy first, using Black Whip to wrap him up, lifting him into the air and slamming him back into the ground. He stops from moving for the time being, and I turn to face the acid spitter. He shoots a glob of acid at me, and I move out of the way, but he fires before I dodge again. It lands on my left arm and begins to eat into my arm. Holy shit, that hurts. I whip my arm quickly to get rid of as much acid as possible, but the damage has been done. My arm is pouring out blood. I need to end this quickly. I explode forward, slamming my elbow into the man's throat, knocking the wind out of him. A well-placed karate chop to the back of his neck knocks him out. Back off, bitch. The leader shouts, followed by a loud smack. He flies past me and slams into the ground, cracking it. The bunny woman lands next to me, brushing her hands off. Are you okay? I ask, deactivating Incursio and examining the wound. It's not deep, but it certainly is wide. Yeah, I'm fine. My god, your arm. Are you okay? The woman asks, looking at the easily 7-inch long wound on my arm. She grabs my arm and looks over the wound, she presses it lightly, and I hiss in pain. Heh. Not really. Acid is a son of a bitch. I'm lucky I had Incursio on hand, otherwise my arm would be gone. I say, gritting my teeth. You need a hospital, kid. She says as I pull my arm out of her grasp. Probably. But I need to get my motorcycle. I say, heading back toward in the direction of my motorcycle. I can get your motorcycle. You stay here. Where is it? She asks, and I tell her the location. My helmet and jacket are on the bike. You might need them. I say, holding the wound on my arm. She nods and leaps away. Hey kid. Drink this. Someone says, tossing me a water bottle. I catch it with my good and twist it open, drinking about half of the bottle in one go. Thank you. I say, and the man nods. Over the next couple of minutes, a few people come up and help me, cleaning my wound with some water and apply antibiotic, along with wrapping the wound in some gauze. By the time the rabbit lady arrives with my bike, wearing my helmet and jacket, I feel a bit better. Just a tiny bit. Seconds after rabbit lady arrives, an ambulance arrives. How you doing, kid? One of the paramedics asks, removing the bandages and examining the wound. Alive. Hurts like a son of a bitch, but other than that, I think I'm okay. I reply, and the medic nods. You don't appear to have any major muscle damage, but you're gonna need an MRI to be sure. We need to take you to the hospital. Do you want something for the pain? The man asks, and I shrug. Not really. I have pretty good pain tolerance. I reply as the medic rewraps my wound. What do you want me to do with the motorcycle? The rabbit lady asks as I stand up and walk toward the ambulance. Just bring it to the hospital. I can drive home. I say, and the woman nods. By the way, what's your name? She asks. Izuku Midoriya. I say, sticking my good hand out. Rumi Usagiyama. But you can call me Mirko. Nice to meet you, Deku. She says, taking my hand with an adorable smile on her face. I feel my face flush a tiny bit, but I manage to control myself. Are you a rookie hero? I ask, and she blushes a bit. Not really. I've been doing work for about 6 months. That was my first big stop. Thank you, by the way. I owe you a big one. Mirko says, and I nod in reply. Nah, I just helped out. You took out the leader. This was your stop. I say, as I get into the ambulance, and we drive away. At the hospital. So, you have no major damage, thanks both to your quirk and the bystanders' quick thinking. You'll be tender for a few days, and you will scar, but you should be fine, young man. The doctor says, and I nod. Thank you. Should I keep it trapped? I ask, and the doctor nods. I've been at the hospital for about 2 hours or so, and in that time, my mom called me 110 times. I finally got to call her back a few minutes ago and explain the situation. Just to make sure you don't get infected. That being said, you are aware of your long-term ligament injuries, correct? The doctor says, and I nod. I know. I've been told enough times. I say, and the man nods. Just making sure. We're gonna give you some antibiotics for potential infection and some gauze and medical tape. You can go wait in the lobby. The doctor says, and I thank him before leaving. Walking out into the lobby, I spot Mirko holding my helmet and jacket. How's the arm? She asks as she hands me the helmet and jacket. I sling the jacket over my shoulder, leaving my arms out of the sleeves, and hold the helmet in my good hand. I'm probably gonna have a scar, but I'll be alright. I have enough as it is already. I say, showing her the scars on my good arm. Geez. How many scars do you have? She asks, grabbing my hand and examining the scars, not noticing my blush. More than I care to count, to be honest. I reply, and I then hear a worker call my name. Mr. Midoriya. She says, and I raise my good hand. Here's some bandages, gauze, and some strong antibiotic cream. Just in case. The woman says as I walk over, and she hands me the paper bag. Thank you. I say, and I walk back toward Mirko. Well, I suppose this is goodbye, huh? I say, and she nods. Yep. I hope to see you around, Midoriya. She says, a warm smile on her face. Me too. I reply, smiling myself. Goodbye. She says, walking out the doors and leaping away. She really is a rabbit, huh? I walk over to my motorcycle, pull on my helmet and jacket, and drive on the dark of Tokyo back home. I stop my back and pull off my helmet and walk up to my home. I walk inside my door and find my mom crying on the couch. Izuku. She shouts when notices me. She pulls into a tight hug and I grit my teeth in pain as she presses my wounded arm against my arm. Mom. The arm. I say, and she gasps. Izuku, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. She says, letting go of me, and I chuckle. It's fine, Mom. You didn't do anything wrong. I say, smiling at her. Good. Now, why did you throw yourself into danger like that? You got seriously hurt, Izuku. Mom says, and I smile sheepishly. I couldn't just stand around, doing nothing, you know. I'm a hero in training, Mom. I say, and she shakes her head. I know that, but still. You got hurt really badly. I don't want you to keep getting hurt like this. It's not good for you, and it scares me. My mom sniffs, and I suddenly feel very bad. Mom. I know it scares you. It scares me too, believe me. But I can't sit around, knowing I could have done something, but didn't. I just can't do that. I say, and Mom nods. I know, Izuku. I know. Just try to be more careful. No, go get to bed. You must be exhausted. Mom says, and I nod. Will do. I nod and head to my room. I grab a pair of pajamas and go take a shower, then get into bed. But I don't fall asleep, instead grabbing my computer and researching Mirko. A brand new hero, with a few minor fights, she's proven herself to be one hell of close quarters fighter. As I guess she focuses on kicks for her fighting style. Those metal heels and toes had a purpose. Her quirk also helps with her fighting style. Her quirk, Rabbit, does exactly what it sounds like it does. It gives the properties of a rabbit, physically speaking. She's pretty young too, only 18. A little under 2 years older than me. I decide to get some sleep when I see the time is nearly midnight. I fall into a deep dreamless sleep, letting the darkness take me. I wake up early, about 6 a.m. Stretching, I grab my pair of black running shoes and pair of socks. Walking out of my apartment, I go on a long run, nearly 10 kilometers. By the time I get back to my house, it's just past 7 a.m. Taking a quick shower, I get dressed in my school uniform, rolling the sleeves up on my shirt and pulling the jacket over it, eat a quick breakfast, grab my backpack with my computer and phone. Heading to the door, I grab my red high tops, along with my riding jacket and helmet, and head outside. I need to get to school a bit early to drop my stuff at the dorms. Starting the roaring engine, I tear through the streets of Tokyo, heading toward UA. I pull through the gates outside and head toward the Tua dorms, where I know the class has been moved. I stop the bike about 20 yards outside the dorm and hop off it. I text Kirishima, needing to know something. Izuku. Where's my dorm? Kiri bro. Second floor, west side, center dorm. I'll open the window. I walk around the west side of the building as people come out to investigate the noise from my engine. True to his word, he opened the dorm window. Using full cowl at 5%, I leap up into the dorm room and find it set up just like my other room. I'm gonna have to change a bit. Those damn tacky posters have to go. I take off my riding jacket and helmet, setting them on the desk. I check my bandages and find them secured. Good. Class doesn't start for another 30 minutes or so, but might as well be early. Grabbing my backpack and leaping out the window, I run to class 2 and find Tokoyami already there. He's changed as well, growing an inch and looking quite a bit more muscular. "Midoriya?" he asks, and I smirk, pulling off my jacket and holding it over my shoulder with 2 fingers. "Miss me?" I ask as he stands up and gives me a bro hug. We break apart. "Kirishima said you had changed, but I didn't expect it to be this much," he says, looking at me. "Yeah, well. A person can change a lot in 3 months, you know." I shrug, and Tokoyami notices the wound on my arm. "What happened there?" he asks, pointing at the wound. "Long story," I say, and Tokoyami looks at me in disbelief before pulling out his phone and showing me something. "It was an interview with Mirko, sometime after the fight last night, I guess." "What about the rumors that you had help bringing down the gang who robbed the bank just a few hours ago?" a reporter asks, and Mirko answers promptly. "Those rumors are true. A student who goes to UA by the name of Izuku Midoriya helped me bring down the gang and got injured in the process. He's a tough kid and a true hero." "Next question," Mirko says. Tokoyami pauses the video and looks at me. "Huh. Didn't know that happened. Well, Mineta is gonna try to kill me, huh?" I chuckle, and Tokoyami nods. "You know, you really are a problem child, huh?" a familiar voice asks from somewhere behind me. "Azawa," I say, turning around and looking at the hobo of a hero. "Midoriya, how many times do you intend to injure yourself in your escapades as a hero?" he asks, and I chuckle. "This time, I didn't injure myself, you know," I say, and Azawa shakes his head. "Whatever. Go sit down, problem child. You sit in your normal spot," he says, and I nod. Walking over to my desk, I sit down, putting my feet up on the desk and pull out my headphones and start playing my music as people trickle in, many of them giving me odd looks. When everyone is inside, I'm listening to me and my guitar as Azawa begins to call roll. I take off my headphones and take my feet off the desk. "Izuku Midoriya," Azawa says after a few minutes of calling names. "Sir, he's not here," Iida says, and I laugh. The class looks at me oddly, and I smirk. "Here," I say, and the entire class's jaws drop, save Kirishima and Tokoyami. "You're not Deku." "There's no way." Bakugo snarls, and I laugh. "But I am, Kachin," I say, using my childhood nickname for him. "It's him, you guys," Kirishima says, and Tokoyami nods in agreement. "You look like a different person, you bastard." Todoroki snarls, and I shoot him a glare. "Correct. Now, shut up, you heterochromatic son of a bitch." I snarl, and Iida shoots to his feet. "Language," he shouts, and I respond, flipping him off. That only makes him angrier. "You need to show more respect. And put on your jacket and tie. You are disrespecting UA," he shouts, shooting to his feet. "Make me," I reply. "Maybe I will," Iida says, stalking over to me. I stand up and get in his face, even though he is a bit taller than me still. "Settle down, both of you. Don't make me use my quirk," Azawa says, and I look at his, exasperated. "Come on, Azawa. He just has an inferiority complex and needs to let off some steam. Also, I have a reason for not wearing my jacket, Iida," I say. "Oh, really? Why?" he snarls, and I look at him. "Did you not see the interview with Mirko last night?" I ask, and Iida freezes. "No." "Why?" he asks, and I chuckle. "Tokoyami, could you play the clip right quick?" I ask, and he nods. He plays the video for the entire class, and the ending is met by stunned silence. I unwrap my wound, allowing everyone to see the massive acid burn on my forearm. "This is fucking why I'm not wearing my jacket, Iida. Now, go sit your ass down and shut the fuck up," I say, and Iida sighs and goes sits down. I sit down in my seat and nod at Azawa, who finishes roll call. "Now, I have a proposition for Class 2A. Anyone who hates him will fight him, per his threat at the beginning of the summer. You will fight in Gym Gamma," Azawa says, and a set of smiles spread across all of the haters' faces. For my part, I just smirk. "This should be fun. We'll kick this nerd's ass," Bakugo shouts, and I just chuckle. "Overconfidence kills, Bakugo. I pray you can curb your ego," I reply as I stand up and walk out, heading toward the locker room. I quickly into the UAPE uniform, since my costume needs to be refitted. I jog over to Gym Gamma and do some light stretches to warm up. By the time everyone else arrives, I'm ready to go, and I feel adrenaline enter my system. Okay. Kirishima, Tokoyami, Sato, and Koda are exempt from this fight, I say, and they nod, going to wait on the sides. "All fighters ready?" Aizawa asks, and everyone nods. Begin. He says, and I activate full cowl at 40%, leaping toward the center of the 15-man group. Flipping in mid-air, I bring down a powerful axe kick in front of Bakugo, creating a shockwave, along with a crater, forcing everyone to stumble. Delaware Smash, Air Force. I shout, flicking my fingers at Iida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, sending them flying, and removing them from the fight for a bit. Of the remaining 12, Ejiro attacks first, leaping at me with a flying kick. I respond by throwing a high kick, hitting him in the gut, and slamming into Hagakure, sending them both flying against the walls of Gym Gamma. Jiro attacks, freezing me in place, but I snap out it with a well-used Air Force smash, slamming her into Aoyama. Shooting to my feet, I axe kick Jiro in the chest, slamming her into Aoyama, knocking them both out. Momo attacks next, trying to hit me with a bow staff. I shut that down when I grab the staff, rip it away from her, and punch her in the face, knocking her out. Sai wraps me up with her tongue, trying to restrain me. Idiot. I snarl, using Black Whip, grabbing Shoji, and swinging him into Tsayu, causing Tsayu to let go of me. I leap toward the pair, kicking Shoji in the temple, knocking him out, and cocking Tsayu out by karate chopping the back of her neck. Zero wraps tape around his arm, and pulls me toward him, Uraraka, and Mineta. Trying to capture me again. Using Black Whip again, I grab Mineta around the chest, and using him like a yo-yo, slam him into Uraraka, causing them both float. I yank on the tape wrapped around my arm, throwing Zero off balance. I throw a high kick when I get close enough, sending him flying after I rip the tape off my arm. Uraraka and Mineta are stuck together, which I think is funny. Using Black Whip, I throw to the side and face my final opponent out of the week 12. Mina. You're gonna lose this, you know that, right? Mina shouts, throwing acid at me. I activating Curcio, and the acid melts away my shirt, showing the silvery scales covering my body. No, I won't. You know that, right? I ask, leaping at her, and then dropping and sweeping her feet out from under her. She throws acid at me again, and I dodge it barely, and then grab her head and slam it against the ground, knocking her out. 12 down, 3 to go. I mutter, facing Iida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who have gotten up. Bastard. Bakugo shouts, using explosions to propel himself toward me. Tell me something I don't know. I snarl, as he begins spin in the air. Hotzer impact. He shouts, creating an explosion tornado. St. Louis Smash Air Force, I shout, throwing a powerful roundhouse kick, blowing Bakugo back with the air pressure. Once I recover, I leap forward and throw a powerful roundhouse as Todoroki, slamming him in the ribs and sending him flying. He's not getting up. Recipro burst. Iida shouts, flying at me with a kick aimed at my head. I block the kick with my arm and grab his leg, then throw him at the wall, cracking the concrete and rendering him unable to fight. When did you go and get so powerful, you son of a bitch? Bakugo says, launching an explosions at me. I just take the blast and stalk toward him, unmoved by his increasingly powerful explosions. When I get close enough, I pick him up by the throat, holding him several inches off the ground. He grabs my arm, trying to pry my hand off of his throat. Doesn't work. I've been powerful for a long time, you idiot. You just didn't acknowledge it. I snarl, tossing him aside. Midoriya wins. Aizawa says calmly, looking at the destruction around. 3/4 of the class are severely injured, and they all require a trip to recovery girl. Jesus, Midori bro. You're kinda insane, you know that. Kirishima says, and I smirk. I'm well aware. I say, watching nonchalantly as Nurse Bot some and retrieve the injured students. You beat them soundly, Midoriya. I'm impressed. Sato nods. No need to be. I just did what I should have a long time ago. I say, cracking my neck. Maybe so, but you beat them pretty brutally. Oda says, and I look at him, a bit shocked. He's a lot more confident. Glad to see you got some confidence. I say, smiling. He nods. I figured I owed it to myself and to you. I'm a lot more confident thanks to you. He says, and I nod. That was all you, man. We should probably go change, huh? I ask, heading towards the exit to Gym Gamma. Over the next few weeks of school, the people in class 1 who hate me leave me alone for the most, save for a few smart comments. I also learned about the power dynamics before I came back. Bakugo and Todoroki were considered the top dogs, and their girlfriends, Uraraka and Yaoi Rozu, tended to flex their power by association as much as possible. They ruled the class like dictatorial bastards. Some people have warmed up to me, those being Ejiro and Mina. Mina because she realized her mistakes, and Ejiro because he respected my fighting skills. Everyone else was against me though. They were just fucking annoying. I'm glad you put them in their places, Midoriya. Kirishima says as we sit in the common room, relaxing and watching TV in the morning before school. It's about 7:30, so school starts kinda soon T4. We're watching a news report about another gang stopped by Mirko last night. I'm glad as well. It needed to be done. I say, pulling off my tie. Don't even know why I put it on. Force of habit, I suppose. News reports about Mirko really blew up after you and her stopped that gang. Hiroshima notes, and I shrug. The only reason they cared was because I got injured. It's good she's getting some press. She's pretty damn strong. I say, leaning back on the couch. She's also pretty cute, huh? Kirishima says, and I smirk a bit. Yeah. She's pretty cute. I say, stretching and standing up. How tall is she, by the way? I've been trying to figure it out, but she doesn't seem that tall. Kirishima asks, and I think about it. Without the ears, she's to about my shoulder. But the ears, she's nearly taller than me. I say, and Kirishima nods. Interesting. He says, and we head to class. Most of the day was normal, until the hero training session. Alright. Everyone to Gym Gamma. For the next 2 weeks, we will be having advanced combat training, with multiple pro heroes coming to help train you. As always says, and the class starts murmuring excitedly, well I just go and grab my costume, then go and change. I jog over to Gym Gamma and find about 3 pro heroes waiting there. It's Snipe, All Might, and Midnight. Ah, hello, young Midoriya. All Might says, walking up to me. He's in his skeletal form, like he always is now, but he looks ready to teach. Hey. Are you training us today? I ask, and he nods. I won't actually be doing any physical training, but I'll be helping out, giving ideas for technique. I'll be handling the upper body hand-hand combat, All Might says, and I nod. Then who's doing the lower body hand-hand combat? I ask, and All Might shrugs. I'm not sure, to be honest. I just know the instructor is female. He says, and I sigh. Alright. I say, and I hear the door being slammed open. Bakugo. Move out of the way, you damn nerd. He snarls, clipping my shoulder. Sure. I reply sarcastically. Alright. As I'm sure Aizawa has told you, you are going to be training with us for the next 2 weeks. Aizawa and I will be handling hand-hand combat for those who focus on the upper body. All Might says. Me and Midnight will be training those who use mid to long range combat fighters. Snipe says, and Midnight waves. Quick question. Who will training the students who focus on lower body combat? Iida asks. Good question, actually. Who's it gonna be? Ejiro asks, and the second after he does that, the doors behind us fly off the hinges, heading toward us at ridiculous speeds. Spinning around, I throw an axe kick, slamming the heavy metal doors onto the floor of Gym Gamma. Ejiro knocks the door away as we get a good look at who kicked the doors in. Me. A familiar voice shouts, and I smirk as I look at a familiar face. Those damn ears. Mirko. I say, and she smiles. She's wearing her hero costume, which causes Iida to cough and look away, oddly embarrassed for once. Hello Midoriya. How's the arm? She asks, walking up to me. She looks really happy to see me. Better. I reply, shrugging. Mirko. Would you please refrain from kicking the doors in? Aizawa deadpans, and Mirko shrugs. Sorry. Just happened. In case any of you don't recognize me, I am the rabbit hero, Mirko. Nice to meet all of you. She says, smiling at the group. Nice to meet you. My name is Mineta, and I'm the most manly man in 2A. He says, and Mirko bursts out laughing. I'm sorry, what? She asks, holding her sides. I'm the manliest man in 2A. He repeats, and she just laughs harder. You're not the manliest man. Midoriya is, by far. Mirko says when she regains her composure. I flush slightly at the compliment, but I keep a fairly straight face. Nah, that's Kirishima over there. Manliest man to ever live. I say, and Kirishima shakes his head. Nope. You are, Midori bro. He says. This is gonna turn into a fucking contest. No, I am. Bakugo shouts, causing mini explosions in his palms. No. None of you are. Midoriya got most of the skin on his left forearm melted off, and he kept fighting. That's incredibly manly. Mirko says, and I sigh. Can we just agree to disagree, and move on? I ask, and Mirko responds by smacking me in the back of head. Hard. No. She says as I hold my head. The fuck was that for? I ask. Mirko. Please refrain from needlessly hurting students. Aizawa says, and she sighs. Fine. But yeah, I'm gonna be handling lower body physical combat. Just you 3, right? Mirko asks, pointing to me, Iida, and Ejiro. We all nod, and then group splits up. The 4 of us go to one section of the gym. This area happens to have several punching bags, along with dummies for practice. So, I already know what Midoriya is capable of, but I don't really know about you two. Mirko says, pointing to Iida and Ejiro. Well, how about we show you? We do some light sparring. Iida says, and Ejiro nods. Alright. Go at it. Mirko nods, and the boys square up. They go at it for a few minutes, dealing light but fast blows. Mirko seems impressed. Alright, that's enough. Here's what I want you three to do. I want you three to fight, no quirks. Mirko says, and I shrug, while Iida and Ejiro stare at her shock. Ma'am, what about my tail? It can't be stopped by a quirk like Izawa's. Ejiro says. Okay, fine. You can use your tail, but Iida, no using your engines, got it? That goes for you as well, Midoriya. No scales and wings, got it? She says, and I nod. Alright. Begin. She shouts, and Iida and Ejiro charge me at the same time, trying to take me out first. I dodge their blows and block when I need to. After a few minutes of playing defense, I decide to level the field a bit. I sweep Iida's legs from under, while also dodging a high kick from Ejiro. Iida falls down, and while he's on the ground, I throw a fast combo of punches, knees, and a finisher rib level kick at Ejiro, knocking him down. Spinning around, I try to nail Iida with an axe kick, but he dodges, rolling out of the way. He gets back on his feet and throws a kick aimed at my gut, which I block with a well-timed hand. Throwing his leg to the side, I throw a kick of my own, and with Iida off balance, it connects with his ribs, and he falls to the ground, out of breath. Alright, stop. You two, why did you both attack Midoriya? Mirko asks as Iida and Ejiro get up. Call it a personal grudge. I say, answering for them. The personal grudge? She asks, and I nod. Most of the class hates me, these two included. I say, pointing at Iida and Ejiro. Why? Mirko asks, and Iida answers. He's cocky, annoying, and thinks he's the best. Iida snarls, and I chuckle a bit. I thought that fight a few weeks ago proved that, Iida. I say. You only won because you got lucky. Ejiro replies. I beat 15 of you guys, all by myself. I wouldn't call that luck. I chuckle, and Mirko gives me a shocked look. You beat 15 of them? She asks, shocked. Yeah. I left over the summer, and before I left, I said I would fight whoever wanted to me, all of them against me. 15 chose to fight me. I say, and she shakes her head, muttering under her breath. Alright. Here's what I noticed. Iida, you need to work on two things. First, you almost always throw rib level kicks. Second, you look like you're waiting for a power boost when you throw your kicks, probably because of your quirk. Go set up in front of a dummy and practice on throwing high kicks, along with some axe kicks and roundhouses. The ribs, while weak, can still take several hits. Aim for more vulnerable areas. Knees, and the head in particular. Ejiro, you are pretty at fighting without your tail, and have years of martial arts experience. But, you need to be more aggressive. Go hit a bag until I tell you to stop. Keep up a barrage of hits, throwing kicks, punches, and anything else as fast as you can, for as long as you can. She says, pointing to the two boys in turn. They nod, and go work on what she told them to. So, what am I gonna? I ask, and Mirko smirks. You're gonna fight me. Mirko says, and I grin widely. You sure about that? I ask. I can handle anything. Just don't be super rough, eh? She says with a small wink. I sigh, trying to hide my blush at the not-so-subtle innuendo. If you say so. I reply, cracking my knuckles. And, go. She shouts, leaping toward me. She throws a powerful high kick aimed at my temple, but I throw up my arm to block the kick with my forearm. Good reaction speed. She shouts, dodging a low kick from me and leaping directly above me. Luna fall. She shouts, falling toward me, her leg ready to ace kick me. Activating Incursio, I hold my arms above my head in an X, bracing for impact. Her heel connects with my forearms, and the sheer force transferred from my body to the ground causes it to crack and creates a small crater. She leaps off of my, using her other leg to spring out of my range, as I try to grab her leg. I'm impressed. Most people are slammed into the earth like fence posts when they're hit by my Luna fall. Mirko says as I check my forearms for damage. Looks like I'll be fine. Well, I'm not most people. I reply, then deactivate Incursio and use full cowl at 30%. Let's do this. I say, leaping forward, feinting a kick at her head. She dodges, as I expected, leaping to the left. Unluckily for her, my intention wasn't to hit her. St. Louis smash, Air Force. I shout, swinging my leg and creating a massive wave of air. The wave blows her back several meters, but she stays on her feet. Impressive. But what will you do about this? She shouts, leaping toward me, spinning, and unleashing a flurry of repeating blows. Luna ring. She shouts, but I smirk, after figuring out the pattern. How much longer can you hold up a guy? She begins, but I catch her leg as it spins around, and using her own momentum, spin around and slam her into the ground. Don't need to, Mirko. I reply, letting go of her leg and backing up a step. You countered. I'm impressed. She smiles, standing up slowly, clearly a bit woozy. You sure you can fight? I don't want to put you in the hospital, after all. I ask, and she smirks. It's gonna take a lot to take me down, Midoriya. She says, leaping toward me, almost faster than I can react. She leaps at my head, legs slightly widened, a crazy grin on her face. Reacting, I put my hands to the side of my head, but I still can't stop her from wrapping her legs around my neck and forearms when whipping her upper body around so her torso and head are behind me. She shifts her weight backward, causing us to fall and leaving us on our backs. You reacted. I'm impressed. Now, the question is, how you will get out of this headlock? She asks, mocking me. I smirk. Easy. I'll break the lock. I reply, pulling my arms from the lock and grabbing her ankles, unlocking them. Using full cowl at 50%, I wrench her legs open and get to my feet, slamming Mirko with an axe kick into the ground. I back off and Mirko barely gets up, holding her stomach. You did pretty well. She mumbles, swaying on her feet. Shit. Mirko, are you okay? I ask, walking up to her. Idiot. When I get close, she smirks, then kicks my ankle. I drop to one knee and she gets up, runs around me and kicks me in the back, knocking me on my face. She plants a knee in the small of my back and wrenches my arm behind it. Never end a fight until the opponent is knocked out or unable to fight now, yield. She says, pulling my arm a bit, causing pain to shoot through my body. Make me. I reply, and she wrenches my arm harder, nearly dislocating it. I just grit my teeth, forcing myself not to cry out in pain. Maybe I will. Yield. She says, and I sigh. No, I say, activating Black Whip and wrapping it around her left arm, the one not grabbing my arm, and yank hard. She falls off me, letting go of my arm, and I scramble to my feet. You're pretty strong, Midoriya. You also have a strong conscience. A villain might be able to use that against you. Be careful. She says with a wink. Smirking, I decide to get serious. Using Incursio and 30% full cowl, I leap toward her, feinting a kick at her ribs. She moves her hands to catch my foot but misses the right hook. It slams her left cheek and sends her tumbling on the ground. Leaping forward, I swing a powerful axe kick right next to her head, creating a massive crater. Slowly placing a knee on her gut, I hold a Figer and charge with 45%, intending to use air force at its fullest. Yield, Mirko. I don't want to put in the hospital. I say, and she chuckles. First time on top of a woman? She asks, and while I slightly blush, I keep my position. I'm not gonna answer that. But yield. You know I can put in the hospital, Mirko, and I seriously don't want to. I say, keep my voice calm. Fine. I yield to the better fighter. She says, holding her hands up. I release the pressure on her gut and stand up, then help Mirko up. You handled yourself pretty well. I'm gonna have bruises tomorrow. She say, lightly touching her face. Go visit recovery girl. I deadpan, and she smirks. You don't feel sorry? She asks, and I chuckle. It's not that I don't care, it's just I know you're tougher than you let on. I reply. True. She says, watching Iida try to throw an axe kick. Not working very well. Ejiro is doing better, but he is still tired. How long did the fight last? I ask, and Mirko looks at the clock. About 30 minutes or so. Mirko says, and I look at her in shock. That was longer than I thought. I say, then shrug. Alright, you two can stop. Get some water, all three of you. Mirko says, and I nod, then grab a water bottle from my backpack and drink about half of it in one go, not realizing how tired I was. Who won? I hear Iida ask, and I look up at him. Me. I reply calmly, and he narrows his eyes. No way. There's no way you beat her. He snarls, and I shrug. What more do you want me to say, Iida? I won, she lost. Pretty simple. I say, standing up and trying to walk past him, but he sticks his arm out. You're lying. And even if you're not, how could you beat up a woman who is supposed to be your teacher? He asks, and I sigh, then force his arm down. She said she wanted to fight, and I didn't hold back. Neither did she. Also, I didn't beat her up, I won the fight by forcing a yield. I can be civilized, unlike you apparently. I snarl, walking past him, but he runs in front of me and stops me again. I'm getting very pissed off. Apologize to her. You should never hit a woman, under any circumstances. Iida says, and I laugh. If Toga Himiko came at with a knife, are you saying you wouldn't hit back? God, your chivalry is going to get you killed. I chuckle, then push past him again, not wanting to deal with his bullshit. Apologize, Midoriya. Iida shouts, grabbing the back of my collar. I snap like a fucking stick and hit him with a strong roundhouse to the temple. He drops to one knee, holding his bleeding head. Idiot wasn't wearing a helmet. Iida. For once in your goddamn life, listen you idiotic son of a bitch. Me and Mirko fought, yes. But you don't need to treat her like some damsel in distress. She could you easily and not just because you wouldn't fight back. She's stronger than most of the people in class 2A, especially if she got serious. Now, go to recovery girl and get yourself fixed up, you idiot. I snarl, walking back over to Mirko and Ejiro, who are talking about something or other. Where's Iida? Mirko asks. Going to recovery girl. Something about a hamstring. I don't know. I shrug, lying my way out of it. Alright, well, let's get back to it. Ejiro, back to your training. Izuku, I want you to do the same thing he's doing. Get to it. She says, clapping her hands. Over the next 2 weeks, Iida, Ejiro, and I all improve in leaps and bounds. Iida now has different kicks for his recipro burst, and Ejiro's endurance has increased significantly. My constant fights with Mirko and my intense speed training on my own have increased my reaction time. On the final day, after a fight between Iida, Ejiro and me, which I barely won, Mirko congratulates us and springs a proposition on us. Come to my place for a party. She say, smiling like hell. Why? I ask, looking at her a bit surprised. Well, I want to congratulate you guys for your hard work. She says, smiling even wider, if that was possible. Did I hear party? Mina asks, overhearing our conversation. No. I reply, but Mirko smiles. Actually, screw it. Hey. Party at my place for all your hard work. Mirko shouts, and class 2 cheers, save a few people. Fuck that. Bakugo shouts, and I sigh. Stop being such a buzzkill, Bakugo. Besides, your girlfriend is gonna come because she lives for drama. Also, watch this. I shout, then flip him off with both hands. Midoriya. Iida shouts, and I just laugh. Image change now, bye. I shout, trying to run away, but Mirko tackles me, ending on top of me, with her hip sitting on my abs. Oh no, I've gotta give you my phone numbers and address first. Mirko says, a threatening smile on her face. Why does that sound like a threat? I ask, and she smirks. Maybe it is. Now, stay still. She says, grabbing my right hand and pulling out a Sharpie. She writes down 2 things, then stands up. She grabs my other hand and pulls me up. Tell everyone the address. Party starts at 7. I expect all of you to be there. She says, walking away. Sighing, I shake my head like a dog, drying out my soaked hair a bit. She walks away, kick the doors open. Midoriya. Mineta and Kaminari shout, running up to me. The fuck do you want? I snarl, looking at the pair. Why were you so calm with Mirko on top of you? Mineta asks, and I see where this is going. I wasn't. I can just control my horniness, unlike you two. I reply, and they look at me, a bit pissed. You seem rather defensive, Midoriya. Mineta says, and I sigh. Mineta. I know you're a horny bastard, but you need to learn to control your dick before it gets stuck in a pencil sharpener. I say, then walk off, leaving him with that vague threat. A few hours later, at 4, when I've gotten a shower in and relaxed a bit, I text Mirko. I had already told everyone the address and they all said they would take the train, but I'm taking my motorcycle because I can. Izuku. Hey. Mirko. You took longer than I expected, Midoriya. Izuku. I was tired. Mirko. Doubt it, but whatever. You ready to party? Izuku. Not really. Mirko. Oh come on. Izuku. I've never been one to party. Mirko. That'll change tonight. Izuku. Doubt it. Mirko. Is that a challenge? Izuku. Indeed it is. Mirko. Challenge accepted. I'll talk to you later. Izuku. Sure. Laying back on my bed, I get in a good stretch and check the time. 5 p.m. damn it. I change into a pair of black joggers, a gray shirt, and a dark green hoodie. I grab my phone and headphones, along with helmet, and head downstairs, waiting to leave. Walking out of my room, I go downstairs to watch some TV. As I flick through channels after watching for a bit, an interesting news report pulls up. We suspect the perpetrator to be male, in his early 30s, and with an incredibly powerful quirk, being able to completely nullify any type of quirk, mutation or no, for about 1 hour. This is not like the Chihasakai incident, since no needle wounds were found on the victims, and they say that the suspect didn't shoot them with anything. This serial rapist is incredibly dangerous, and if anyone has any clues, please tell the Tokyo Police Department. Some random cop says, and as I watch, the more disgusted I get. This man has raped 15 women in the past 3 months, all in similar ways. Young, single women, all out late at night, found stripped naked and left in alleyways. Jesus. Kirishima says, walking around the couch and sitting down next to me. He's dressed in a red t-shirt with a kanji for Crimson Riot on it, along with a pair of black high tops and dark jeans. Yeah. I'm surprised this guy hasn't been caught yet, but here we are. I say, shaking my head. You should probably get going, based on the time. Mirko is gonna want you there early, Midori bro. Kirishima says, tapping his watch. I check the time and realize it's 6:30. Why should I be there early? I ask, and he chuckles. Because she has a massive crush on you. Or, according to Mina, at least. Apparently Mirko joined the girls for lunch one day when they all went to the mall last week. She talked about you a lot but never admitted to liking you. Kirishima says, and I slightly blush. Huh. I'll take that with a grain of salt. I reply, and Kirishima smirks a bit. You like her? Kirishima states, and I sigh, and don't give him a response. You're not denying it. He says a few seconds later. Nor am I confirming it. I reply, standing up. Where you going? Kirishima asks, and I stand up. To the party. Traffic's gonna be a bitch at this hour, so I need to get going. See you there. I say, walking out the door and pulling my helmet on, then starting by bike and driving out of UA. I drive through the streets of Tokyo and arrive at the building Mirko lives in. Stopping my bike, I get off and pull off my helmet, then walk inside and head to the elevators. I press the button for the penthouse and watch as the numbers slowly tick down. How tall is this building? Why are you trying to get into the penthouse, sir? A random guy asks, appearing behind me almost instantly. He's overweight with a good 3-day stupor. It's where the pro hero Mirko lives, correct? I ask, and the man nods. Yes, it is. Why do you need up there? The man asks, and I sigh. I've been invited to a party she's hosting. I reply, and the man laughs. She doesn't do parties, Dumbus. It's my personal duty to protect her. Move, kid. The man says, and I laugh in response. So, you think yourself some kind of hero, huh? I ask, and the man cracks his knuckles. I do. Now get out of the way, kid, before I force you. He says, throwing a punch, which I easily dodge. Slow. Your form is crappy too. You're gonna break your fingers throwing a punch like that. I chuckle, dodging several more blows. Shut up. He shouts, trying to kick me, but I stop it with my hand. Grabbing his leg, I force it up, and he falls on his back. Here's some advice. If you're gonna pick on someone, try not to pick on a UA hero student with a provisional license, Dumbus. I say, looking at the man as he scrambles to his feet. Shut up. Mirko is a goddess. He shouts, leaping toward me, intent on punching me. I've had enough of the tirade. I knee him in the gut and he doubles over, use an axe kick to slam him into the marble floor. Goddamn simp. I mutter as I watch blood pool all over the floor at my feet. 2 security guards walk up and ask me a few questions, and I answer quickly. They nod and drag the guy out, taking him to the nearby police station. I miss the elevator, so when I get in, it's already nearly 7. The elevator takes me up quickly, and when the doors ding open, I'm in shock at how nice the place is. Holy shit. This place is awesome. I mutter, walking into the massive living room, which is bigger than most of my apartment. I know, right? Mirko says, walking out with some random dude. I feel my blood run fast at that until I realize he has ears like Mirko. Hey. I'm Rumi Usagiyama. Rumi's brother. Who are you? He asks, walking up to me, sticking out his hand. Izuku Midoriya. I reply, shaking his hand. He's got a firm grip, which is surprising, considering the size of his hands. He smirks when I say his name. You're the kid who beat the crap out of my sister. He says, and I nod, hoping he's not mad. I knew I liked you. He says, pulling me into a bro hug. Also, my sister has a massive crush on you. Go get her. He whispers, just loud enough for Mirko to hear, getting him a slap to the back of head. He's lying. He does this to every boy that he meets that knows me. Mirko says, and I chuckle, not buying it. So, you're in the hero course, right? He asks, and I nod. Class 2A. I say, and he nods. Well, I'm a DJ, and my little sis asked me to handle tonight, and I can't say no to her, so here I am. He says, and I chuckle. I don't think anyone can say no to her. She's scary. I reply, and that gets me a smack to the back of the head. I don't need you encouraging him. She says, and I smirk. I think I should encourage him, what do you think? I ask, looking at Yuga. I agree. He says, holding out fist. I return the fist bump, and he smirks. Yuga 1, Rumi 0. He shouts, and I laugh along. Now that you're here, help me with something. She says, dragging me by the deeper into the apartment, and we end up in her bedroom. Alright, take these. She says, shoving a set of boxes into my arms. What are these? I ask, as I carry them out into the main room. Party favors. She says, ripping one of the boxes open, revealing a set of bags. She pulls out and hands it to me. Opening the bag, I see a bunch of sweets and something else. Pulling it out, I realize it's a Mirko plush. You have merch? I ask, looking at the fluffy version of the bunny hero. It's really, really cute now that I look at it. I'ma keep it. Yeah. Someone sent me a bunch of samples for free. They said they want a deal. Mirko says excitedly. Speaking of random people loving my sister, did some random guy in the lobby stop when you tried to come up here? Yuga asks, and I smirk. You mean the guy I gave a broken nose? Yeah. He punches rather crappily. I reply, and Yuga laughs. I can see why Rumi likes you. He says, and I smirk. You broke someone's nose? Mirko asks, and I kinda just waved the question off. Yeah. Some asshole tried to punch his way past me, claiming to be your protector or something. I say, and she sighs. I heard some complaints from the apartment staff, but I didn't think it would get this bad. She sighs, shaking her head. Assholes will be assholes. I reply, and Mirko chuckles a bit. Certainly true. She replies, and the elevator dings again, and several people walk out. Kirishima, Mina, Tokoyami, Sato and Koda all walk in and look around at the massive apartment. Whoa, nice crib, Mirko. Mina says, looking around the place. Then, she notices me, and her eyes widen. I didn't know you got here, Midoriya. She says, a slightly disturbing smile on her face. Head out of the gutter, Mina. Kirishima mutters, so quiet I can barely hear. I overestimated traffic, that's all. I reply, and Mirko then shoves the party favors at the quintet of new guests. Party favors. Open them up. She says perkily, and I shake my head silently. So, where is the rest of the group? I ask, and Kirishima answers. All in the lobby. We just couldn't fit any more in the elevator. Kirishima says, and I nod. If you say so. I say, and Mirko smiles. Let's get this party started. She shouts, and her brother starts pumping music. 3 hours in, the party has gotten pretty insane. Several couples are making out in corners, including Mina and Kirishima. Good on him. I saw Kaminari and Jiro talking for a while, then kiss, but that one I don't really care about. I go out onto the balcony, where it's just a bit quieter, and sip from a bang. Mirko really went all out with the drinks and food, including a whole bunch of energy drinks and several different kinds of cake. You done with the party? Mirko asks, joining me on the balcony. No. I just need to be able to hear my thoughts and hopefully keep my eardrums from exploding. I reply, and she chuckles. My brother does have a tendency to play the music as loud as he possibly can. Mirko says, sitting down on one of the chairs. We sit in a comfortable silence for a few minutes, listening to the sounds of the city below us. You know, I never asked. Why do you want to become a hero? Mirko asks, and I look at her, thinking about my answer, which has changed in the past few years. Well, for a long time, I just wanted to be the next All Might. But, after I came to UA I realized something. I don't want to be the next All Might, I want to be my own hero. I want to be the person who helps anyone and everyone, no matter the situation. I say, looking over the city. You were an All Might fan? She asks, and I smile. Still am. But for the longest time, he was my idol, the person I looked up to, and my father figure. But, I've seen him at his lowest point. I realized that the invincible symbol of peace wasn't invincible, but rather just incredibly strong. I know that no. I reply, taking a sip of my bang. Huh. You just have such a powerful quirk, I expected that you would have realized that. Mirko says, and I chuckle. For 14 years of my life, I was quirkless. I was a seriously late bloomer. I was bullied and ostracized for 10 years. I looked up to him so much because he was something I could never be. I say, and Mirko looks at me, surprised. I didn't know. She mutters, clearly a bit sad. You couldn't have known. I've never told you. Why did you want to become a hero? I ask, and Mirko smiles subtly, almost like she was remembering a good memory. I was saved by a hero when I was about 5 or so, with a similar quirk to mine, except he was a fox. He was just so amazing to a 5-year-old me, it was what I wanted to become when I grew up. The rest is history. Mirko says, and I nod. You're pretty interesting, you know that. I say, and Mirko looks at me, a bit confused. What do you mean? Mirko asks, a bit tentative. You're young, yet you've climbed the hero ranks like a rabbit, for lack of a better term. You care about civilian injuries a lot more than an average hero, and you tackle small as well as large-scale crime. You're a quickly rising star, heading to the top. Most people see you as this overconfident, idealistic hero who's gonna crash and burn with an attitude to boot. Yet, I know different. You're confident and certainly idealistic, but you care. You truly care about what happens to people. You took a job as a temporary teacher simply to help. Not for the money, not for anything else. Just to help. I say, and we sit in silence for a few minutes. You know, you're interesting yourself, Midoriya. Mirko says, standing up and walking next to me on the balcony. She rests her hand an inch away from mine. I like to think so. I reply, and she laughs. Your sense of humor is good, for one thing. But, you're also pretty humble. You work hard, push yourself beyond your limit. You're not afraid to get hurt to help people. That day we met, I knew I was in over my head. But, I couldn't do nothing and let people get hurt, so I went after them. I was chasing them feeling kinda useless, since I couldn't catch them. Then, you came to help. You stopped a boar the size of a semi with one blow. Then you fought off several powerful villains, getting injured in the process. And you tried to refuse my help. You were the bravest person I had ever seen in my life. Mirko murmurs that last part. She lightly puts a hand on mine, and I turn to look at her. Her hands are so small, yet they feel nice. Izuku. I need to tell you something. Mirko says. She turns to face me, and I do the same. She stands up on her tippy toes and leans toward me. Midoriya. You're missing a great party. Kirishima says, slamming the sliding balcony door open. Me and Mirko leap apart, literally in her case. Oh. Sorry, was I interrupting something? Kirishima asks, and I glare at him. Yes. Now leave. I say, and he backs away. So, what were you gonna do? I ask, looking back at her, but she just shakes her head, heading inside. I stay outside for a few more minutes, then slam my hand on the balcony railing and head inside. I walk out of the party, grabbing my helmet and heading down to the lobby. I ride my motorcycle back to the dorms and head up to my room. I slowly fall asleep, listening to nothing but my own breathing. Over the next week, me and Mirko don't talk. Too awkward. Kirishima apologizes dozens of times, but I just brush him off, saying it's fine. Then, one day as I'm walking through Tokyo, trying to clear my mind, I hear a scuffle in an alley. Hey! I shout, walking into the alley. I spot a man in dark clothing standing over something, appearing to be. Hey! The fuck do you think you're doing, you perverted son of a bitch? I ask, breaking into a run. When I get close, the man hikes up his pants and tries to run. I catch him, but he pulls out something from his pocket. A taser. He sticks me in the ribs, and I drop. I can't move. At least, not anything below my neck. You shouldn't have hit me, kid. I had to do something rash. The man says. I recognize the voice. It's the man from the lobby. The fuck do you mean, rash? I snarl, and he points behind me. Turning my neck, I spot something that looks like a nightmare. Mirko. Her hero uniform. Torn. To shreds. You son of bitch. I snarl, realizing what he had done. Now. No need to get so feisty. The effects of the taser should wear off soon enough. He laughs, only pissing me off more. I will find you, and I will hit you so hard, you will wish you were dead. I snarl, trying to force myself to my feet. Try not to hurt yourself, kid. He says, walking away. Once he leaves, I begin to cry. Damn it. I couldn't do a thing. When I can move again, I stand up and instantly check Mirko for external injuries. She has several bruises, a bloody nose, and what looks like a broken finger or two. Damn it. That guy is gonna go straight to hell for all I care. Pulling off my school jacket and shirt, I put them around Mirko's shoulders, covering her as much as I can. It leaves me in a black tank top and my school bottoms. Picking Mirko up in my arms, bridal style, I use full cowl at 30% and sprint full speed to the hospital. Bursting into the hospital, the doctors realize the situation, even with my stuttering. They take Mirko to a room and make me wait in the lobby, where I pace for nearly 30 minutes before the doctor returns. How is she? I ask instantly, and she sighs. Ms. Usagiyama has several bruises, a bloody nose, and 2 broken fingers, like you guessed. We're not entirely sure how they were broken yet, but it appears to be a kind of hyperextension break. The other thing. The doctor says, but I break her off. She was violated. I say, and the doctor flinches a bit. I'm blunt right now, but I always am when I'm pissed. Yes. She was, based on. I'm not gonna give you the details, but you get the idea. Can you explain what happened, based on what you saw? The doctor asks, and I nod. I tell her about what happened, or at least what I know. Have you been to police yet? She asks, and I shake my head. Not yet. I needed to bring her to the hospital first. But I know who did it, or at least I have an idea. I snarl, cracking my knuckles. Kid, don't go after the guy. It's not gonna end well. The doctor says, putting her hand lightly on my shoulder. I'm a goddamn UA student. No way in hell I'm not finding this son of bitch and sending him straight to the second circle of hell. I reply, and the doctor sighs. Abandon hope all ye who enter here, kid, let the police handle this. You're too mad right now. The doctor says, and I sigh. Fine. Is she awake? I ask, and the doctor shakes her head. She's been knocked unconscious. There's no telling how long she'll be out. The doctor says, and I growl. Fuck. I need to go grab my bike, call me when she wakes up. I say, running through the door again. Suddenly, I get a text. Kiri bro. Midori bro, did you see the news? Izuku. What happened? Kiri bro. Someone posted nude photos of Mirko online and the news is all over it. With this statement, I feel fresh rage burn through my system. I squeeze my phone so hard, I'm afraid I'll break it. Stopping next to my bike, I start her up and check a few news sites, and it's true. This son of a bitch just got another one-way ticket straight to hell. I speed through the Tokyo streets, heading back to UA. I pull in front of the dorm and head inside, then go sit down on the couch, trying to think. Where is that son of a bitch? Midori bro. Are you okay? Kirishima asks, walking in followed by Mina. There's a few others, but I'm too mad to think right now. Not at fucking all. I sigh, dropping my head. You didn't respond to any of his texts, Midoriya. What's going on? Does this have to do with Mirko? Mina asks, sitting down next to me and putting a hand on my shoulders. I feel my body begin to shake, and I can't tell if it's from rage or fear and sadness. Mirko was. And I couldn't do fucking anything to stop it. I say, feeling tears run down my face. Midoriya. Mina says, shock evident in her voice. I saw her. Bloody. Broken. Violated. And I couldn't do anything more than get her to a hospital. I say, sobbing between each set of words. You got her to a hospital. That's something. Kirishima mutters, and I snap. We're fucking heroes, Kirishima. We're supposed to be able to catch the bad guy and bring him to justice, and I couldn't do that. I snap, and he backs up. Fuck. I couldn't do a damn thing. I felt powerless, and I hate that feeling. Not to mention, seeing the woman I like, one of the most powerful women I know, powerless, broken and violated in front of me. I say, and I practically hear Mina smile. You like her, huh? Mina asks, and I chuckle, despite the situation. I just admitted that, huh? I mutter, and I hear Kirishima chuckle. Yeah, you did. So, where is Mirko now? Kirishima asks, and I sit up, looking at the silent TV in front of me. In the hospital, with 2 broken fingers, a bloody nose, and several bruises. She's in a coma, and the doctor said she would call me when she wakes up. I say, and I hear a familiar voice that I didn't want to hear behind me. Why are you crying, you damn nerd? Bakugo asks, followed by peals of laughter. Bakugo, shut up. You don't know what. Kirishima begins, but I cut him off. It's fine, Kirishima. I'll tell him. I say, standing up and facing everyone in the class, including those who hate my guts. Mirko. She's currently in the hospital, in steady condition, but she is unconscious. I say, and everyone looks at me shocked. Ms. Mirko. It can't be true. Ejiro says, walking up to me and hanging his head. Adrio. I say, but he cuts me off with a punch to the face. I stagger, more from surprise than anything. You're lying. You have to be. He shouts, reeling back for another punch before Kirishima pulls him back. Ejiro. You know as well as anyone how strong Mirko is. But I was taken down by this guy. I can beat Mirko in a fight. And believe me, I'm mad too. I say, and Ejiro calms down. So, do you know who did this? Iida asks, uncharacteristic venom in his voice. Not entirely. I know the face, not the name. I plan to search through police records for any leads. I sigh. I'll help. Mirko did so much for the 3 of us, I can't help but feel the need to catch this bastard. Ejiro snarls, and Iida nods. I'm gonna help too. I can't stand around and watch this happen, Todoroki says, and I look at him, shocked. Me too. Yayoi Rozu says, and Kaminari nods. We owe her that much. Kaminari says, and he's followed by everyone else in the class, except for 2. Bakugo and Uraraka. I don't want to. I still hate you, Midoriya. Uraraka says, and then Bakugo speaks up. Listen up, you shit nerd. I hate everything about you, with every fiber of my being. That being said, I hate rapists even more. I'm gonna help you put this bastard in the deep depths of hell. Bakugo says, and I smirk a bit. We're dragging to the second circle of hell, Dante style. I say, walking up and sticking my hand out for him to shake. He begrudgingly takes it. So, you're the only one not helping, huh? I ask, looking at Uraraka. I refuse to work with you. Uraraka says. Why? Because I don't want to. Why? Because why? I ask, feeling a bit pissed at her. Because I refuse. Uraraka says, and I sigh. It's rather telling that even Bakugo is in this, and you refuse. I say. Come on. What do you have to lose? Bakugo asks. Come on. It's for Mirko. Why don't you want to help? Yayoi Rozu asks, and I suddenly get a phone call. I don't recognize the number, but I pick it up. Mr. Midoriya. The doctor from the hospital asks, and I perk up. This is me. Is Mirko awake? I ask, and everyone looks at me. She is. She asked to save her, and I told her it was you. She said she wants to talk to you, as soon as you can get her. The doctor says, and I pump my fist. Alright. I'll be there soon. I say, and she hangs up. News? Mina asks, and I nod. I'll give you an update when I get to the hospital. Right now, I gotta go. I say, grabbing my helmet from the floor and pulling it on. I walk inside the hospital and walk up to the doctor, who shows me the way to Mirko's room. I nod my thanks, and the doctor nods back. She walks off, heading to deal with some other patient. I slowly open the door and walk inside. Mirko is sitting in her bed, looking out the window when I come in. Hey Mirko. I say, and she whips her head to look at me, tears in her big red. Is it true? She asks, and I know what she means instantly. Based on how I found you and what the doctor said. Yes. I say quietly, and she starts crying even more. I rush toward her and pull her into a tight hug, completely on a reaction. She says, sobbing between each breath. I know. I'm gonna find this guy. I promise you. I say, as Mirko cries into my shoulder. You found me? She asks, head still in my shoulder. I did. I couldn't catch the son of a bitch. I say, rubbing my hand on her back in small circles. What do you plan to do if you catch him? Mirko asks, and I tense my chest just a bit. Well, if I could send him straight to an early grave, I could. Sadly, laws exist. I reply, and she chuckles just a little bit. Sense of humor is still there. Mirko says, and I smirk. She pulls her head away and turns her body to lean against my shoulder. I adjust my grip and put my arm around her shoulders. They feel small in my arms, even though she's very muscular. But in the end, I suppose it's up to you. Whatever you want to happen to him is your prerogative. I say, and she tenses up. What do you mean? She asks, and I lightly sigh. He did what he did. I'll catch him, no doubt about it. But what happens to him after that is your choice. I say, and she slowly nods. If I asked you to, would you kill him? Mirko asks, and I consider the question. If you really wanted him dead, I would break his neck in a second. I reply. Why? She asks. Because. I love you. I reply, and she looks at me. What? She asks, turning to face me. Taking my chance, I close my eyes and lightly kiss her. She tenses up but relaxes quickly. That's what? I reply, pulling away. Well. I certainly liked it. Mirko says, then kisses me. We pull away, and I smile. I did as well. I reply, and she leans her head on my shoulder again. So, who knows? Mirko asks, and I tense up. Class 2A. And probably about half of the internet. I sigh, and she turns to look at me. I expected class 2A, but half the internet. Mirko asks angrily. The bastard also posted. Revealing photos. Yet another reason to put him in an early grave. I snarl, clenching my fist not on Mirko's shoulder. The press is gonna be a nightmare, isn't it? Mirko asks, anger clear in her voice. Yep. Thankfully, they don't know the hospital you're in, even though they're probably gonna come knocking soon enough. I say, and she sighs. I'm not gonna deal with them. If they come asking, and they recognize you, what are you gonna do? Mirko asks, and I smirk a bit. Scare 'em off. I reply, and she laughs. You and I are very much alike. Mirko says, and I hear a knock at the door. I shoot to my feet as the door slides open, revealing Yuga and a woman and man, probably her parents. Her father has bunny ears, while her mother doesn't. Quirkless, maybe. Rumi baby, are you okay? Her mother asks, pulling her into a hug. I'm alright. She says, beginning to cry. Who are you, young man? Her father asks, and Yuga steps up. He's a friend of Mirko. Really nice guy. Yuga says, and I nod my thanks. Izuku Midoriya. Second year UA student. I say, sticking my hand out. Student. How you know her? He asks, not shaking my hand. I lower it and reply calmly. I helped her with the Boar Gang incident and she trained me at UA for 2 weeks. I reply, and then Mirko speaks up. Dad, he was the one who saved after. Mirko says, struggling to get the word out. You saved her? Her mom asks, and I nod. I wouldn't be a hero student if I didn't, would I? I ask, and her mom stands up, then pulls me into a hug. A very tight one at that. Thank you so much. You saved my baby. She says, beginning to cry. It's no problem, ma'am. I say. So, you saw her naked? He father asks, and I sigh. This is gonna be a shitstorm. Yes. I reply, and 3 reactions happen at once. 2 screams of unrestrained rage, and a blush. Look, I didn't have much damn choice. I say, dodging 2 fists thrown at me by Mirko's father and brother. Guys. Stop. Mirko shouts, and they do stop, holding their fists about an inch from my face. He saved me. I don't care if he saw me naked, he saved me. Just don't kill him. After all. I love him. She says, and I sigh, mainly in relief. You love him? Her mother asks, a bit shocked, and Yuga chuckles a bit. They did try to kiss a few days ago. He says, causing me to get a death glare from her father, which I ignore. I love her as well. That's why I want to catch this son of a bitch and send straight to hell. Sadly, murder is illegal. I say, and her mother looks at me. Do you know who did this? She asks, and I shake my head. Not yet. I have a face, not a name yet. I plan to go to the police station and try to find some leads on him. My whole class at UA is behind this. We're gonna catch this guy, mark my words. I'll leave you guys to talk. I say, walking out the door. Surprisingly, her father follows me, stopping me out in the hall. Midoriya, was it? He asks, and I nod. Yeah. What do you need? I ask, and his expression changes from one of anger to one of sadness and frustration. The son of a bitch who did this. He posted images. What do you plan to do to him if you catch him? He asks, looking up at me. I'll beat the shit out of him. But, after he goes into police custody, my options are limited. In the end, it's Mirko's decision as to what happens to him as his victim. I reply, and the man nods, then closes his eyes and appears to be thinking. Legally speaking, could you kill him? He asks, and I tense up. That could occur in two situations. First, if I deem him enough of a threat to civilians in the area, yes, I could kill him. Second, if he kills another hero, I have the legal right to kill him. But only in those two situations. I reply. Promise me something. When you catch him, send him straight to jail. Please. He says, and I nod. With everything in my power. I say, then walk out of the hospital, only to be surrounded by paparazzi. We've heard rumors that the up-and-coming pro-hero Mirko has been assaulted and possibly raped. We also have sources that say she is in this hospital. Do you have any information concerning this? A random reporter asks as a camera is practically shoved in my face. I do not. Now back up before I make you. I say, trying to push through the crowd. Aren't you the kid from the boar incident? Why are you in the hospital? One reporter asks and I sigh. I was visiting a friend. And no, I'm not gonna tell you his name. I say, pushing through the crowd. I walk over to my bike and pull my helmet on, then drive to the TPD headquarters. I need to speak to whoever is in charge of the Mirko case. I say, walking inside and up to the reception desk. Why? The receptionist asks, and I sigh. I have information concerning the suspect. Genuine information. I say, and the receptionist sighs. Do you know how many people have come in here, saying that, looking for money? She asks, and I growl. A lot, I'm sure. But I'm a student at UA High and a personal friend of Mirko. I was attacked during the incident. I was the one who brought her to the hospital. Who is in charge of the case? I ask as the receptionist's eyes widen. Detective Tsukauchi. I'll get him. She says, and then makes a phone call. I sit down for a few minutes, and then Tsukauchi comes out. When he spots me, his eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't say anything out of the blue. You said you have information concerning the Mirko case. He asks as I stand up. Yes, sir. I say, and he nods, then motions for me to follow me. We wave through the main building, ending up in a small conference room, where it's pretty quiet. So, what happened? Tsukauchi asks, and I sigh, then tell him story from when I found Mirko, and then give him the description of what happened prior to the party. Are you sure it's the same man? He asks when I'm done. I'm sure. There was no way I would forget that face. I say, and he nods. You're telling the truth alright. Could you describe him in as much detail as possible? Tsukauchi says, and woman holding a notepad walks in. Alright. I say, then describe the man as much as I can, venom in my voice as I do. Okay. Does he look like this? Tsukauchi asks, showing me a picture. It's pretty accurate, save from less stubble, but that's okay. Yep. I say, and Tsukauchi seems to realize something. We had this guy here a few days ago for attempted assault. Someone, I'm assuming a partner of his, bailed him out. Let me go find the file. Tsukauchi says and leaves the rooms, followed by the woman with the pad. He comes back a few minutes later and hands me a small police file. I open it and see a picture of the man. His name is Ishigi Kiminari. 46, unemployed. This is the guy. Do you have any idea who signed him out? I ask, and Tsukauchi points to another name on the file. The name is Jiren Narasama. I recognize the name. Wasn't he almost thrown in jail because he killed someone in self-defense? I ask, and Tsukauchi nods. We believe that they're working together on something big. We don't know what yet, but we are close to tracking them down. We'll let you know if anything happens. Tsukauchi says, standing up, trying to leave, but I get in his way. You're not gonna tell me if something happens. I want to help catch this son of a bitch. Class 2 want to help as well. We all have our provisional licenses. Put us to work, Tsukauchi. Please. I need to bring the bastard to justice. I say, and Tsukauchi looks at me, shocked. I can't do that. You all are too young. He begins, but I cut him off. Don't give me that crap. We've been through USJ, the training camp, the provisional license exams, and some of us went and fraud overhaul. Let us help. I need to help. I would be breaking a promise if I didn't. I say, and Tsukauchi nods. Alright. Provided I can get UA to agree, you guys can help. Now go home. He says, and I nod. Thank you. I say, walking out the police station. For the first time today, I actually feel alive. 1 week after my initial conversation with Tsukauchi, I get a call during class from him. Tsukauchi. What is it? I ask, getting everyone in the class to look at me. We found Kiminari. He's located in an abandoned apartment complex in Kamino. We believe he's with some kind of gang. We're having a meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 and we leave for the complex at 10:30. At the police station. Be there. He says, and I nod. I'll bring 2A. Anyone else you want me to bring? I ask. Eraserhead. And Cementus could be useful as well. And anyone else who wants to come. Tsukauchi says, then hangs up. News. Kirishima asks, and I nod. They found the son of a bitch. They're having a meeting tomorrow at 9:30. He wants you there, Azawa. He also told me to bring anyone who wanted to help, along with Cementus. I say, and Azawa nods. I'll ask around. Azawa says, and I nod. Well, class is done anyway, so you guys can leave. Azawa says, and I begin to pack up my things when I feel a hand on my shoulder. You ready for this? Bakugo snarls, and I nod. I'm gonna kill the son of a bitch if I get the chance. I snarl, getting to my feet and cracking my knuckles. You shouldn't kill him, Midori bro. Kirishima says, and I shake. Shouldn't and won't are two different things. I reply. You can only kill him, legally speaking, if he tries to kill you and you feel your life is in genuine danger. Like, within minutes of death. Momo notes, and I shrug. I'm aware of the laws, Yaoyorozu. I reply. Are you going into this, planning to kill him? Azawa asks, apparently overhearing my conversation. No. I'm just saying, if he gives me a reason to, he is dying. I say, and Azawa sighs. You're focused on revenge, huh? He asks, and I freeze. And if I am? I ask, and I hear him sigh. Vengeance is a dark path, problem child. Azawa says, and I sigh. I didn't want to have to use this, but here we go. What would you do if Ms. Joke was raped? I ask, and Azawa freezes in his tracks. What? He asks, a dangerous edge to his voice. Don't play dumb, Azawa. We all know you two are dating. But I'm asking you to put yourself in my shoes. If Ms. Joke was raped and you knew where the son of a bitch who did was, what would you do? I ask, my voice calm and level. He doesn't respond for a minute, then slowly answers, reluctance in his tone. Probably the same thing you're doing. He sighs. Midoriya, why do you want to kill him? Iida asks, and I look at him, then spread my arms. Do I have a reason not to? He raped the woman I love and humiliated her. I'm genuinely surprised I haven't found him myself and killed him. I reply. You have every right to. But you can't. Bakugo says, and everyone turns to look at him. I know that. I sigh. Bakugo, what did you just say? Uraraka says, and he sighs. Brown cheeks, if someone hurt you, much less raped you, no place on earth would be safe. I would go anywhere and kill the son of a bitch with nothing but my bare hands. Bakugo says, and Todoroki of all people pipes up. If anyone hurts Momo, they die. Painfully. He says, and Momo blushes. Shoto. She says, clearly touched. I agree. Anyone hurts Mina, I break every limb in their body. Kirishima says, and Mina punches him in the shoulder. I can handle myself, you know. Mina says, and before they can start bickering, I cut them off. Look. I won't kill him if I don't have to. That's a promise. But if he gives me a reason, there won't be much left of the body. I snarl, then stand up. I walk out, followed by everyone else. The next morning, we all ride the train to the police station, dressed in our hero costumes. We're all somber, awaiting the meeting. It's Class 2A, Azawa, Cementus, and Midnight. Along with them, 2B is also coming, along with Shinso. There's barely more than 40 of us, but we are more than a powerful force. When we arrive at the police station, we walk straight in the doors and head into a massive meeting room. There's several pro heroes there. Hawks, Endeavor, Gang Orca, Rock Lock, and the Big Three. When Mirio sees me, he walks up and wraps me into a hug. How you doing, Midoriya? Mirio asks, as I return the hug. Could be better. But I'm good, all things considered. I say, and he nods. I got my quirk back, in case you hadn't heard. He says as we pull away, and I smile. Yeah well, I've got a few new ones. I reply, and he smiles. You're gonna have to show me sometime. He says, as Najire gets in my face. What do you mean, new quirks? How are you, by the way? And why is your entire class here? And who's the boy with purple hair? She asks, pointing at Shinso. I got 3 new quirks. I'm good. My entire class is here because they want to help catch this guy, and the purple-haired boy is Hitachi Shinso. I say, and she nods. Alright, now that's everyone's here, let's get this thing started. Tsukauchi says, and we all sit down. Tsukauchi had talked to me last, and told me he wanted to have me talk a bit. First order of business, we need to discuss what has warranted this man's arrest. To talk about that is the Izuku Midoriya from class 2 at UA High. Tsukauchi says, and I nod, then walk up to the front. The man in question, Ishigi Kiminari, 46, unemployed, is suspected of multiple crimes. He's the suspect of the string of rapes that has been going on over the past several months. Along with that, he's suspected of 2 accounts of assaulting heroes. Finally, he's the man who raped Rumi Usagiyama, better known as the pro-hero Mirko. I say, and silence strikes through the room. Can you prove any of this? Hawks asks, an edge to his voice. I can. After all, I was one of the heroes assaulted. He attacked me directly after raping Mirko. I was the one who brought her to the hospital. I say, and Hawks nods, a look of pure anger on his face. She's a good friend of mine, and a former classmate. We're bringing this son of a bitch down. He snarls, and Endeavor speaks up. I may not be a great man, but rapists are the worst of the worst. Let's bring this guy down. Endeavor snarls, cracking his knuckles. Glad all of you agree. I say, and then go sit down. Tsukauchi clears his throat, then launches into a speech of his own. Alright. We believe the man is holed up in an abandoned apartment complex in Mustafa. It's a 4-story, 2-wing building. 64 individual apartments. Based on this information, we have decided to split up the heroes into 8 teams. With a total of 65 pro heroes and heroes in training, the teams will be mostly 8 members, with one team having 9. The teams have been decided. Please find your team members and discuss the strengths and weaknesses of each member. Tsukauchi says, then presses a button. I find myself rather quickly. I'm on Team 4 Beta. It's Hawks, Mirio, Gang Orca, Bakugo, Shinso, Kendo and Shiozaki, then of course me. I'm on the same team as Shitty Deku. Figures. Bakugo snarls, and I laugh. Fate is a bitch. I say, getting Bakugo to chuckle. Alright. What are your strengths? Hawks asks, walking over with Gang Orca and Mirio. Explosions. Mind control and Izawa Scarfery. Partial expansions just to Naruto style. Vines. And I'm a walking jack of all trades. I can fly, creating black whips to capture people, or maneuver in open areas. I can turn myself into a man-dragon hybrid, making me harder than steel, and I have superpower, which enhances everything about me. Did I get anything wrong? I ask, looking at the group of students. Not really. Kendo says, and Shiozaki shrugs. Moving on from that. Who's best as close quarters combat, including us 3? Hawks asks, and Mirio instantly answers. Midoriya. By far, Midoriya. He was nearly as powerful as me before he unlocked his new quirk. With this new quirk, he's by far the best in hand-to-hand. Mirio says, and Bakugo speaks up. As much as I hate to admit it, Blondie is right. Deku is insanely powerful at close range. And he's not bad at long range, either. Bakugo snarls. So, you're a jack of all trades, huh? Hawks asks and I shrug. Guess so. I reply, and Hawks nods. Alright. I know I'm good at all ranges of combat. Mirio is skilled at close quarters, as is Gang Orca. How about the rest of you? Hawks asks. I'm not really a close quarters kinda guy. I'm a capture hero. Shinso says, and Shiozaki nods. I'm the same as him. My vines are also good for recon. Shiozaki says, and Hawks nods. Good to know. He says, then Bakugo speaks up. I'm good at close to mid-range. My explosions can also be used to breach doors and stun opponents. Bakugo says, making mini explosions in his palms. I'm good at close range. I'm also a decent tactician. Kendo says, and Hawks nods. Alright. Here's our formation. Midoriya, Gang Orca and Mirio will lead. As the best at hand-to-hand and with the best defense, you'll be our human tanks. Behind them will be Shiozaki and Bakugo. A good combo of capture and close to mid-range. In the back will be me, Kendo, and Shinso for a well-rounded support and capture team. Everyone good with that? Hawks asks, and we all nod. Before we leave for this engagement, we need to include rules of engagement. Tsukauchi says, as we all turn to look at him. What are they? Endeavor asks, and Tsukauchi nods. I'm getting to it. Non-lethal. Capture and arrest unless absolutely necessary. Got it. Tsukauchi asks, and we all nod. You're not gonna follow that, are you? Bakugo mutters as we head outside, going to a set of armored vehicles. No, I will. Doesn't mean I'm not rearing to put the guy in the ground. I reply as most of our group, save me and Hawks, get into a vehicle. You're flying? Hawks asks, and I nod, then use float. To be more accurate, floating. I reply, floating several meters off the ground. Can you move like that? Hawks asks, and I nod. Yep. Plus, it's less tiring than my other form that allows me fly, so this is better. I reply, and he nods. The armored vehicles begin to pull away, and we follow them, keeping low to the ground, with only about 2.5 meters between us and the ground. When we arrive, the complex is eerily silent. But only for a few seconds. Grenade. Someone shouts, and a loud explosion rings out. Team 4 Beat scrambles out of the armored vehicle as bullets start flying. Small arms are mixed with 50 caliber rounds, making fist-sized chips in the asphalt. God damn it. Didn't expect it to be like this. I shout over the sounds of gunfire. What are we gonna do? Kendo asks, and something hits me. Gang Orca. Create the loudest sonic blast you can when I give you the signal. I need to talk to someone. I say, then I activate Incursio and run toward Jiro. Jiro. I shout, sliding next to her. Midoriya. What do you want? She shouts, and I explain my idea. That's insane. I like it. Jiro says, and I laugh. Kirishima will provide you cover. I shout, nodding at Kirishima, who nods back. On my signal. I shout, looking at Gang Orca. I raise my hand, and then quickly pull it down. Kirishima pops out from behind the armored truck, Jiro directly behind him. She releases her most power sonic blast, followed by Gang Orco seconds behind her. The gunfire stalls. Everyone. Get inside now. We only have a few minutes. 1 Alpha and Beta head inside first. 2 Alpha and Beta follow close behind. I shout, and the teams I mentioned nod. They quickly run inside the building, and after a few minutes, I send in Team 3 Alpha and 4 Beta, since 3 Beta was Jiro's team. Alright, now comes the hard part. We're gonna have to advance, while taking fire from at least the 3rd and 4th floor. Bakugo, I want you to create the biggest flashbang you can. After he does that, Gang Orca and Jiro, release your sonic waves. Then, sprint as fast as you can to the entrance. On my command. Go. I shout, and the plan follows. Bakugo creates an amount of light similar to that of a military floodlight, and Orca and Jiro drop the sonic waves. Our groups break into a sprint, with me and Hawks waiting a split second before following. We make into the lobby, and find ourselves watching as dozens of villains are dragged out into the lobby. Jesus, how many are there? I ask as we start to climb the stairs. Hundreds, most likely. Hawks responds, as we run past the 2nd and 3rd floors, and arrive at the lobby of the 4th. We wait in the lobby for a few seconds, while Shiozkai does some recon. To the left is an open hallway. Multiple villains, well over 2 dozen. The hallway to the right is a bit different. Solid steel door. Shiozaki says, and I curse. That's where Kiminari is. You guys cool with taking the left? I ask, and Kirishima nods. Leave it to us. Kirishima says, and his team, with him and Fatgum in the lead, head into the left hallway. We walk cautiously to the steel door. It fills the entire hallway, but the hinges are unseen. How do you know it's a door? Bakugo asks, and Shiozaki points to a panel with a keypad on the far wall. We won't know the password. We need to breach the door. I say, and Bakugo smiles. What are you thinking? Bakugo asks. It opens inward. I know that much. Meaning, in theory, we could blast the door open. I say, and Bakugo smiles wider. Sounds like my job. He shouts, then runs at the door. Placing his hands on the door, he makes the sign for one of his ultimate moves. AP shot. He shouts, and the door gets a good 6-inch hole blown into it. He does the same thing, a bit higher, and then a bit lower. Stand back. I say, then walk up to the door, and reel back my leg. St. Louis smash. I shout, kicking the door with 45% full cowl. The door slams open, and I instantly come under fire from small arms. Son of a Orca. I shout, and he nods. Using his sound waves, he freezes the villains in place. Bakugo, Shiozaki, and Hawks take the chance to take out any villain they see, and then me, Gang Orca, and Mirio head in, taking out a few villains at close quarters. Eventually, we find ourselves at the end of the hall, where there's another, smaller steel door, blocking off an apartment. Guys. Let me handle him. I say, activating Incursio. I kick the door in, and it slams against the wall. I spot Kiminari with a knife and a gun. You? He shouts, looking at me in shock. Me. I snarl, rushing toward him and picking him up by the throat. I slam him against the wall, and the plaster cracks behind him. You're under arrest for the rape of the pro hero Mirko and assault in the first degree. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I snarl, pulling out cuffs from behind me. No. I'm not. He says, pulling out a small detonator. Fuck. Get out. I shout as he pushes the button. I hear about 6 small explosions, then the floor collapses. Me and Kiminari fall through the floor and with me using Incursio, fall through the other 2 floors and slam into the ground floor. I feel Incursio stop as I hit the ground, the pain jolting me out of the scaled form. How the heroes fall. Kiminari says, then shoots me with his gun. The bullet flies through my leg, shredding my thigh. I scream in pain, holding the bleeding wound. Walking up to me, he kicks me in the face, knocking my head to the ground. Fuck. You. I say, as he kneels over me, the knife raised above his head. Yeah, fuck you too. He says, stabbing the knife down. Throwing my hand up, the blade goes through my palm, and I grit my teeth in pain. Reaching around, I find a piece of rebar. Grabbing the 6-inch length of metal, I ram it deep into Kiminari's throat. Blood flies everywhere, and he falls to the side, leaving the knife embedded in my palm. Standing up, I lean against the wall as I watch Kiminari bleed out. Have fun in hell, bastard. I say, watching blood pool around him. Deku. Bakugo shouts, landing in front of me. Shut up. I groan as Bakugo takes in the sight. Me, covered in blood, a knife in my palm. Kiminari lying in a pool of his own blood. You did that? He asks, and I nod. Bastard shot me too. I say, pointing to my bloody thigh. Umbus. Come on, we gotta get you to an ambulance. Bakugo sighs, walking over to me. He slings my good around his shoulder, and we walk out into the hall, where Aizawa spots us. Midoriya. The hell happened to you? He asks, walking up to me and Bakugo. I got stabbed and shot. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go to a hospital. I say as me Bakugo walk out of the complex, feeling good about ourselves. When I arrive at the hospital, I've lost so much blood, I can barely fucking see. I'm instantly taken by the doctors into surgery, and I'm put under. When I wake up again, my thigh is wrapped in bandages, and my hand is also wrapped up. I can barely move it. I'm wearing a pair of loose white pants and a white shirt. This are medical clothes, since the damn hospital gowns were phased out. When I try to swing my legs out of bed, I find my path obstructed by someone. Mom? I ask, gently shaking her. She slowly wakes up and looks at me. Izuku. She shouts, wrapping me into a tight hug, nearly crushing me. Mom. Need to breathe. I say, patting her on the back. Oh, I'm sorry honey. She says, letting go of me. She then slaps me full across the face. Ow. Mom, what was that? For. I snap, anger lacing my voice, but when I notice her tear-stained expression, all anger washes away, replaced with guilt. Izuku. You got hurt really badly. I know it was to put a bad guy away. But still. You could have died. She says, breaking down into tears. Mom, I'm okay. There's no way I would have died. I'm too damn tough. I say, pulling her into a hug. Deku. Bakugo shouts, running into the room. Shut up. I reply, as the rest of class 2 comes in. How you feeling, Midori bro? Kirishima asks, and I shrug. Better than I was. I mean, I don't think I can walk all that well, and riding is gonna be a son of a bitch, but other than that, I'm fine. I say, and I get smacked to the back of head, courtesy of my mom. Language, young man. She says. Thank you. Iida shouts, getting a laugh out of me. You guys come here to gloat? I ask, and most of the class's eyes drop. No. We came to apologize. For how we treated you. We're truly sorry. Iida says, and everyone else nods. Water under the bridge. You guys come help me take down the son of a gun that raped Mirko. You guys are redeemed in my book. I say, and they look up at me, shocked. Midoriya. Are you sure? Tokoyami asks, and I nod. They helped me with something incredibly dangerous, mainly based on a personal grudge. That's good enough in my book. I reply, and I hear an aggravated sigh from a certain explosion quirk wielder. It wasn't a personal grudge, Deku. We all needed to see the bastard brought to justice. Then again, I suppose you did a bit more than that. Bakugo says, and I see my mom tense up. What do you mean, Bakugo? She asks, and his face freezes. Mom. The guy we were talking about. He's dead. I say, and she looks at me. Did you kill him? She asks, and I sigh. Yes. He tried to kill me, but I managed to turn the tables. I didn't want to kill him, but I couldn't do much else in the moment. I say, and my mom looks at the ground, clearly shocked. Mrs. Midoriya. If I may, Izuku did what he needed to. That man was insane enough to try to kill both himself and Izuku by blowing up the floor beneath his feet. He did what he needed to walk out of there, alive. Aizawa says, walking into the room. Are you sure? She asks, clearly having trouble processing what I did. Anti-Inko, Izuku, did what he had. That guy was gonna kill him. He shot and then stabbed Izuku in an attempt to kill him. Izuku just defended himself. Bakugo says, and I shoot him a thankful glance. If you say so. Mom says, a bit sad still. Is Midoriya here? I hear a familiar voice. Mirko? I ask, as she walks into the room, dressed in a pair of tight jeans and a black crop top. I try to keep my hormones in check. Not working very well. What happened to you? She asks, walking up to the bed and grabbing my injured hand just below the wrist. Motorcycle accident. I say, and she glares at me. Don't lie to me, Izuku. She says, and I backpedal. Alright. I was part of a police and hero raid to find and arrest a bastard who raped you, along with some other criminals in the area. I killed him. I say, cringing slightly. Mirko is silent for a few seconds, then speaks again. Did you have any choice? She asks, more calmly than I expected. In foresight, yes. In the moment, I was just trying to make it out alive. I reacted. I say. Are you gonna be okay? She asks, and I nod. Probably. I've had worse. I say, and she smiles, then grabs either side of my face and kisses me, long and slow. When she pulls away, I have a massive blush on my face. Mirko. There are other people here. I say, and she smiles. I'm aware. She replies, and then I go deaf. My mom, Bakugo, Mineta, and all the girls of class 2 start screaming. Oh Deku. How the fuck did you get such a hot girlfriend? Bakugo shouts, stalking up to me. You have to ask. I shout over the commotion as the girls of class 2 begin to interrogate Mirko. My mom is crying, tears spilling down her face. My baby has a girlfriend. My mom shouts, pulling me into a bone-crushing hug. Why are you so damn slick, Midoriya? Mineta screams as he's dragged out by Kaminari and Zero. Fuck off, rapist. I shout back. Language. Iida and my mother shout at the same time. Will you all stop screaming? Mirko shouts, and everyone shuts up. Damn. Hiroshima mutters as Mirko sighs. Izuku needs his rest. All of you leave before I throw you out. Mrs. Midoriya, you can stay. I need to talk to Izuku about a few things. Mirko says, and everyone nods quickly, then leaves, leaving me, my mom and Mirko in the room. Tell me exactly what happened. Mirko says, pulling up a chair next to my bed. I nod and begin to explain the raid, starting with the approach, along with the fighting to get inside. You fought hundreds of criminals to get to one guy. Mirko asks, and I nod. Honestly, I coulda cared less about the other people in there. As far as I cared, they were just obstacles. I had to find that guy. I say, and continue the story. I tell then about the massive door and about the fighting through the hall. Then, we came to the end of the hallway. The final apartment had a solid steel door. I kicked it in and found Kaminari. He was holding a gun and a knife. I ran into the apartment and grabbed his throat, then attempt to arrest him. He pulled out a detonator and blew up the floor from under our feet. We fell through 3 floors and slammed into the ground floor. He then shot me in the thigh with his gun. As I fell back, he kicked me in the head. He then knelt over me and tried to stab me. Using my hand, I blocked the blade. As I reached for something to hit him with, I found a piece of broken rebar. Grabbing it, I stabbed Kaminari in the throat with it. I say, ending my story. Mirko is standing by this point, pacing the room. So, you acted in self-defense. She says, and I nod. I just reacted. I genuinely thought I was going to die. And I don't feel bad about it. I say, and my mom looks at me. You don't? She asks, and I nod. No. I couldn't help Mirko. Least I could do is to bring the son of a bitch who hurt her to justice. As for the way it played out, I don't know. I think it would have been sweeter to see him go to jail, but him dying isn't a bad alternative, at least in my eyes. Now he can't hurt anyone else. That's the way I see it at least. I say, and my mom nods. Mr. Midoriya. A doctor says, walking into the room. Dr. Ishinora, correct? I ask, reading his nametag. Yes. I'm sorry, but Ms. Usagiyama, I'm going to Dr. Ishinora begins, but I cut him off. She can stay. I say, and the doc looks at me oddly, then shrugs. If you say so. Well then, Mr. Midoriya. You're honestly pretty lucky, considering you got shot, as well as stabbed. The GSW to your leg missed your bones, and the major artery in your leg. It's just a flesh wound. The stab wound missed your bones, as well as the tendons in your hand. You're gonna have scars, but other than that, you'll be fine. We'll keep you here for tonight, but you can be released in the morning. Ishinora says, and I nod. Thanks, doc. The man nods, then walks out, going to check on other patients, I assume. I'm gonna go get some food and water. I'll let you two have some alone time. Mom says, giving me a not so subtle wink. She walks out, closing the door quietly behind her. I'm glad you're gonna be okay. Mirko mutters, hanging her head. I'm gonna be perfectly fine. Also, stop acting like this is your fault. I say, and her head shoots up, tears pouring down her face. Fuck. It is my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, none of this would have happened. She shouts, clearly out of rage and frustration at herself. Swinging my legs out of bed, ignoring the pain, I wrap her into a tight hug. I put my hand on the back of her head and she rests it on my shoulder. It's not all your fault. I don't blame you. I would break all of my bones just to save you. I would throw myself headfirst into an unwinnable fight just to save you. I say, letting her cry into my shoulder. We stay like that, me rubbing my hand in small circles on her back. Izuku. Why? Why do you love me? Mirko asks, seemingly out of the blue. I think about for only a few seconds. I love everything about you. Your hard-ass hero personality, your soft side. You're caring, kind, but also ruthless and dangerous. You're a beautiful duality, filled with emotion. A strong, beautiful enigma of a person, with no care for how others see you. That's why I love you. I say as she lifts her head. You know, you are really good at making others feel good. She murmurs, then gives me a kiss. Long and slow. When she pulls away, I smile at her. I know. Kinda my whole deal. I say, then decide to do something that may get me killed. I lightly touch her ears. She flushes the instant I do it, so I remove my hand. No. It's fine. I just didn't expect it. She mutters, so I slowly place my hand back on the ear. They're really fluffy. I mutter after stroking them for a few seconds, getting a chuckle out of her. They are bunny ears. She says, and I smirk. So, are you like a bunny in bed? I say, and then instantly regret the words that left my mouth. Oh. Fuck. My god, I'm so sorry. That just slipped out. I say, seeing Mirko's shocked expression. She just starts laughing. Oh my god. That. Oh god. That was funny. To answer your question. I have no idea. I was a virgin before. That. Mirko mumbles, and I feel like shit. I'm sorry. That was insensitive. I murmur, pulling her into a hug. We stay like that for hours. It feels so good, I don't even care. She's okay, and we got the bastard who hurt her. That's good enough in my book. I'm sitting in the main room at the Tua dorms when I get a call from Izawa. It's been few weeks days since I got out of the hospital. Everything has been good, with life returning back to normal. Uraraka is still a bit of bitch. I'm wearing a black shirt with a kanji for bunny on it in white. Mirko got me this shirt while I was in the hospital. Couldn't imagine why. Problem child. There's some kids here to see you. They claim that they know you. They also have proof of a transfer to UA. They're joining class 2A. One is a bit young. Do you know who they are? Also, why are they speaking only English? Izawa asks, and I smile widely. Give me a minute. I'll be right over. I say, shooting to my feet. Grabbing my red high tops, I run toward the door. I pull them on while running toward the entrance. When I get there, I spot my friends from America. Kirsten and Kedra haven't changed much, but Julia got a bit taller and Jack got buffer. It has been a few months since I've seen them. Izuku. Julia shouts when she notices me and sprints past Izawa, not using her quirk but still going fast. She hits me, taking me to the ground and wrapping me into a hug. We hit the ground and Jack starts laughing at the sight of me being tackled by someone much smaller than me. Kedra is giggling and Kirsten just looks at the sight, unmoved. Nice to see you too. Did you have to tackle me? I groan as Julia gets off of me. I sit up, holding my head. At least I'm not bleeding. Problem child, who are these people? Izawa asks, and Jack bursts out laughing. Problem child. That's your nickname? Jack asks, and just continues laughing. These are friends of mine from America. They could have told me they were coming. I say, shooting a glare at them. Sorry. We wanted it to be a surprise. Kedra says, walking over to help me. She grabs my hand and tries to pull me to my feet. Chuckling, I just stand up. Consider me surprised. I smile and look at Izawa. What are you looking at me for? He asks, and I smile. We have enough rooms to house them, right? I ask, and he sighs. We do. Take them to the dorms. Izawa says, and I fist pump. Hell yeah. Jack says, pumping his own fist. So, how have you been, Izuku? Julia asks as we walk toward the dorms, talking and laughing. Pretty good. I got a few new scars. I say, rolling up my sleeve to show the scar on my forearm. What the hell happened? Kedra asks, grabbing my arm. She looks really fucking concerned. Acid. Turns out Incursio isn't invincible. I say as Jack sees it and whistles. That's a good one. Anyway, how are your classmates? Jack asks, and I shrug. I've forgiven most of them. They helped me settle a personal grudge. There's still one girl who hates my guts, but that's kinda a long story. I say, waving my hands around. We talk for a few more minutes, and when we arrive at the two dorms, I sigh quietly, then open the doors. The fuck are you doing, shitty hair? Bakugo shouts at Kirishima, who is currently burning pancakes. I don't know. It was fine 1 minute, and now it's not. He shouts back. Gah. Let me handle it. Bakugo shouts, then takes the pan Kirishima is using and tosses it into the sink. Will you shut up? Todoroki asks, walking into the kitchen and grabbing some orange juice. Shut up, you half and half bastard. Bakugo shouts, grabbing another pan. Todoroki sighs and turns around, then spots me. Midoriya. Nice to see yo, who are the new kids? He asks, walking over. My friends from America. They speak no Japanese. Like, none at all. I say, as Todoroki looks over the group. None. He asks, and I nod. Izuku, why are those two shouting at each other? Kidra asks, pointing to Bakugo and Kirishima. Oh shitty nerd, who are the extras? Bakugo shouts, walking over. Friends from America. And they're not extras. I say and he scoffs. Americans, huh? Are they strong? He asks, and I shrug. I mean, yeah. I say, and Jack taps my shoulder. The fuck are you guys saying? Jack asks, and I smirk. Right. No Japanese. Alright. The half and half guy is named Shoto Todoroki. Call him Todoroki. The human Pomeranian over there is Bakugo. The guy with spiky red hair is Kirishima. I say, pointing to them in turn. They only speak English? Todoroki asks, in English. Yeah. My name is Kirsten. Nice to meet you. Kirsten says, walking up and sticking her hand out. Todoroki. Is that girl your sister? Todoroki asks, pointing to Kidra, who is staring at Bakugo. Yeah. Her name is Kidra. She's my older twin sister. Kirsten says, as Mina comes downstairs, yawning and blinking her eyes. Why are all of you shouting? It's too early for ooh. Who are the new kids? Mina asks, then seemingly teleporting next to Kidra, surprising the hell out of her. Who are you? She asks, as I chuckle a bit. Kidra, this is Mina. Local gossip. I say in English. I can still understand you, Midoriya. Hi, I'm Mina Shido. Ignore the green-haired boy over there. So, you're from America? Mina says, speaking to me in Japanese and then to Kidra in English. Yeah. Texas, to be exact. Kidra says, as Kirishima walks up to Jack. So, you know Midori bro? He says, and Jack nods. Midori bro. Another nickname, Izuku. Jack says, and I flip him off. If you call me problem child, I will punch you through a wall. I say, Jack smirks. Sure you will. Anyway, yeah. I met him in America. You're Kirishima, right? Jack asks, and Kirishima smiles. Yep. Manliest man in class 2A. Behind Midori bro, at least. Kirishima says, and Jack laughs. You and I are gonna get along. Wait, where's Julia? Jack asks, and seconds later, I hear a loud scream, followed by the sounds of shoes squeaking on hardwoods. Julia comes running out from the hallway and runs into me. I catch her before she falls and hoist her to her feet. Who's the new girl? Mineta asks, running out of the hall behind Julia. Oh, shut the fuck up, you damn grapist. I snarl and then look at Julia, who's out of breath. He tried to grope me. Julia mutters and I feel rage burn through my system. You're dead. I snarl, letting go of Julia and stalking toward Mineta. Wait, what? He asks, and using Black Whip, I pick him up and look at Bakugo. You wanna help me launch a pervert into space? I ask, and Bakugo smiles. Hell yeah. Bakugo says, as I drag Mineta outside. So, how is this gonna work? Bakugo asks as I extend a tendril from my other hand and attach it to a tree. I adjust my first rope with Mineta on it and put him in the center. I need to pull Mineta and the longer tendril back. I'm gonna release him from his constraints, at which point you will release him, launching like a rocket into the sun. Got it? I ask, and Bakugo nods. What are you idiots doing? Aizawa says, walking over as Bakugo begins to pull Mineta back. Launching Mineta into space. I say, and Aizawa sighs. I don't get paid enough for this. Please refrain from launching fellow students into space, will you? Aizawa asks, and I sigh, then let go of Mineta and retract Black Whip. If you say so, Aizawa. I say, and I'm suddenly hit in the chest. I go flying back, sliding on the grass, and coming to a stop a few hundred feet later. I feel a foot press itself on my chest, and then I hear a familiar voice. Hey Izuku. You up for training? Mirko asks, leaning down towards me. She's wearing her hero uniform, and she's smiling widely. What was that for? You could have seriously hurt me. I say, looking up at her and shaking my head. Oh come on. You're fine, are you not? Rumi asks, and I sigh. I am, but that's not the point. You can't just show up kicking people in the chest. I say, and she shrugs. I don't really care. Besides, you need to work on your spatial awareness. She says, taking her foot of my chest and helping me to my feet. Again, you kicking me probably isn't the best way to do that. I reply, and she waves her hand like the question is dumb. I think it is, and that's what's important. Besides, did you forget who the dominant one in the relationship is? Rumi asks, and I sputter a bit. Who decided you were the dominant one? I ask, as I hear Bakugo howling with laughter behind me. Remember after your training was done, I tackled you, and I ended up on top? Rumi asks, and I sigh. I do remember, but we weren't even dating yet. You can't say you're dominant just because you tackled me, out of the blue, and ended up on top. I argue, and Rumi laughs. You also didn't do anything to make me move when I was putting my foot on your chest. Rumi notes, and I sigh again. I couldn't breath all the well, plus, me moving you would have caused you to fall, most likely on top of me, which would have been more trouble than it was worth. I reply, and Rumi smirks slightly. You're telling me you wouldn't have liked it? She asks, teasing me a bit. Not saying that, just saying it's not really worth the trouble. I say, and she sighs, shaking her hand. Izuku, who is this? Jack asks, walking toward me. Kidra, Kirsten, and Julia are right behind him. This is Rumi Usagiyama, also known as the pro hero Mirko. She's Al. I begin, but I'm cut off by Kidra running up to Rumi. You're Mirko? No way. You're really popular back in the States. Kidra says, and Rumi gives me a confused look. They're American. I say in Japanese, and she slowly nods. I am? I didn't know that. Where in American are you guys from? She asks, and she and Kidra begin to talk, while Jack walks up to me. She's really cute, huh? Jack mutters, and I chuckle. Well, she is my girlfriend, so I am aware of that. I mutter back, and he looks at me with an incredibly shocked expression. You're dating a pro hero? He asks quietly, and I nod. Long story involving several villains, me kicking her multiple times, a party, and her tackling me at least once. I reply, and he shakes his head. How do you do it, man? How do you get so many girls to fall for you? I know Kidra has a crush on you, and I'm like 90% sure that Julia does as well. Jack sighs, then shoots a glance at Kirsten. I don't know, man. By the way, if you're gonna ask out Kirsten, I know a few good authentic ramen places. I say, and Jack looks at me in shock. Don't say shit like that. I don't like her. He replies in a hushed tone. Yes, you do. It's obvious. Don't deny it. I reply, as Kirsten walks over. What are you two talking about? She asks, and I smirk. To Jack Lee. I begin, but Jack claps a hand over my mouth. What was that? Kirsten asks, as I try to pull his hand off of my mouth. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Jack says, and Kirsten shrugs, then walks off, going to talk to Kidra, Rumi, and Julia. After she does, I pull his hand off of my mouth. Pussy. I say, and Jack sighs. Tell me something I don't know. Jack says, and I smirk. So, are you dating anyone? Julia asks Mirko, and she chuckles. I am, as a matter of fact. She says, and I take that as my cue to walk over. Really? Who? I didn't see anything about that in any news. Kidra asks, and Mirko smiles as I come and put an arm around her shoulder. Well, we wanted to keep it under wraps, at least as much as possible. I reply, and Kidra frowns. Wait, what do you mean, we? She asks, and Rumi smiles. Well, I'm dating this green idiot. She says, and I sigh. I'm not an idiot. Green yes, an idiot no. I say, and Rumi laughs, then gives me a kiss on the cheek. You are an idiot. You get injured more than a pro boxer. Rumi says, and I scoff. That's unfair. I say, and suddenly, an alarm begins to blare. I recognize it. Level 3 security breach. All students and faculty, please evacuate. I repeat, level 3 security breach, all students and faculty, please evacuate. A robotic voice says, and I snarl. Is the press again? Bakugo asks, looking towards the gate. Hard to say. I reply, and then I see something running towards us. A big, black, Nomu. Mirko shouts, leaping at the thing. I'm a split second behind her, activating Incursio and full cowl. Mirko reaches the Nomu first. Wrapping her legs around its neck, she twists her body and rips its head clean off its body. I grab the body and throw it into the air, where Bakugo unleashes a powerful explosion, incinerating the body. Mirko crushes the head between her legs, crushing it into paste, which Bakugo incinerating it with an explosion. Todoroki runs out, followed by Kirishima and Mina. The hell is going on? And what was that thing? Jack asks, as I look toward the direction where the Nomu came from. That was a Nomu, a genetically engineered villain. They take people and make them into those things. I reply, as I hear a very loud yeah echo throughout the courtyard. The League of Villains are back, again. They've gotten some more balls, huh? Mirko says, and I sigh. So it seems. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, you ready for this shit? I ask, and I hear grunts of confirmation. Izuku. Let us help. Kistrin shouts, running up to me. Yeah, come on man. You're gonna need all the help you need. Jack says, running, holding a pair of pistols. Not even gonna ask. Fine. But I'm gonna warn you now. These guys fight like hell, and they will kill you, given the chance. Let's go. I shout, then sprint toward the madness. Mirko, Bakugo, and Todoroki are right behind, with the others a bit farther behind. When we arrive at the site of the main battle, it's already in full swing. Toga and Twice are tag teaming Vlad King, who is holding his ground, to his credit. Dobby and Cementus are fighting, blasts of fire and concrete going between them. Compress, the magic guy, is fighting Present Mick. Spinner is attacking Midnight, who can't do much more than dodge. Shigaraki is standing in the middle, laughing like a madman, as Nomus roam around, taking on other teachers and some third-year students. I see a few first years, but they aren't doing much. The trio of them are taking on some guy with metal teeth, and then I spot a familiar scarred face. You knocked me out. Muscular shouts, noticing me. Shigaraki looks my way and smiles widely. All Might's successor, everyone. The next symbol of peace. Shigaraki calls out in a mocking tone. Aizu-kun. Toga shouts, noticing me. Shigaraki. You haven't changed much, you crusty ass son of a bitch. I call, and Shigaraki laughs. You've gotten some more bite, huh? Who are the others? Bakugo. That Todoroki kid. The redhead. Mirko. Nice to finally meet you. Not really, of course, but you know. I don't recognize the other four though. No matter. Nomus. Engage. Muscular, help them. Shigaraki shouts, and 6 large Nomus charge us, with Muscular right behind them. I'll deal with Muscular. You guys handle the Nomus. I say, and walk towards Muscular, staring the man down. I'm ready for our rematch, little boy. How much stronger have you gotten since we last fought, I wonder? Muscular wonders, looking at me. A lot. But enough talk. Let's do this. I snarl, then leap at him, and swing my leg for his head, using 50% full cowl, pushing it higher than I ever have before. He dodges the first blow, but missed my follow-up, and axe kick straight to the right collarbone. He crumples, and I get my bearings, then charge him again, this time kicking him in the sternum, blowing him back a few dozen feet. You've gotten a bit more powerful. Muscular laughs as I advance on him. I would say more than a bit more. I also don't intend to back down. I say, and then activate Black Whip. Drawing 2 long tendril, I crack them on the ground, leaving gashes. I had figured this out in Texas, but Black Whip can be used like literal whips, and combined with full cowl, can even slice through concrete. Just never used it up until now. I would hope so. Muscular shouts, charging at me. I dodge his initial punch, and whip my right tendril at his right arm, shearing off a good section of his enlarged muscle, causing him to grunt in pain as blood poured down his arm. Holy. Well then. You have gotten exponentially more powerful. This'll be a fun fight. Muscular shouts, charging me yet again. Me and Muscular dance around each other, with him landing glancing blows, and me regularly slicing off chunks of his exposed muscle, only for him to regrow it quickly. This son of a bitch is tough to crack. Izuku. The Nomus are down. Mirko shouts as I dodge Muscular yet again. Good. Now go help the other teachers. Bakugo, Todoroki, I need your help. I shout, dodging another blow from Muscular, and I slice off another chunk of his arm, but he regrows it again. Die. Bakugo shouts, leaping Muscular, while Todoroki freezes his legs in place. Bakugo releases a powerful point-blank explosion right in Muscular's face, causing his head to snap back. Taking my chance, I leap high into the air and flip in midair. Manchester smash. I shout, slamming my leg down on his head. The impact pulls his body with him, breaking the ice around his legs. I slam him into the ground with such force that I create a crater the size of a large car around Muscular. He's knocked out, at least for the time being. Holy shit. You had to fight him alone? Todoroki asks, looking at the unconscious form of Teblon villain. Yeah. Where's Kirishima and my friends? I ask, and Todoroki points. Kirishima is fighting the blade tooth guy. Julia and Jack are helping Midnight, with the latter firing rounds from his pistols at the villain, forcing him to constantly block, and the former attacking whenever she can, disrupting his attempted attacks. Kidra is helping Cementus by forcing Dobby to dodge random blasts of lightning. Kirsten is fighting side by side with Lad King, forcing either Twice or Toga back, keeping one of them out of combat at all times. They've gotten quite a bit more powerful. Mirko is making her way towards Shigaraki, with 2 large Nomus in her path. You two go help the others, I'm going to help Mirko. I say, and they nod. I sprint into the fray, dodging occasional blasts of wind and fire. Mirko is taking on a massive Nomu, with giant blades for arms. The other seems to spit acid. Fun times. Mirko, duck. I shout, leaping forward at the blade arm Nomu. Kicking in the chest, it goes flying back. Nice save. Did you take down that muscle freak? She asks, as we both dodge a glob of acid. Yeah. With Bakugo, Todoroki and I all fighting him, he didn't stand a chance. Get down. I shout, tackling Mirko out the way from another blade from the bladed Nomu. Son of a bitch. Alright, I've got an idea. I say, then explain my plan to Mirko as we dodge globs of acid. That's insane. I like it. She says, a wild grin on her face. Figured you would. Let's do it. I say, and then grab her right leg, just above the ankle. Spinning around a few times, I throw her like an Olympic hammer throw event, tossing her at the bladed Nomu, with me leaping after her a second later. She flies at the thing like a missile, kicking it in the face and knocking the monster on its back. Flipping in midair, I slam it into the ground, then pull out my black whip. Cracking the whip as fast as I humanly can, I shred the Nomu like mincemeat. Todoroki. I shout, and Todoroki appears, takes in the scene of the shredded Nomu, and understands quickly. I grab Mirko and leap out of the pit, and Todoroki blasts the pile of Nomu with a blast of fire, turning it into charcoal. Alright, round 2. I say, cracking my knuckles. I'm throwing you this time around. Mirko says, grabbing my arm instead of my leg. Wait, what? I ask, and then she starts to spin, picking me up off the ground. After a few spins, she throws me at the acid-spitting Nomu. We take it down in the same way, with Todoroki blasting into ash yet again. You're done, Shigaraki. I shout, looking at the pale villain. I must say, you have improved. However. Kurogiri. Shigaraki shouts, and suddenly, Mirko vanishes. 2 portals appear above Shigaraki, and 2 forms drop from the air. The first is Mirko, and the second is Kidra. Within a second, he grabs both of their necks, leaving 1 finger off of them. Mirko and Kidra freeze, seemingly out of instinct. You have to choose, young successor. The woman you love, or the girl who has a crush on you. Choose. Shigaraki says, as I glare at him. My black slowly travels into the dirt beneath my feet. I'll be fine, Izuku. Save your friend. Mirko says, and Shigaraki tightens his grip on her throat. I give you 10 seconds. 10. He shouts, as I still do nothing but glare. Don't notice. Please don't notice. 9. 8. 7. Alright. I shout, and Shigaraki stops for a second. I've chosen. I say, and Shigaraki grins under his hand. I didn't expect you to. So, who dies? Shigaraki asks, slightly shaking both of them. I choose. Neither of them. I say, a grin on my face. You can't do that. You must choose. Choose. Shigaraki shouts, and I continue to smile. This has crossed my mind more than once, though not quite in this exact circumstances. Who would choose to save if a villain pointed a gun at Mirko and wanted a civilian? I can't save both of them. So. I say, trailing off. So what? There isn't a third option. Shigaraki shouts. There is. Take of the villain. I say, then shoot the black out of the ground in front of him and wrap both of the tendrils around his middle fingers, stopping them from touching Mirko and Kidra's necks. I explode forward and kick Shigaraki in the jaw. Hard. He flies into the air, letting go of both Kidra and Mirko. We need to retreat. Kurogiri shouts, then creates portal under all of the League of Villains' feet and one above Shigaraki. They all vanish, and the fight is over. Fucking shit. They attacked UA. In force as well. Bakugo snarls, looking at the devastation around. Multiple craters, piles of charred Nomu, blood all over the place. And they got Muscular and the Teeth Blade guy back. They're getting bolder. Mirko says, walking over to me, holding her throat. You alright? Sorry, I had to move my black whip slowly, otherwise he would have noticed. I say, and she nods. Yeah, I'm alright. That was a good plan. Mirko says, then gives me a kiss on the cheek. Alright, tone down the PDA, you too. I might have to shoot myself just to stop from seeing it. Jack says, holstering his pistols. By the way, when did you start using pistols? I ask, and he shrugs. I found out that my quirk also improves both my aim and distance gauging while using firearms. Makes hunting fun. Jack shrugs, and we walk back to the dorms, discussing nothing but dumb shit. This could have turned out worse. I'm glad it didn't. So. How the hell did you and Mirko start dating? Jack asks, 1 week after the whole Nomu incident. Everyone was interrogated relentlessly, questions asked again and again, only to get the same answers. Pissing me off. I already told you. I'm not explaining it again, acid. I snap, looking up at him from my bed. Oh, come on. Help me with my own low. Jack begins, but I shut him up by hitting him in the face with a pillow from my bed. No. You ask Kirsten out by yourself, dipshit. I snarl, as Jack groans. Come on, man. Help me out. He asks, looking at me as I. No. Fuck off. Why are you even in here, by the way? I ask. Because, you are an asshole who needs help with everything. He replies. Like you aren't. I ask, and he gets mock offended. Of course not. I'm a very cultured man. He says, and I scoff. In your dreams, asshole. I reply, flipping him off. Oh, that's a low blow. He says, and I glare at him. You should expect that from me, of all people. I reply, then feel my phone vibrate. I open it and look at the time. 10:30. It's a Thursday, so I probably shouldn't up this late, but here we are. It's from Rumi. Usually, she's asleep by now. Despite what many people think, she gets to sleep fairly early for a pro. Rumi. Izu. Can you come over to my place? Izuku. Sure. You're usually sleeping by now. Everything alright? Rumi. No. Please, come quick. Shit. I snarl, getting up from my bed and grabbing my riding jacket and helmet, along with my keys for my motorcycle. Whoa. What's up? Dak asks, as I grab my shoes and quickly tie them, then open my door. I need to go. Now. I say, heading downstairs and walking into the common room, which is a bit full, since it's Friday. The girls are all sitting on the couch, talking about something as Kaminari and Kirishima play video games. Yeah, Momo. Tell Izawa I'm heading out. I won't be back until at least morning. I say, getting the attention of my class vice pres. Dak looks at me, a bit concerned, but recognizing the name of our teacher. Why? She asks, and I sigh. Please. Rumi needs me. I say, my voice nearly cracking with emotion. Yayoi Rozu's expression softens, but only slightly. He may not like it. She says, and I clench one of my fists. Damn what he likes. I need to go, right now. Midori. Yayoi Rozu begins, but I snap at her, cutting her off. Yeah, Momo. Please. I need to go. I'll take any punishment Izawa gives me, but I am going. I say, and she closes her mouth, but slowly. Okay. I'll tell him. Don't do something stupid, huh? She asks, and I nod. Problem child. Izawa says, seeming to appear next to me. I assume you heard. I ask, and Izawa nods. You said you would accept any punishment, right? Izawa asks, and I nod. But I need to leave right now. So don't try to stop me. I snarl, and Izawa looks at me. You cannot return here until Ms. Usagiyama is cheered up. That is your punishment. He says, and I look at him in shock. What? I ask. You heard me. You cannot return to the dorm until Ms. Usagiyama is cheered up. If you do, I will force you to return, most likely violently. Izawa says, and I look at him for a few seconds, then nod. Thanks Izawa. I say, walking past him and outside. I walk out to my bike, adrenaline rushing though my system. I pull up the kickstand and start the bike, then pull out of UA, heading into Tokyo. I push the speed limit, tearing through the streets, dodging cars and trucks, going on a joyride. I drift to a stop in front of the familiar tall apartment building. I walk right to the central elevator, ignoring everyone else in the lobby. I go straight to the penthouse, and when the door opens, I'm greeted by arms wrapping around my neck and a crying face planted onto my neck. For a split second, I'm confused, but I realize who it is. It's Rumi. Her hair is a complete me, her ears are hanging down, and she's dressed in nothing more than a pair of short shorts and too large t-shirt. I put my arms around as she tightens her grip round me. Whoa. Hey. Are you? I say, trailing off as I feel Rumi trembling in my arms, like a scared kid. Rumi begins, stopping to sob. Hey. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, we can. If you just want me to be here, I'm okay with that too. I say, and she looks up at me. I feel my heart crack at her expression. It's fearful, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her lip trembling, tear streaks running down her face. Can you just hold me? She asks, and I smile, nodding slowly. We stand there for a few minutes, me holding her tight, her arms wrapped around my neck, her head around my shoulder. Isn't Izawa gonna kill you? Rumi asks after a few minutes. We somehow ended up in her room, though I don't really know how. Actually, he's gonna kill me if I come back without you cheered up. I reply, and she chuckles lightly. She lifts her head and looks up at me again. I'm sorry for calling you so late. she says, trailing off. I nearly died because someone hurt you. I killed someone for you. You calling me late at night is nothing. I would go to the ends of the earth and kill anyone in my way if you needed me. I say, and she nods. I know. I just. Gah, it's so damn stupid. I shouldn't be like this. I'm a pro. I should be strong. I shouldn't cry, waking up screaming in the middle of the night because of a damn nightmare. She says, tapping her foot incredibly fast on the floor. You're human. Everyone cries, everyone is afraid. I say, and she sighs. I know. I can't stop dreaming about what happened. I still see that man's face. His. Fuck. I can't stop it, Izuku. She screams, shoving me away and slamming her foot on her floor, cracking it. Rumi. I say, my heart feeling like it's been ripped out. I can't stop. Every fucking night, that same damn dream. That same fucking dream. I relive it time and time again. I see myself, my broken form, the person I hate the most. I see who I was before you came along. She says, screaming, tears flowing down her face. Eventually, she just sits on her bed, crying. Walking up to her, I sit down and pull her into a hug, more or less pulling her into my lap. Look. I've never really told anyone this. You know the sludge incident? Where 2 kids almost died. One of those kids was me. I say, as Rumi looks at me. I have PTSD. Not severe, but for a while, it was. I dreamed about it for months on end. Every fucking night I would wake up in a cold sweat, screaming my fucking head off. Night after night, the same damn thing. Over and over again, day by day, night by fucking night. I saw what could have happened. My death, Bakugo's death, the death of the pros. People dying because of me. I say, tightening my jaw. What are you saying? She asks, quietly. Trauma sucks. It's a pain in the ass. It feels like an anchor strapped to your chest, broken glass in your hands, hot needles in your brain. It's a scar that takes years to fade, but not one you can see. And you'll never know if it will fade. I may be with you for the rest of your life. But you don't have to let it control you. Live your life, live the way you want. Don't let something that happened in the past dictate how you live. I explain, as I feel some tears of my own begin to form. She stutters, and I grab her face with one hand, turning her face towards mine. Rumi. You're one of the strongest people I know. You're a kick-ass pro with no regrets who does whatever, whenever, however she wants. You're the woman I love, goddammit. Please. I know you're more than this. I know that you're someone who would never do something like give up. Because that's who you are. I say, and she smiles. Izuku. Thanks. Thank you. She says, nearly crying again. No problem. I'm always here for you. I mutter, kissing her. We hold a kiss for several seconds, and after that, something seems to snap loose in both of us. We begin to make out, my hands roaming up her legs, her own hands pulling at my shirt. I stop kissing her for a second, move down to her neck, biting it lightly. She moans, quietly, but that sound seems to break my inhibitions, and hers as well. She more or less rips off my shirt, and we drive forward into the night, any restraints broken clean off. I wake up the next morning in a bed and room that certainly isn't my own. Groaning slightly, I look around, trying to get my bearings. I'm in an apartment, in a very large bedroom and bed, with something lying on my chest. Why is it warm? Looking down, I see the sleeping form of Rumi, her bare back rising slightly with her breathing. After that, I quickly realize that we're both naked, and our clothes are scattered around the room, in random directions and places. Not too hard to figure out what happened last night. I look around for a clock, and finally spot one on her nightstand. It's 9:30. Shit. Aizawa is gonna kill me. Or maybe not, who knows. I decide to let it go, just letting the warm sun kissing my bare skin. I unconsciously begin to rub small circles on Rumi's back, but then slowly begin to trace the scars I feel. She's got a lot. Some small and faded, others larger, fresher. She's been through a lot. Training at UA can be brutal. Pro work, even harder. Goddammit. I mutter, simply resorting to wrapping my arms around her. After another hour or so, Rumi begins to stir and eventually wakes up, blinking sleepily for a few seconds, then smiling at me with a slightly sheepish expression. So, last night happened. She says, and I smirk, then kiss her forehead. Indeed it did. I reply, and she smiles slightly, then puts an hand on a scar on my upper arm. I never realized you have so many scars. She mutters, and I nod. Same here. You've got your share of scars. I reply, and she nods. UA. Was interesting for me. She mutters. Everything that concerns you would be interesting. I reply, and she frowns, shaking her head. That was so cheesy. She groans, and I smirk. You know you love it. I reply, and she smiles lightly. No, I only love you. She says, and I raise an eyebrow. I doubt that. You love your brother, right? I ask, and she laughs. I tolerate him. Not love him. She replies, then notices the clock. We slept for a while, huh? She asks, and I nod. I don't really remember what time we fell asleep, but we got 10 hours of sleep, at least. I say, and she nods. Putting her hands on either side of me, she sits back on her heels and ankles, giving me an awesome view. Well, you probably need to get back to your dorm, huh? She asks, getting out of bed. Damn. Probably. If I don't talk to you this afternoon, I'm probably being lectured by a certain hobo pro hero. I say, standing up and cracking my neck and back with a set of pops and cracks. Nah. You're too much of a bitch for Izawa to beat up. She replies, and I scoff. Says the submissive one. I reply, and causes her to blush. You. Oh, screw off. She says, as I grab my boxers and pants, pulling them on. Oh, by the way, we now know you're no longer the dominant one. I say, pulling on my shirt. Oh, shut up. That's just this time. She says. Oh, there's a next time. I ask, my voice turning slightly flirting. Oh, there most certainly is. I can barely walk as it is right now. She says, gesturing to her shaking legs. Noted. Well, I'm gonna go. I say, kissing her forehead. Oh, by the way, we should use protection next time, right? Rumi says, and I groan. Shit. Fucking hell. I mutter, and she laughs. Calm down. I'm the pill because of medical reasons. I'll take a morning after pill, just to be sure. She says, and I nod. Well, goodbye. See you later. I say, blowing her a kiss. I take the elevator down to the ground floor, quickly head back to UA, go to the dorms, change, then head to the 1A classroom. I walk in to see Midnight talking with the class. Now, who here can tell him? Oh, Midoriya, there you are. Where were you? Midnight asks, as I go sit down. I spent the night at Rue Mirko's. She needed someone to talk to. I say, yawning. Aren't you two dating? Midnight asks. We are. I reply, rubbing my head. Also, why do you have hickeys? Dak asks, tapping my neck. Whipping my hand up to my neck, touch a tender spot on my neck and wince. Well. We may have done a little more than talk. I say, rubbing my neck. How much more? Mineta asks, and I glare at him. Like I'd tell you, grapist. I snarl, and Midnight raises an eyebrow. Alright, moving on. Who here can tell me where the most sensitive part of the female body? Midnight asks, and then I finally notice the subject of today's lesson. Sex education. Well, anyone? Midnight asks, and groaning, I decide to raise my hand. Midoriya. How do you know? Jack asks, and I roll my eyes. The clitoris, correct? I ask, and Midnight nods. That is correct. Now, can anyone tell me? Well, that class was hell. Jack groans, as we sit down for lunch with Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Kaminari. Tell me about it. I sigh, cracking my neck. So. What exactly did you do last night? Kaminari asks, a small smirk on his face. Nothing you need to worry about. We talked, and we fell asleep on her couch. I say, and Kaminari raises an eyebrow. Those hickeys say otherwise. Kaminari says, tapping the base of my neck. Okay, maybe we made out. What's it to you? I ask, and Kaminari smirks. Oh. Nothing. If that's all you did. Kaminari smirks. Kaminari, get your head out of the fucking gutter, will you? Bakugo snarls, pointing at the other blonde. Hey, I'm just saying. He got to class late, and he had a massive case of bedhead, along with several hickeys. Not to mention, he spent from at least 11 o'clock until 9:30 at Mirko's place. That's 10.5 hours of time to do a whole hell lot. Kaminari says. I doubt Midoriya would have sex at such a young age. Right, Midoriya? Iida asks, sitting down with us. I don't say anything, merely take another bite of katsudon. Wait. Don't tell me. Iida whispers, as my friends look at me. Sighing, I loosen my collar slightly and pull off my tie, then unbutton the top button of my shirt and reveal some of the love bites on my shoulder and chest. Holy. Jack says, trailing off as I button up my shirt. You tell no one. I mean no one. Got it. You promise me you won't tell a single soul. I whisper, looking at everyone in turn. They all nod. Yeah. That's the answer to Iida's question. I did have sex last night. I sigh, and Kaminari's jaw drops. Well goddamn. I did not expect that. Bakugo says, leaning back in his chair. What does that mean? I ask, and Bakugo scoffs. You were a fucking pussy before you got back. Now you're getting pussy. Bakugo says, chuckling a bit. Wait, did you lose your V card? Kaminari asks, and sigh, then nod. Well then, you are now a true man. Kaminari says, bowing his head. Midoriya, please tell me you use protection, at least. Iida asks, and I think back to last night. Kinda. I say, and Iida sighs. If you got her pregnant, you have ended both her and your own career, you know that, right? Iida asks, and I nod. Well, she said she was on the pill, and she was gonna take a morning after pill. Not that I would mind having a child with her, but it's a bit early. I say, and Iida sighs. As long as you know that. He says, and Todoroki speaks up. Is that how you knew so many answers today? At least, the ones concerning the female body. He asks, and I rub the back of my head. Maybe. I mutter. So. What was it like? Kaminari asks, and I shoot him a glare. I ain't asking for specifics, dude. I'm just wondering. How was it? He asks, and I sigh, which quickly turns into a groan. It was heaven, for lack of a better term. I ain't telling you anything more. I say, digging into my Katsudon yet again. They got no idea. That was better than heaven. Young Midoriya. All Might says, walking up to me after class is finished. I was going to go to lunch, but I assume this is important. Yes. I ask. We need to talk. He says, his tone serious. About what? I ask. Something concerning your powers. All Might says, and I nod. We can go now. I say, and he nods solemnly. We walk into his conference room thing, and both sit down, looking at each other. So, what is this about? I ask, and he sighs. All for One wants to talk with you. He says, and I raise an eyebrow. Why would you want to talk to me? I ask. He said. Well, he said he had something to tell you and no one else. Something. I don't know. He just said he wouldn't tell anyone else, and if the secret he told was told to anyone else, he would break out and kill anyone who had heard it. All Might says, and I narrow my eyes. I thought that was impossible. I say. It shouldn't be. But. He may be able to break out. He's incredibly powerful, as you well know. I don't know the full extent of his powers, and I doubt anyone in the world does. He claims if he gets to talk to you, he will not attempt to break out. All Might says, and I sigh. Okay. We can go after school. I say, and All Might raises an eyebrow. I would have thought that you would refuse. All Might says. Normally, I would. But. My own power is confusing me. If he has anything to help me, I'm willing to listen. I say, clenching my fists. Okay. Stay after school, and we'll drive. All Might says, and I nod. Now, I need to get to lunch. I say, bowing to him before leaving. What was that about, Midoriya? What did All Might want? Kirishima asks as I sit down. All for One wants to have a little chat. I reply, and everyone at the table looks at me, shocked. Did you just say All for One? Bakugo hisses, his voice quiet. Yes. I did. I reply, and Bakugo growls, a deep guttural sound. I swore that bastard had died. He snarls, the memories clearly returning. I'm sorry, who? Jack asks, and I sigh. You ever heard of the Kamino Ward incident? The original one? I ask, and Jack nods. Yeah. Most of you were caught up in that, right? Jack asks, and I nod. The villain All Might fight in the end. That was All for One. I say, and Jack's jaw drops. He wants to meet you. Did you agree? Jack asks, and I nod. I did. He. In All Might's word, he has a secret he wants to tell me. I say, and Kirishima looks at me, confused. A secret? What kind? Kirishima says, and I shake my head. No idea. But apparently he threatened All Might that if I told anyone, he would break out and kill anyone who heard it. I say, and Bakugo whistles. Well then. You get to meet with the man who tried to kill your mentor. Fun times. Bakugo says. Yeah. I mutter, thinking about what the hell that psycho could want. So. You did come. All for One says, his voice hoarse and tired as I sit down across from him. I figured I may as well hear you out. So. What is it? I ask, narrowing my eyes. Well, this secret is actually two parts. The first is about your newest quirk. All for One says, and I narrow my eyes. How do you know about that? I ask. Some of the guards are not as tight-lipped as they may think. That quirk is not truly a quirk. Rather, it is more of a power. All for One says. What do you mean? I ask, and All for One chuckles, a dark sound. Well, I did kill the man who had that power originally. It was a tough fight because he simply wouldn't give up. His first name was Tatsumi. I never found out his last name. Before he attained All for One, I tried to take his power. But it resisted me. Whatever that power was, it fought me. I couldn't take the quirk and I was actually knocked unconscious. Tatsumi escaped and fought me again. This time, I simply killed him, though he was the first user to give me a scar. Your mentor was the second. All for One explains, and I sigh. That sounds insane, which you probably are. I mutter, and the man with a massive scar tissue over where his eyes should be begins to chuckle. Contrary to your belief, I am not insane, little successor. I simply have very, very different views from you. As in, I believe that the society that has been built up is not the correct one. If I am seen as insane because of that, then so be it. Now, as for the sec. All for one begins, but I cut him off. I want to ask you something. I say, and the man seems to raise an eyebrow and then smiles. What kind of question? He asks, and I sigh. Shigaraki. Who exactly is he? His quirk is one of the most powerful I have ever seen, and it's incredibly deadly. Is he your son? I ask, and all for one chuckles. To answer your first question, he is. Well, a bit of a sore spot for your mentor. The 7th user. Nana Shimura. She was a strong woman with an interesting quirk. I believe you have awakened her quirk as well. Now, consider the parts of her last name. Shion Murayoung Tamura Shigaraki. All for one says, and after a few seconds, I connected. She was his mother? I ask, and all for one shakes his head. Close. Paternal grandmother. But, oh, the irony is so amazing. All Might's predecessor's grandchild coming to kill his successor. Such melodrama. All for one chuckles, and I sigh. To answer your second question, he is not my son. That being said, I do have one. Just one. He says, smiling slightly. Dead, I assume. I say, and he shakes his head. No. Not at all. He is alive, and rather young. All for one says. Where is he then? I ask, but all for one tuts. My turn for a question. Now, your father. Hisashi Midoriya. How much do you know about him? He asks, and I freeze. How do you know that name? I snarl, clenching my fists. Simple. I make it my business to know everything I can about the holders of One for All. He replies, and I growl. To answer your question. Not much. Only what my mom tells me. I can barely remember him. He left when I was 4 and I haven't seen him since. He's apparently working overseas and does send us money to keep my and mother afloat, at least. I say, and all for one nods. Damn. I knew something was off. He mutters, so quiet I almost can't hear him. What do you mean? I ask, and he sighs. After I had defeated Shimura, I thought I had finished off One for All, since All Might vanished. Just gone. So, I decided to try something I never had. A regular, or at least, somewhat regular life. Then, I met a wonderful woman. We met by chance. I stopped her from falling. After that, we started dating. It was wonderful. She was such a kind woman, so sweet and caring. All for one says, smiling. What's the point of tell me this? I ask, and he smiles. You will understand. We dated for a few months, and we got married. A year later. A baby boy. A young boy, with bright eyes, and even brighter smile. He got his looks from her mother, at least his hair and eyes. For 4 years. All was good. Then, All Might returned. I knew, if I stayed with my family, I would simply put them in danger. I left, saying my job was taking me overseas, to America. All for one says, and I feel a pit of dread rising up in my gut. What was that woman's name? I ask, my voice trembling. Inko Yanazuki. When we married. Inko Midoriya. All for one says. The words hit me like a rocket-powered sledgehammer to the gut. I nearly puke my guts up. You have to be lying. I say, my voice quiet and timid. No. I'm not. You are my biological son. The one thing I could never admit. He sighs, his tone sad. There's no way. There is no fucking way you are my father. I say, slamming my hands on the counter in front of me. But I am. I was there the day you were born. You were. Well, you became my life. Leaving. That was the hardest I ever did. Leaving you, your mother. Leaving. One thing I never hated. Until that day. He mutters, shaking his head. You son of a bitch. I shout, punching the glass in front of me. It cracks, but doesn't break in its entirety. All for one merely looks at me, or rather, turns his head toward my voice. Son, no Izuku. You are my greatest pride, my worst fear. My brightest light, my darkest shadow. You are me, but better. Stronger. More. Worthy. You are more deserving of a real life. One outside of the shadow of your father. All for one says, and I sit down in my chair, hard. Does my mother have any idea? I ask, and all for one shakes his head. No. Of course not. I never told your mom. What I truly was. I could never do that. All for one says. So why in hell would you tell me? I ask, and all for one sighs. Because. Honestly, I just think you deserve to know. He says, and I raise an eyebrow. More deserving than my mom? I ask. You are my son. My only connection to the outside world, other than your mom. You needed to know who you came from. Who your family was. He says, and I growl. You're not my family, you bastard. You left me and mom. I snarl. That was for your own goo. All for one begins. No. It was to protect yourself. It was to protect your own damn self-interests. You left me and my mom just to save your own foo. I begin, but all for one cuts me off. I did it because I was scared. He shouts, pulling hard against his restraints. What? I ask. I did it. Because I knew if your mother found out, it would have broken her. Broken you. All for one says. At that, I'm silent. You looked up to All Might, my enemy. The person I had hated the most. The person I wanted to forget. I wanted to live a normal life, but I knew, if I stayed, All Might would find me. Try to kill me. He very nearly did. But I didn't want to expose you and your moms to those horrors. As such, I chose to leave. He says. I'm silent for a few more moments, processing this information. I'm going to have every tape from this conversation deleted. Not even All Might can hear, nor is he in the monitoring room. Any tapes from this conversation will be destroyed. I say, standing up and turning around, away from my father. Izuku. All for one mutters. What do you want? I snarl, looking at the broken, scarred man strapped into his chair. Become a hero. Maybe in time. You can admit who I am to you. How we're connected. Not now. Not for years, maybe. But someday. I do want to tell your mother. All for one says, and I sigh. Maybe in time. Maybe in time. I say, walking out of the room. I walk out of the door, and All Might looks at me. So, what did he say? All Might asks, and I shake my head. I can't tell you. I say, and he looks at me, shocked. What do you mean? He asks. I mean I can't. That secret will go with me to my grave. I need to do something right quick. Where's the monitoring room? I ask, and All Might points to a door, labeled as such. I walk into the room and look at the technician, who's looking at me, a bit fearful. Delete those tapes. All of them. I snarl, my voice edged. The technician nods, quickly deleting all of the files from the last half hour. You tell anyone, including your superiors, what happened, you will not make it home to your family. Understood? I ask, and the man nods. Dealing with the devil is not fun. I walk into the dorms, feeling numb as all hell. What I've just learned. Me, the son of the most power villain. It feels like a fucking joke. Here I am, trying to become a hero, and I'm the son of a fucking villain. Not just any villain. The villain. And, fuck, I can't even really tell anyone. All Might is out of the fucking question. None of my classmates. Certainly not my mom either. Maybe Maruko. Maybe. I just don't know how she'd react. Hey. Midori bro. What did the crazy villain guy want to tell you? Kirishima asks, and I glance at him. He seems a bit frazzled, for lack of a better term. His hair in a few odd directions, and I spot red marks on his exposed neck. Nothing, really. Just the ramblings of an insane man. Though, I did find out the Shigaraki is not related to him, so we probably don't have to worry about him suddenly being bailed to use like 20 quirks. I say, and Kirishima gives me an odd look. You good, Midori bro? Kirishima asks, looking at me, a bit concerned. Yeah. I'm fine. Just. I don't know. A bit tired, a bit annoyed my time was seriously wasted. That's all. I say, cracking my neck. You sure? Kirishima asks, and I chuckle. Yeah. By the way, where is everyone? I ask, looking around the quiet dorm. Oh. Yeah, they went to the pool. Me and Mina stayed back. He says, yawning. Yeah. The hickeys prove that. I say, and he slaps a hand over his neck. Oh, fuck. You can see those. He asks, and I smirk. You did a little more than just staying back, huh? I ask, and he sighs. Okay. Maybe we made out a bit. Nothing more though. He says, noting my look. Duly noted. Use protection, kiddos. I say, walking to my room, ignoring Kirishima's sputtering. I open my door and slowly close it, though it takes every fiber of my being not to slam the fucking door. I go and sit down on my bed, grabbing my head between my hands. After a few seconds, I unconsciously stand up and punch the wall, nearly denting it as I feel the wall shake ever so slightly. Fuck. I shout, slamming my head against the wall, harder than I intended. I reel back, my head throbbing in pain, as I sit down on the floor. Izuku. Izuku. A voice calls from my balcony. Looking out the door, I see Rumi, dressed in a pair of black leggings, a grey hoodie, along with a pair of green high tops. I open the sliding door on the balcony and let her inside. Geez, it is cold out there today. Anyway, I was kinda bored and I just figured. Izuku, are you okay? Rumi asks, noting my expression. Yeah. I'm fine. Just a bit tired is all. I say, cracking my neck. What would you say if I said I didn't believe you? Rumi asks, and I chuckle. Call your bluff. I reply, and she narrows her eyes. I'm calling yours, Izuku. She says, poking my chest with a small growl. I would turn on if I wasn't so mentally fucked up right now. Alright. I'm not fine. At all. Not even fucking close. I sigh, collapsing onto my bed, hanging my head. You want to talk about it? Rumi asks, and I think about it. I know her. Well, maybe not well, but well enough to know she wouldn't tell a soul if I told her. Yeah. You remember the Camino Ward fight? The first one? I ask, and she nods her head. I don't think I'll ever forget it. That was the day All Might was finished a hero. What about it? She asks. The villain he was fighting. His name is All For One. According to All Might, he's been alive since the beginning of quirks. As in, he was the first generation. His quirk, at its most basic, is the ability to take and use other quirks. His quirk taking away other quirks. Permanently. I say, and her eyes widen. Wait. So, he could potentially take away my quirk and use it as my own? She asks, and I nod. Or give it to someone else. But that's not the huge secret, really. That man is my father. I say, my voice breaking in the middle. What? She asks. At least, according to him. But he knows things about me that no one could unless they were close to me. He knew my mother's maiden name, my fascination with All Might, even the excuse my fucking father gave for leaving me and mother. There's no way he would know those things without being close to either me or my mother. I snarl, my voice tense and angry. So. A supervillain easily over 100 years old with the power to take and give quirks as he wishes who tried to kill All Might is your father. Anything I'm missing? She asks, and I shake my head. Nope. That's pretty much it. I mutter, looking at my hands. So. Does your mom know? She asks, and I shake my head. No. Only 4 people know that I'm his son. Me, you, and a random security guy who I threatened not to tell anyone, and obviously, All For One. I explain, counting them off on my hands. Not even All Might? She asks, and I bark out a laugh. How do you think he would react if I told him I was the son of his greatest enemy? I ask, lifting my head and looking at her. Like a hero. He would help you, try to figure out if it was true or not. That's what he would do. He wouldn't hate you, push you away, or anything. Because he's All Might. She says, and I grit my teeth. All For One killed All Might's mentor. He severely injured All Might on several occasions, and All Might tried to kill him. All Might, the symbol of peace, tried to kill All For One. And he nearly succeeded. All For One's upper face is a massive scar tissue. You know who did that? All Might. I say, and Rumi flinches, just a tiny bit. Well shit, now I feel bad. Even if All Might did what he did, he cares for you. For your entire class. Hell, all of UA, all of Japan. He retired because he knew he couldn't protect Japan anymore. He gave up the title to someone more capable. She says, and I sigh. I suppose. My world was rocked. I thought my father was just a fucking deadbeat, not a supervillain who nearly killed my mentor, all over a blood feud. I mutter, and Rumi's rabbit ears twitch. What do you mean, a blood feud? She asks, and I tense. I was born quirkless. I say, and she gasps at me. Wait. What? But you have a quirk. She says, and I sigh. I was born quirkless. 2 joints in my pinky and everything. After the sludge villain incident, All Might made his successor, and after 10 months of training. Gave me his quirk, One For All. I say, as Rumi's jaw drops. During the entrance exam, I literally broke my right arm and both of my legs. One For All in an incredibly powerful quirk, in the sense that's a power crystallization quirk. I'm the 9th user of the quirk, the 9th inheritor, in a sense. But in addition to the power enhancement, I also have 7 other quirks. From the first 7 users. All Might was originally quirkless, like me. I've unlocked 3. Black Whip, which is what I used to mincemeat the Nomus. Float, which is pretty simple. And finally my dragon quirk thing. I don't know its name yet. I still have 4 quirks to unlock. I say, gesturing with my hands. So. Wait, you could have 8 quirks? Rumi asks, and I nod. Yeah, pretty much. I'm literally a fucking chimera of a hero. I say, looking down at my hands. So. One For All and All For One. How are they connected? She asks, and I sigh. I don't know all of the details, but I understand the basics. The original holder of One For All was All For One's brother. All For One gave his brother a strength enhancement quirk, which fused with the brother's quirk, which allowed him to pass down quirks. This became One For All. I explain. So. The holders of One for All have been fighting All for One ever since the inception of quirks. Rumi asks, and I nod yet again. Yep. Every user except for All Might had been killed fighting him. I say. So. Is the fight over? She asks, and I shrug. Hard to say. Shigaraki is kind of his successor, in the sense that he's carrying on his will. He doesn't have All for One to my knowledge, but he's dangerous in his own right. Insane, for one, but fairly smart. Also, highly prone to violent outbursts. Makes him unpredictable. I say, and Rumi sighs. We kinda have our work cut out, huh? Rumi asks, kissing me on the cheek as I put my arm around her shoulders. Yep, pretty much. I say, kissing the top of her head. Midori bro. You in there? Kirishima says, knocking on the door, causing me to jump just a bit. Yeah. Gimme a second. I say, standing up. Rumi moves towards the balcony door, but I wrap my arm around her waist before she can go. You can stay, you know. I say, and she blushes. I don't want to have to deal with your classmates. It's a bit too embarrassing. She mutters, and I smirk. The great Maruko, embarrassed. For shame. I say, opening my door. Midori bro. And. Maruko. Kirishima asks, looking at the rabbit hero in a bit of shock. Hi. Kirishima, right? She asks, and Kirishima nods. So. No offense, but what are you doing here? He asks. She came to visit me. You're lucky, because you can go and see your girl at any time, so don't hate on her for it. We can't all just sneak around the dorms at night, go into our girlfriend's room and make out for half an hour. I say, and Kirishima opens his mouth, but slowly closes it. How are you gonna explain this to Izawa? Kirishima asks. This is her fault, not mine. I didn't sneak out, not my issue. I say, and Rumi punches my shoulder. Not hard, just enough to hurt. Screw you, Izuku. She says, and I chuckle. You already did that. I reply, not missing a beat. Wait, you did what? Ashido says, seeming teleporting next to us. Ashido, right? Rumi asks, and Ashido nods. Yep. Love expert extraordinaire. Now, tell me why you didn't tell me this. She asks. Because. I don't ask you questions about you fucking Kirishima, do I? I ask, and she blushes, or what I think is a blush, based on the purple color appearing on her cheeks. You. That's not important. You had sex with the Maruko. How? When? Why? She asks. How? It just happened, when? It was when I went over to comfort her and returned in time for sex ed, and why? Because hormones are really fucking strong sometimes. Anything else? I ask. Not for you. You are coming with me, young lady. Ashido says, grabbing Maruko by the wrist. Hold up, I am older than you, and. Izuku, oh god please help me. Maruko says as she's dragged off by Mina, who's pulling out her phone and calling people. So? Leaving your girlfriend to the dogs, huh? Kirishima asks, and I shrug. She can handle the press, she can handle Ashido. I think. I say, and Kirishima shakes his head. If Mina kills her, don't blame me. He says, and I shrug. As long as Ashido doesn't fuck her, I don't really care all that much. I mean, I do, but I can deal with pretty much anything else. I say, and Kirishima sighs. You're a crazy bastard, you know that, right? He asks, and I chuckle. Tell me something I didn't know. I chuckle, as I hear loud, happy squealing. Some secrets you can tell. Midoriya. Mineta shouts, running into the dorm. I nearly spit my fucking monster out of my mouth as he runs up to me, hair still wet. The rest of my class walks in, looking at me, either bemused, amused, or horrified. The fuck do you want? I ask, as I spot Kaminari's sheepish grin. You lost your virginity. To Maruko. He shouts, and I sigh. Yes. That I did. Who told you? I ask, glaring at the electricity user. I overheard Jiro and Kaminari talking about it. I need details, now. He shouts, and I sigh. Fuck. No. I'm not giving details, you little fuckwit. I reply, walking away. Dude, I'm sorry. Jiro got a text from Mina, and she asked me if I knew, and Mineta overheard. Kaminari sighs. You good man. I just hope Rumi can't survive Mina and the rest of the girls interrogating her. I say, and Kaminari shudders. I wish her luck. He says, making the sign of the cross, which I find amusing. Never took for a religious man, Kaminari. I reply, and he chuckles. I'm not really. My parents are hardcore about the whole thing, but I'm not, really. He says, and I nod. If you say so. I reply, as Kirishima walks in. Did you know? Mineta shouts at Kirishima, who looks at me, confused. About what? He asks. Midoriya screamed the number 5 pro hero. Mineta shouts, and Kirishima makes an O face. Yeah, I knew. He says. Midoriya. We need to talk. Yaoi Rozu says, stepping in front of me. If you're here to lecture me, I really don't want to hear it. I say, looking at her. Tell me you at least use protection. She sighs. Nope. She is on the pill though, so fingers crossed. I shrug, and she deadpans at me. What if she pregnant? She asks, and I shrug. I'll deal with it. If I got her pregnant and she decides to keep the baby, I'll raise it with her. Because, well, they're my blood, right? I couldn't just leave them. I say, and Yaoi Rozu deadpans. You're serious. You're taking this so calmly. As Toru, or who I assume is Toru, stands next to her. There's not much I can do. It's in God's hands, or karma, or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm more worried about what happens to me if she is pregnant. Her brother and father will probably try to kill me. And so will my mother. I mutter, thinking about it. That doesn't change anything. How dare you lose your virginity before me? Mineta shouts, running to me as Kyoka drags Yaoi Rozu, Uraraka, and Tsu, Toru, Kirsten, Kidra, and Julia away. Mina probably called them. Is anyone surprised? Hell, even Kirishima lost it before you. I say, jabbing my finger toward a redhead, who flushes. Hey, hold up. I didn't lose my virginity. Me and Mina just made out. A lot. Kirishima says, rubbing his neck unconsciously. Wait, you made out with raccoon eyes? Good on you. Bakugo says, smirking. Kirishima. How? Mineta screams, looking at Kirishima, who glares at Bakugo. Like you and Uraraka haven't made out. You too, Todoroki, you ain't innocent. Kirishima says, pointing at Bakugo, who shrugs. It's not a big secret. He replies, sticking his hands in his pocket. Yeah. We don't try to hide it. Well, Yaoi Rozu does. Todoroki replies, not even looking up from his phone. See? Nobody cares, Mineta. My main question is, when is Kaminari gonna ask out Kyoka? I ask, and Kaminari chokes on air and begins coughing as Bakugo starts roaring with laughter. Why would I do that? He asks. Because, despite your flirting, you like Kyoka. Every time she talks to you, you have this goofy ass smile on your face. Plus, you never really flirt with her. I say, and Kaminari opens and closes his mouth a few times. Before he can answer, he's cut off by a shout and the sound of something bouncing off the walls. Izuku. Rumi shouts, more or less tackling me over the couch. Ow. Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong? I ask, as I look down at her. Mina. Is a demon who needs details. She shudders, as Mina runs into the room. I am not done with you. Mina shouts, as Rumi clutches me tighter. I'm not going back. No more questions. Rumi shouts, and I chuckle at the sheer absurdity of what's going on. Are you, the great Maruko, afraid of a few questions? I ask, and she glares at me. She asked me about. Well, remember how you know. She says, making a wiggling gesture with her fingers. It takes me a second, but I get it. I remember it quite well. Why? I ask, and Rumi flushes. She kept asking me how it felt. Said she wanted her boyfriend to do it to her. She murmurs, and I smirk. I'm about to cause Joe's. Kirishima. Your girl is horny, go fucking help her. I shout, and Mina blushes, as Bakugo begins to laugh uproariously. Wait, no, that's not what. She says, glancing at Kirishima, who seems to be having a meltdown. Was it just her? I mutter, and she shakes her head. That Yaoi Rozu girl and the Uraraka girl wanted to know the same thing. She mutters. Bakugo, Todoroki. You got the same fucking issue. Go help them, damn it. I shout, a massive shit-eating grin on my face. Okay. Bakugo says, walking off. He returns about a minute altar, carrying a flushing Uraraka over his shoulder. If any of you fuckers bother us, I'm killing you. He says, walking into the elevator and going up. I did not expect that, actually. I say, a bit impressed. Same. I'm grabbing Yamomo, then heading to her room. Do not bother me. Todoroki says, walking off. Well then. I mutter, as Rumi gets off of me and hoists me to my feet. That was odd. Rumi mutter, and I laugh. You're telling me. I reply, and suddenly, Mineta appears in front of us. Why did you fuck Midoriya? He screams as Rumi, who looks at him, bemused. He overheard. I say, and she thinks about. You want a reason? She asks, and Mineta nods vigorously. Is it because he has a huge dick? He asks, and I sigh. Mineta, shut the fuck up. I snarl. No, that wasn't the reason, though. I wouldn't be lying if I said I was shocked at how big it was. I feel my face flush at that one as Mina smiles widely and Mineta's eyes widen. The reason is, well, a simple one. I love him. He fought tooth and nail for me and he comforted me during some dark moments. I would do the same for him and he knows it. So that's why. I love him. She says, and I feel a warm fuzzy feeling spread through my chest as I look at the girl, no woman, next to me. I smile, almost unconsciously, as she leans against me. That's a stupid reason. Mineta says, and I laugh. And that's why you can't get a girlfriend. I reply, and Rumi laughs, then kisses me on the cheek. Well, I need to get to work. See you later. She says, walking towards the door, only to be surprised by Aizawa, who merely looking at her, bemused. Maruko? Aizawa asks, and she crosses her arms. I came here to see my boyfriend. You got an issue with that? She asks, and Aizawa raises an eyebrow, then looks at me. Hey, she came to see me, I only let her in. I say, shrugging. As long as you aren't having any inappropriate relations in the dorms, I don't care. Aizawa says, and Maruko smiles. No promises, you hobo. Bye. She says, leaping away. Did you teach her that? Aizawa asks, looking at me. No. Not at all. I reply, which is true. You do realize we have cameras, right? Aizawa asks, looking at me. Check him. I didn't have sex, Aizawa. At least, not here. I reply, a small smirk on my face. As long you didn't get her pregnant, I don't care. Aizawa mutters. Anyway, I need a nap. I mutter, walking up to my room. As I pass Bakugo's room, I hear moaning. Not even gonna touch that. I mutter, walking into the room, down the hall. I lay back on my bed and let sleep take me. I wake up, looking at a dark ceiling. Groaning, I reach over and check the time on my phone. 10:22. Fuck my sleep schedule. Sitting up, I open my door and walk downstairs, stretching and feeling my back pop a few times. I go down in the elevator and into the kitchen and grab an instant ramen and pop it in the microwave. As I wait for it to cook, I look at my phone. I pay a lot of attention to it, so much so I almost miss the dark shape moving towards me. I keep my face on the phone, and as the figure close, I slowly extend a tendril of black whip towards them. They leap at me, and I wrap them up in the tendril, then drop kick them and pin them face first on the ground. Alright, talk, fucker. I snarl, yanking their black ski mask off, then flick on a light in the kitchen. It reveals a young, red-haired woman cut into a pixie cut with piercing silver eyes. I won't talk to you, Izuku Midoriya. You sympathize with the enemy. She snarls, and I narrow my eyes. That being? I snarl, twisting her arm. Mutants. Rumi Usagiyama, Fumikage Tokoyami, Sayu Asui, and others. A plague on the world. Unnatural creatures, destined to be lesser beings. She says, and I feel rage begin to burn. Alright, racism aside, the fuck do you want? I snap, and she smirks. To kill all mutants. To rid the world of the plague that is the mutant population. She says, and I clench my fist, not holding her down. Alright. Why are you here? I ask. Like I'd tell you, traitor. She says, and I narrow my eyes again. Making another tendril of black whip, I wrap it around the intruders, just tight enough to hurt. Let me explain something. As far as I am concerned, you threatened 2 of my classmates, as well as my girlfriend. Meaning, I have no inhibitions in hurting you. I will steadily increase pressure on your arm every time I feel you lie, to the point where your bones turn to dust, if needed. Now, what are you here for? I ask, increasing the pressure. I won't break. She says, and I smirk. You sound so convincing. We'll see. I snarl, increasing the pressure. I hear her whimper in pain. Tell me. I snarl, and she stays silent. I was sent here to kill 3 people. You, along with Fumikage Tokoyami and Sayu Asui. She sighs, and I curse. Who do you work for? I snarl. I work for no one. I am a member of the Anti-Mutant League. She snarls. Haven't heard of them. I reply, and she chuckles darkly. Of course you haven't. We work from the shadows, never to be seen, never to be caught. She says. Yeah, well, looks like karma caught up with you. I snarl, hoisting her to her feet. You so sure? She asks, and I hear a crunch, then a beeping noise. To purity. She says, and I feel my blood run cold. Her head explodes, in a shower of blood, bone, and brain. I'm left in shock, looking at the bloody remains of the woman. Her head is entirely gone, barely leaving a neck. I'm splattered with blood, and there is piece of grey-red brain matter everywhere. Holy. What the fuck? I murmur, dropping the body, letting it fall to the ground unceremoniously. Hey, what's going on? Kirishima says, running out into the common room and looking at the pure carnage. We need Aizawa, Nezu, and a detective. We have a new enemy. A fanatical, dangerous, insane enemy. I say, looking at the body as more people rush in. Midoriya. Did you kill her? Tokoyami asks, and I shake my head. Suicide. She blew her own fucking head using some kind of explosive in her jaw. She was here to kill you, me, and Tsu. I say, and his eyes widen. What? He asks. She claimed to be part of the Anti-Mutant League. Sounds like a fucking terrorist organization. She refused to tell me anything other than that. When I tried to haul her off. She did this. I say, gesturing to the blood. She would rather die than be interrogated. Bakugo snarls, walking up the body and turning it over. So it seems. I mutter, looking down at the body. My main question is. How many more people like this are out there? How large is this new enemy? Then she blew herself up. Tsukauchi asks for what seems like the 5th time. I'm currently sitting outside of Heights Alliance, well past midnight. For some reason, I was shoved into a shock blanket. And I'm being forced to take it off because I could have a fucking meltdown or something shit. Fucking dumbasses. Technically, just her head, but yes. I say, finally throwing the shock off of me, watching as it lands on the grass 30 feet from me. You said she claimed to be part of the Anti-Mutant League, correct? Tsukauchi asks, and I nod. Yeah. From what I was able to get out of her before she went all headplosion on me, she claimed that it had worked from the shadows, never seen, never caught or some bullshit like that. From what I can pull together, her organization is fanatical, insane, and probably fairly large. They want to kill those mutation quirks, and those who support them. She was sent to kill me, Sayu Asui, and Fumikage Tokoyami. Had I not been awake, she may have succeeded. I say, looking at Asui, who is being held in a hug by Tokoyami. She's looking at the ground in what appears to be shell shock. She was the first girl to see the carnage, and she nearly puked her guts up. To be fair, so did Kaminari, Kota, Sato, and Mineta, because it's Mineta. Kid. Did she give any indication as to who the organization's targets were? Tsukauchi asks, and I sigh. Outside of me, Sayu, Tokoyami, and Mirko. Shit. I curse, then pull out my phone. I quickly file through my texts, all of them Mirko. It's all about what she heard over police comms and such, about an incident at UA. She's asking if I'm okay. Izuku. Everything's fine on my end, explain later. I quickly type out the message, then turn to look at Tsukauchi. Anyway, before she pulled a kamikaze, her last words were to Purity. To me, it sounds like they're trying to kill anyone with a mutation quirk, no matter how minor. That would be millions of people. I say, and he nods. You're right. I'll have some officers look around, see if they can find anything. He says, and I nod. He stands up and walks away. I look over at Tokoyami and give him over here motion. He nods and looks at Yayoi Rozu, nodding at her. He stands up and walks over to me. I motion for him to follow me and we walk to the side of the building, away from all the commotion. How's Tsu? I ask, and the raven-headed boy shakes his head. She doesn't know about why that woman was here. I can't bring myself to tell her. He says, and I nod. That's more than fair. How are you? I ask, and he merely sighs. Blood and death do not disturb my stomach, mind or soul. However, that woman was trying to kill both of us and Sayu. That is what disturbs me. He says, and I nod. She was willing to blow up her own head. Her own fucking head, just to not get caught. They don't give a damn about their own safety. That's what worries me. I say. So, why did you really bring me here? He asks, and I have a minor flashback to Todoroki during the sports festival. I shake the memory out of my head. Look, you and Sayu are in massive amounts of danger. Frankly, I should be telling you to run far away, but I know both of you well enough to know you would never run if you could help it. I say, and the raven-headed boy glares at me. Do you think so low of me that I would ever run? He says, and I shake my head. No. You are probably the 3rd or 4th most powerful kid in the 2nd year. And I mean that. You and Kirishima keep switching, at least in my mind. I say. You don't think any of our fellow hero students measure up to us, He asks. I don't know enough. Honestly, I think the only kid who could hold their own in a fight against me, Tokoroki or Bakugo, would be Tetsutetsu. Maybe Kendo. That girl can run some shit. I say, and Tokoyami nods. Very true. So is that all? He asks, and I think about. One more thing. You ever need backup, I'm always around. You need another set of fists. Get my attention. I say, putting my hand on his shoulder. He nods, and I nod back. He walks back to the main area, and I look around. You know, if you're trying to hide, it's not working too well. I say, looking into the woods. I hear a chuckle from within. Out strolls a well-built, well-dressed man. He's wearing a black suit coat over a dark red dress shirt, a black and red striped tie, black pants, and dark red leather shoes. He stands just over 2 inches taller than me, with a small smile on his face. His eyes, which are a bright red, contrast his silver gray hair, though it's not from age. It's certainly natural. I'm surprised you noticed me. You're everything and more. The man says, staring at me, not with hate, but rather mild curiosity. Who are you? How did you get in here? I snarl, putting my fists up, and the man raises a hand. Some form of energy wave erupts from his palm, and I feel Ofa fade away. No need to get so hasty. I just want to talk, after all. The man says, and I glare at the man, but slowly put down my fists. What did you do to me? I ask, still keeping my feet in a fighter's stance. Oh, nothing super special. My quirk allows me to disable quirks for 15 minutes. Enough time to hold a conversation. He says, looking at his watch. What do you want? I ask, and he smirks. Oh, a lot of things. I wanted to talk to you. You're an odd one. A successor, the son of a man who has more blood on his hands most people alive right, and a man with more pain in his mind and heart than most could carry. The man says, and I narrow my eyes. That was only one thing. I say, and he shrugs. True. The other. I wanted to check on my subordinate. Confirm if she was really dead. The man says, and I feel my blood boil. You're part of the Anti-Mutant League. I snarl, and the man shrugs. That I am. I'm not as fanatical as some of my brothers and sisters, but I do believe. You may call me Poacher. The man says, bowing. You think is a fucking sport? I ask, curious. No. I don't. It's just a name I've had for a long time. For a time, I was a literal poacher. Lions, rhinos, that sort of thing. When I moved to more illegal ventures, the name stuck. He shrugs, and I deadpan. That makes me feel so much better. I say, and he shrugs. I'm not in the business of making people feel better. Hell, before I joined the Antis, I made a lot of people angry. And I was good at it too. Very, very good at it. He says. I should bring you in right now. Your organization has threatened 2 of my classmates, along with someone close to me. Actually, I have a bit of a question. It would be in your best interests to answer honestly. I say, and Poacher raises an eyebrow. I can do that, I suppose. What's the question? He asks. Why only go after Tokoyami and Asui? I have a few other classmates with mutation quirks, so why only those 2? I ask, and the man nods. A fair question. Mina Ishido, Masahiro Ejiro, Mizo Shoji, and Toro Hagakure are also all on our hide list. We just wanted to eliminate you 3 first, since you were by far the most dangerous. He says, and I feel another wave of rage flow through me. You would kill 7 kids for a fucking ideology? I snarl, and he raises an eyebrow. All Might nearly killed All for One twice, all for his ideology. He replies, and I glare at him. How the hell do you know about that? I ask, and he smirks. We at AML have our sources. But that's not important, not right now. My final conversation point. I'm here to warn you. Poacher says, his tone quickly switching from jovial and conversational to dark and dangerous. I feel my hairs stand on end just from the change in tone. If you continue to support, protect, and even love those with mutation quirks, me and my organization will not back down. We will rain hell on you, your classmates, and everyone who stands beside you. This is your one and final warning. Poacher says, looking at me, his eyes narrowed at me. You know, if you're trying to threaten me, you're gonna have to try harder. I'm a student of UA. Training to become a hero, who's fought and even killed for someone with a mutation quirk. If you have your sources you should know that. You threaten me, you better have a fucking gamma plan. You better be willing to kill everyone at UA, including every teacher and every student, both hero and otherwise. Because if you come at us, we will fight back. I snarl and feel some embers roar back into my limbs. My arms begin to spark and Poacher eyes widen ever so slightly. Noted. Well, I'll be off. Oh, and by the way, do try not to find us. You won't ever. Goodbye Mr. Midoriya. Poacher says, walking into the woods. Hey. Get back here, bitch. I shout, running towards him. Before I can even reach him, he just falls into the ground, vanishing. The fuck? I mutter, as I hear people running over towards me. Deku. What's going on? Bikugo shouts, looking around. We need a sweep of grounds. Someone else breached security. I say, looking at the spot where Poacher left. What? Tsukauchi asks, and I sigh. He made his way in here and left about 10 seconds ago. I think another quirk user helped him. He's gone. I say, and Tokoyami looks at me. Who was he? He asks. He called himself Poacher. He said he was a part of the Anti-Mutant League. He also confirmed a suspicion of mine. Sayu, Tokoyami, and I aren't the only targets. Shoji, Hagakure, Ejiro, and Ishido are all targets. I say, as Shoji, Ejiro, Hagakure, and Mina slightly pale. What else did he tell you? Tsukauchi says, pulling out a notepad. He said if anyone opposed them or tried to protect mutants, they would, and I quote, rain hell on anyone who tried. I say, and Kirishima growls. If anyone tries to mess with Mina, I will fucking kill them. He snarls, and I nod. I pretty much told him that if he was going to make threats, he would have to actually back them up. I also told him if he tried something, he would face the entire wrath of UA. I say, and Bakugo laughs. Hell yeah, he would. Bakugo says. Did he give any other indication about what the organization's goals were? Tsukauchi asks. No. But I think they may be more dangerous than I first thought. That guy, Poacher, he was in control the entire time we talked. His quirk is similar to Izawa's. Except he can disable quirks for 15 minutes if he shoots you with some kind of energy blast. That's why I didn't attack him or bring him in. I suspected he had a knife or some kind of weapon, at the least. I couldn't risk it. I say. So. Not we gotta fucking deal with an evil Izawa? Kirishima asks. Yep. The fuckery has begun. I say. Bloodstains. Bloodstains, ideals, and rage. So. What are we gonna do? Nina asks as the morning dawns on the Tua dorms. The entirety of classes 2A and 2B, including Shinso and my friends. About what? The fact that there is a pack of psychos who are trying to hunt us mutants down. I don't fucking know, maybe fight back. A tall, skinny, slightly pale-skinned boy by the name of Kamakiri snarls. We can't do that. We have to leave this to the pros. Iida argues, and Giroda, usually a very calm guy, snarls a bit. I think this has gone past the pros. Millions of people are being threatened. Giroda says. Look, I understand everyone's tempers are running high right now, but we need to calm down. Doing this is going to help no one. Kendo says, her orange hair tied up in her usual ponytail. Yeah, come on, guys. This isn't manly. Kirishima says, and Kawaro, a boy who's pretty much the incarnation of emo, jabs a finger in his face. Back the fuck off, you fucking red-haired bastard. You have nothing to fucking lose. We mutants do. He snarls, and Kirishima, trying to remain calm, clenches his fists. I have quite a lot to lose, thank you very fucking much. I have friends, family, and a girlfriend who are all mutants. Don't pull that shit. He snarls, and Tsuyu speaks up. We should stop this, Kiro. This is getting out of control. She says, and Tokoyami glances at her. They're not just after mutants. Anyone who helps them is on their hit list. That means all of us. Bakugo snarls, glaring at Kawaro. Still. I'm not okay with people hunting me down just because I can't do anything. Kawaro snaps. Fuck off. You're not the only one who feels that way. Bakugo shouts. Oh I. Don't fucking shout at him. Kamakiri shouts, getting to his feet. All of you, shut the fuck up. I roar, shooting to his feet. Everyone quiets down as I sit down in the chair I was in. Listen up. I'm not gonna fucking say this again, you dumbasses. We, at the moment, cannot do anything because we have no idea where the fuckers are. However, what is can do is not start getting at one another's throat. I'm mad too, believe me. I was one of the targets of last night's attack. The woman basically said that she was gonna kill me because I was friends with mutants. We are all in danger. So stop with the bullshit about having nothing to lose. I say, and Kamakiri snarls. Oh, shut up, you little green motherfucker. What do you got to lose? Some pride. He snarls, and I glare at him. First off, fuck you. Second off, I have a lot of to lose. Potentially my life, my friends, and my girlfriend. So don't pull that shit with me. I snap back and then take a deep breath to calm myself down. Look. We've all faced the League. These guys, they are larger. They have more manpower. And we have no idea who the fuck they are. I say, looking around the faces of my classmates. So. What can we do? Shiozaki asks, and I shrug. Right now? Keep on our toes. No one goes anywhere alone. Watch each other's backs, and if you run into trouble, don't take it on face first. Call for backup, retreat. Don't put yourself into situations you know you can't handle unless you have no choice. I say, and Tetsu speaks up. What defines no choice? He asks. For a second, I don't answer. Civilian deaths or potential civilian deaths. If people are going to or about to die, jump in. I finally respond, and he nods. That's fair. I guess. He mutters, and I nod. I still think this shit is stupid. I mean, what do people have against mutants? Kawaro asks. What did Hitler have against the Jews? Some people just hate other people. Doesn't matter why, they find ways to create breaks in people. I reply, and a few people wince. My words are harsh, honest. The stays silent before I get to my feet and crack my neck. Look, I don't about any of you, but I need some fucking sleep. I'm gonna go crash. I would suggest all of you try to do the same. I say, then begin to walk to my room. Midoriya. Tokoyami calls to me, and I look at the avian-headed boy. Yeah. I ask, and I see the rest of the class behind him, both A and B, looking at us. How? How can you be calm? He asks, and I look around at my classmates. I see fear. Frustration. Fury. I'm not. I just know how to harness my emotions. Getting mad at my friends will do nothing. Tearing each other apart will do nothing. So learn to curb your fucking egos. I say, then walk back to my room. When I get inside, I lay back on my bed and just look at the ceiling. I don't know how long I lay there before I fall asleep. I wake up, looking out over an endless black plain. I recognize this place. Ninth. Hello. A familiar voice says, and I turn around to see First, looking at me, his white hair shimmering slightly as he looks at me. I can't quite see his face, but I don't need to. Not really. First. In a little bit since we last spoke. I say, and he nods. That has been. Are you doing well? He asks, and I shrug. In the metaphysical world. I'm okay. I say, and he looks at me, then sighs. I've overheard the conversations you've had. About the threat on your horizon. I implore you not to let your feelings get in the way of what you plan to do. This fight is nothing something to get personally involved with. First says, and I look at him in shock. Not personally involved with. Are you kidding me? The fight against All for One was personal too, was it not? I ask, and the First simply shakes his head. No. That fight is for the betterment of the world. This a war you cannot hope to win. He says, and I growl. My fight is for the same. Every inheritor has gone through the same fate, save two. Death of defeat at the hands of All for One. I refuse to suffer that fate, and I refuse to let this go. I fight my own wars. I say, and First twitches. I understand you are angry at what that group of people want to do, and rightfully. But your personal connections are blinding you. You must be careful. He says. Personal connections. You are All for One's brother. You don't get to talk about personal connections. So what if my girlfriend is a mutant? So what if my friends are? I won't back down, and I will fight. No doubt about that. If I didn't fight, I wouldn't be a damn hero. I say. Listen to me, Ninth. You continue on this path, you may not survive. This enemy is nothing to be trifled with. First says, and I scoff. I know that. I won't rush headlong into something I know I can't win. I'm not that stupid, First, and don't imply otherwise. I say, and First looks at me. You are not perfect, Ninth. And you are confident for your own good. First says, and I chuckle. I know I'm not perfect. Do you? I ask, as the world around me fades. When I reawaken, I'm looking at a pair of familiar wide ears. Looking down a tiny bit, I see Maruko, my arms wrapped around her, and hers around me. After another second, I realize she's still in her hero costume, fast asleep. Looking at the clock on my nightstand, I check the time. 3:30 p.m. Looking down at my girlfriend, who's been threatened by an organization who would easily wreck many people, I feel a pang of fear rush through me. I pull her tighter against my chest, not wanting to let her go if I can help it. Izuku. Rumi mutters, looking up at me. Hey. When did you get here? I ask, and she looks at the time. I don't know. 7 hours ago, maybe. She asks, and I chuckle. Anyway, what are you doing here? I ask, and she traces a scar on my arm, her fingers a bit coarse. I was planning on talking to you, but you were asleep. I was tired and decided to get some sleep in. Can you blame me? She asks, and I chuckle. Not at all. Given the chance, I would do the same. I reply, and she smiles. So. Are you really okay? She asks, and I sigh. It's complicated. Death doesn't bother me, but what the woman said, and the guy I met in the woods. That set me on edge. I explain, and Rumi gives me a look. Guy in the woods? She asks, and I sigh. I go on to explain what Poacher told me, and a little about who he was. Rumi is silent for a few moments. What the actual fuck? She mutters, and I chuckle. Yeah. That's a fair response. These guys are psycho. Like, seriously. I say, and Rumi adjusts herself a bit, then touches her forehead to mine. I welcome the gesture. So, what do you think you're gonna do? She asks, and I look into her deep ruby red eyes, glinting in the light like real jewels. I don't know. My classmates are tearing one another's throats out. We're all on edge, because right now, we can't do anything. We're sitting ducks. And. I'm scared. I say, and she tilts her head slightly. About what? She asks, and I take in a deep breath. I'm scared I'm gonna lose my friends. My classmates. I'm scared that this will become a war so deadly, Japan would be nothing but ashes. I'm scared I'm gonna lose you. The woman I love. I say, and she smiles, a bit sadly. I get it. I would be scared too. Hell, I am a bit scared. Besides. You can't just do dying on me, without getting to meet your child. Rumi says, and I feel something erupt in my chest. Fear, hopefulness, and happiness. Wait. What? I ask, and she smiles. Yeah. I took a test. I'm pregnant. You're gonna be a father. She says. God. I'm gonna be a father at 18. My mom is gonna fucking kill me. I mutter, and she laughs. My parents will try to as well. She says, and I chuckle. I need to invest in a crib. And a set of tools. I say, and she smiles at me. Likely, yes. The press is gonna have a field day at some point. She says, and I groan. Don't fucking remind me. The tabloids are still trying to figure out if you're dating anyone. They catch that you're pregnant, there will be hell to pay. I mutter, and she nods. But honestly, I don't mind. We should press something. Rumi smiles, pulling out her phone. I smirk as she opens a social media app and takes a photo of us. To the best boyfriend ever. That seems good, huh? She asks and then posts the picture. Could have put best father, you know. I say, and she wags her finger. You ain't a father yet. At most, you're a baby daddy right now. She says, and I sigh. And you're my baby mama. Moving on. I say, sitting up, pulling Rumi up with me. How do you think other pros will react to the news? Of us, I mean. She asks, and I shrug. Some jealous, some happy, some angry, most indifferent. Like the population at large. I reply, and she smiles. I think we can deal with that, right? She asks, and I nod. Yeah. I think we can. I reply, leaning my forehead against her again. Divisions are pulling some apart. Hope keeps up together. Hey. You guys seen Shishida? Kendo asks, as Yayoi Rozu opens the door. Shishida? No, I'm sorry, I cannot say that I have. Yayoi Rozu replies. Have any of you? Kendo asks, looking at the occupants of the living room, that being me, Jiro, and Kaminari. Nah. I've been doing stupid shit all day. Kaminari says, and I snort. Including Jiro, but that's beside the point. No, I haven't seen Shishida. I say, looking at Kendo as both Jiro and Kaminari go bright red and begin to stutter. Midoriya, please stop teasing them. Yayoi Rozu says, and I laugh. Like hell. It's funny. I reply, and Kaminari, to his credit, does try to make a comeback. Like you haven't been screwing Mirko at every chance you get. Kaminari says. Actually, I haven't because I think with a head attached to my neck more often than not. I reply, not letting on to the real reason. It's been a month since Mirko told me. A month, and in that time, we haven't heard a peep from the AML. No attacks, no nothing. It's starting to worry me, to be honest. Mirko is happy about the development, but after several discussion, we decided to keep it under wraps as much as possible. She's 9 weeks along, and even though she's continuing to do hero work at the moment, I managed to convince her, after much argument and resistance from her, to stop doing hero work after week 12. Her work has actually suffered a tiny bit due to more than a few factors, mainly morning sickness. Fuck. Kaminari says, hanging his head. Okay. Well, thanks, you four. He just said he was going to his house for the weekend and he hasn't come back yet. He's usually back this late in the afternoon. Kendo says, and I glance at the clock. It's barely 5. Where's he live? I ask, and Kendo thinks about it. I think Akita. So certainly a ways off, but not so much that he would be this late. He's a very punctual and by the books kinda guy. Kendo says, and I nod. I remember that from our joint training. Anyway, I saw something earlier today that trains out at Akita were delayed due to something going wrong with the railway power system. Could be that. I say, and Kendo sighs. That's what I thought too, but he also hasn't responded to any texts or call from anybody. Not even Shiozaki. She says, and I raise an eyebrow. Why would he care more about Shiozaki? I ask, and Kendo gives me a deadpan look. They're dating. Didn't you know? She asks, and I raise an eyebrow. I was gone for 3 months, and no offense, I don't pay a ton of attention to drama unless it's to tease people. Slipped under my radar I guess. I reply, and if on cue, Shiozaki shows up, but she looks panicked. I can feel my body go into fight or flight mode, my body tensing. Ibara-chan. What's going on? Kendo asks, as I stand up, entirely on instinct. Something just feels off. Jiroda. His parents called. Said. He left 6 hours ago. She says, and I feel my eyes widen. Well, okay, but it could be train station. Kendo says, but Shiozaki shakes her head as tears begin to fall. They said. He called them. He got off the train at the UA station. 6 hours ago. She says, and I don't need to hear anything else. Putting my fingers to my mouth, I let out a shrill whistle, and the sound echoes in the dorm. Kaminari stares at me, but gets to his feet, and within seconds, every boy in the common room. Siro, Azawa and Kansas Sensei, now. Tokoyami, Class 2B, ASAP. We got a brother missing. I say, and Bakugo growls. Who is it? He asks, as Shiro throws open a window and leaps out, swinging off, followed not seconds behind by Tokoyami. Jiroda Shishida. Iida, get in touch with your brother, Todoroki, the same with your father. Try to get a few pros. We're gonna need 'em. I say, and both of them nod and pull their phones out. The rest of you, go grab the costumes. I want all of them here in 5 minutes. I say, and the other boys nod, taking off out the open window, save Bakugo, who sighs and looks at me. You need your number 2. He asks, and I nod. You know it. I reply, and he nods. What the fuck? Aoirozu says, and everyone still left in the common room turns to look at her, shocked. Holy shit, Ponytail can curse. Bakugo asks, and I sigh. BRO. It's an acronym for Brother Response Operation. Brother goes missing, or is in trouble, we got a whole thing set up. I say, and Yaoirozu just seems even more confused. How did you set this up? She asks. Energy drinks, stupidity, and a lot of sleepless nights. I reply, deadpan. Did just the boys know about this? She asks. Jiro knows. She stumbled in on a meeting trying to get snacks at like 2 a.m. one time. I say, looking at the perplet. It's true. It's scarily impressive. Jiro says, and as she says that, Aizawa hops in the window, appearing out of nowhere. Problem child, what's the issue? He asks. Jiroda Shishida is missing. Whereabouts unknown for roughly 6 hours. Ingenium and Endeavor agencies have been contacted. I reply, and Aizawa sighs. Look, are you sure he hasn't just not noti? This kid is the Iida of 2B, Aizawa. I say, and he glances at Kendo. It's true. He would have answered multiple of us by this point. Including her. He has never missed a thing from her. Kendo says, gesturing to Shiozaki, who is practically crying at this point. Alright. I take it that your costumes are on the way. He asks, and I nod. Class 2 and B, at least the boys, will be ready to go in 10 minutes, tops. I say, and Bakugo nods. And if they aren't, they will be, because I will kick their asses otherwise. Bakugo snarls, and Aizawa looks over at the girls. You want in? He asks, and they all nod. We'll go gather to the girls. Yaoirozu says, and the girls split up as the rest of the boy from our class walk in, carrying our cases. The 2B boys are mobilizing. They are. Rather enthusiastic. Tokoyami says, hopping back in the window, followed by Shiro. Alright, as we change, I'll explain shit. I say, as the girls walk past us. As we change into our costumes, I quickly run down the situation, going over what little details we have. I'm gonna have 2 or 3 members of 2B going over to Shishida's parents' house and have them talk with his parents, see if we can find out anything. 8 of you are going to search the area directly around the station, along with a few pros, if we have any. I'll take the rest to search the surrounding area, since I know there are some large warehouses. I say, and everyone nods. So, who's going where? Jack asks, as he holsters his pistols. I'll take Todoroki, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Shoji. Bakugo and Iida lead the rest of them. I'll leave the division of Class 2B to themselves. You guys ready? I ask, as everyone finishes putting on their costumes. Yes sir. Shiro says, and everyone else nods. Good. I say, and as if on cue, the girls from our class and 2B show up. Everyone ready? I ask, and they all nod. Let's go. I'll explain on the way, waving my hand as we move out. 2 hours later. Dude, how many warehouses are there? Shiro asks. A lot. Like, a shit ton. I reply, as Kamakiri sighs. That's obvious. Kamakiri says, as we walk up to another warehouse, this one locked with an incredibly rusty padlock. Its label has long faded, leaving nothing that I can see, save a large number 42. What is this, number 15? Shiro asks, as I charge Ofa to 5%. Yep. I reply, and bring my heel down on the padlock, shattering it in a single strike. It falls to the concrete as I pull open the door enough for me to walk inside. It's almost entirely dark, but I can just barely make something out on the ceiling. A light, maybe. Shiro, you see a light switch? I ask, and the black-haired boy looks around. I got one. Kamakiri says, and hit something. Weak fluorescent lights begin to flick on, starting on the far end and moving towards us. As they do, the thing hanging from the ceiling is revealed. I stare in shock as I hear Shiro gag and then puke his guts up at the sight. Kamakiri nearly pukes, but seems to control himself. Dude. What the? Shiro asks, as I continue to stare, frozen. It's a body. Hanging from the ceiling via hook jammed through its shoulder, completely skinless, save its face. The bloody, beaten, cut up a face of one Jiroda Shishida. It's about 7 feet off the ground as I stare at it. The tendons look like they've been cut and I can see bone in several places. The amount of blood under his feet is sickening and the smell of blood wafts in the air. Shy. Those sons of bitches. Kamakiri roar, punching the metal door, which rattles. The AML. Did they do this? Shiro asks, and Kamakiri groans. No, the Easter Bunny. Of course it was the AML. He shouts, and I grit my teeth. Pressing my finger to a communicator, I ring Aizawa directly. Aizawa. I say, and he responds quickly. Did you find him? Aizawa asks, and I take in a deep, shuddering breath. Shishida is confirmed Kia. I say, and Aizawa goes silent. Location. He asks. Warehouse 42, West Block. Shit, Aizawa, we're gonna need a lot of shit. I say, and he sighs. Okay. I'll alert the police. He says, and I let go of the device in my ear. We're getting him down. I say, and both of the boys with me nod. We walk up to the body and look up at the steel chain. Do we cut it? Kamakiri asks. Shiro, take Kamakiri up. I'll catch the body. I say, and Shiro nods. He grabs onto Kamakiri's arm, shoots some tape up, and pulls himself up to where Kamakiri can cut through the steel links. I catch the body and slowly set it down, away from the main chain, and look at Shishida's face, which, despite the cuts and blood, was smiling slightly. Why? I don't know. Yasuraka nai namuru. I mutter as I close the boy's eyes and look down at my now bloodstained shirt. Fuck. I mutter, sitting down about 30 feet from the body, rubbing at my eyes, which are beginning to mist. Midoriya. Is that you? Shiozaki asks, and I nearly freeze in fear. I shoot to my chute and run to the door, blocking her off. Kendo and Tsuyu are behind her and are giving me odd looks. Midoriya. Why are you covered in blood, Kiro? Tsuyu asks, always blunt. I can't bring myself to respond. Did you find Jiroda? I again don't respond, and my silence seemed to speak volumes. Let me through. Shiozaki says, trying to push past me, but I don't let her. No. I can't. I say, quietly. Midoriya, let me through. Shiozaki says, tears beginning to leak from her face. No. I'm not letting you. I say, and before I can do a thing, Shiozaki has ducked under my arms. The scream she lets out rocks me to my core. As I turn around, I see her kneeling next to the bloodied body, screaming and crying as she touches Jiroda's face. Kendo and Tsuyu take one look and instantly pale at the carnage. Kamakiri is staring at the vine-haired girl, shocked and saddened, and Shiro is crying. I'm crying at this point as well, tears leaking down my face. Jiroda. Baby. Please, wake up. Please. Shiozaki says, crying as the rest of us stay silent, refusing to break this moment. I walk outside and to the wall of a nearby warehouse. Charging an arm to 20%, I slam my arm against the corrugated metal, half destroying the wall. I back away from the wall and sit down on the concrete and cry. I just cry. Cry and cry and cry. Even if I didn't know Jiroda that well. Primus Anguis. First blood. It should never have to be a child. Today. We are here to remember the life and mourn of the death of Jiroda Shishida. Taken from us far too soon. He was an intelligent, strong, and profound young man. Never rude, always very collected and calm, but harboring a storm underneath that when he needed to fight. I'm glad I got to know him over this past year and a half. He was on the path to becoming a powerful hero, there is no doubt in my mind. I wish I could have saved him. Even in my current state. As the former number one, I should have been able to do more. And, for that, I am sorry. If anyone else would like to speak, please come up here now. All Might, or what is left of him, finishes his speech as he walks down from the podium at the front of the hall we're in. The entirety of UA is here, including all of the staff, all of them dressed in black suits of some kind or another. I also spot many pros among the attendees. Endeavor, Hawks, Gang Orca, and many others. Rumi is about 2 rows back, staring dead ahead, refusing to look anywhere else. As I watch and listen, most of 2B goes up to give a speech, talking about who Jiroda was and telling stories about him. There's a few laughs and a whole lot of crying. Shiozaki looks like she's running on about 2 hours of sleep and breaks down crying during her speech and has to be taken off stage by Kendo and Kadai. Kamakiri can barely keep his composure. Vlad King as well. Iida goes up, complimenting him, talking about how he was an excellent student. His family goes next. His father, younger brother, and mother all give speeches. They're all poignant, talking about how he was at home. Apparently a bit of a prankster, to my surprise. But a kind and sweet boy. Not surprising. As his family finishes, I stand, buttoning the top button of my suit jacket, and I walk up the podium and pull out a piece of paper of which I have a speech written down. Staring down the folded piece of paper, I quickly realize that these words don't reflect how I'm feeling. You know what? Screw this. I mutter, stuffing the speech in my pocket before looking out over the crowd. I'm going to be entirely honest with you, I had a speech written up. But I realized it's not worth saying words that I wrote to comfort myself. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm a member of 2A. And I don't know about you, but I am pissed. I say, looking out over the crowd. I'm not mad because he was taken too early or any of that, I'm mad because he died for a BS cause of mentally deranged individuals who feel themselves powerful enough to decide who's worth having a life and who's not. The organization's name is the Anti-Mutant League. I say, letting the name hang in the air. They, like their name suggests, do not like those with mutant quirks or those with aspects of a mutant quirk or anyone associated with them. That includes me and my classmates, who one of their operatives tried to kill. I managed to restrain her. But she chose death over capture and ended her own life. The room has now gone silent at my words. They are responsible for Shishida's death. I have no doubt in my mind. The state I, along with one of my classmates and one from 2B, found him in. There's no way it wasn't. I snarl, my hands clamping down on the side of the podium. Shishida did not die a painless death. As much as I want to believe that, I don't think he did. I'm going to be blunt. I want to rip some heads off of shoulders right now. I want to make the AML pay. I say, my voice dropping into a growl with that last word. I'm declaring war on the AML. I don't care if anyone else wants to, I am. If I have to go on a one-man crusade to bring these fuckers down, I will. I don't care. I am going to bring whoever murdered Shishida to justice in whatever way they choose. Easy way or hard way. But I won't do that until I have permission from the family. I say, looking at the family, all dressed in black clothes. I'm not going to do anything unless you allow it. I want to bring them to justice, but I want to tell you first and foremost, I may not be able to. I may not be able to find everyone in the AML or the person or people who killed your son. But I feel like I need to try. So I ask you, please. Let me do this if nothing else. I say, my voice cracking a bit. I couldn't save your son. And for that, I am incredibly sorry. I know you've heard it probably 1,000 times. But I am. I will never claim to be your son's friend because I really wasn't. I didn't even know your son all that well. But I could tell a few things. I take a shuddering breath in attempts to calm myself. He was smart. Incredibly so. He was powerful enough to give Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, and even Sato a run for their money in terms of sheer strength. He was incredibly kind, based solely on the fact that he had enough respect from his classmates to consider him such. He was on his way to becoming a he. No, he is a hero. I look at the family, who are crying with renewed force. Jirota Shishida is a name I will never forget for as long as I live. As long as I walk this earth, I will not forget his name. So, I ask you, as a hero who couldn't be one when he needed it the most, please, let me find who killed your son and bring to justice. Please. I say, crying now, tears leaking down my face as I look at the family. After a few seconds of silence, Shishida's mother gives me a nod and I nod back. Thank you. I will try my best, whatever it's worth. I say, then go sit back down in my seat next to Bakugo's, who puts a hand on my shoulder as I try to not to cry that badly. 6 hours later. Midoriya. Jack says, followed by his cousins, who are all holding suitcases and bags. You leaving, huh? I ask, and he sighs. I wish we could stay. But our parents. He mutters, and I nod. Alright. Don't blame them or you. Just keep safe, huh? I ask, and he smiles. I want to see you back in Texas next summer, huh? Jack asks, bringing me into a hug. Julia, Kedra, and Kirsten all hug me before walking to an already waiting taxi. They drive off as I walk back to the dorms and into the living room. Yankees leave. Bakugo asks, and I nod. Yeah. Parents didn't want them here, which is a fair. I reply as I look around at the now 40 members of 2A and 2B. Shiozaki is still very red-eyed, as are most of 2B, along with a good chunk of my class. I'm quiet for a few minutes before I take in a deep breath. Look, I know this is probably a bit tone-deaf, but I feel the need to ask this. I sigh, looking first to Shiozaki, who lifts her head to look at me. I know you all heard my speech, so I need to know. Who's gonna help me? The AML needs to go down. I say, and without a second, Kamakiri speaks. Hell fucking yeah. I'm with you. See Shishida like that. I'm ready to murder some motherfuckers. He snarls. I'm in. I owe it to Shishida. Zero says, and soon, everyone is voicing yeses. Eventually, it's just Shiozaki left, staring down at her shoes. I don't press, but just let her think about what I'm asking of her. She's not a violent person, and I don't want to make her one. Midoriya. Shiozaki speaks, her tone quiet and calm, and I look at her. Yes. I ask, my voice also quiet as everyone looks at the two of us. If you catch the people who killed Jiroda, what's your plan? Shiozaki asks, and I sigh. Depends, like I said. If they keep trying to kill us, I will not hesitate to remove them from the census. If they will and give up, which is unlikely, I will make sure, to the best of my power, to make sure they face the fullest extent of the law. I say, and she looks at me. I'll help you. I want Shishida to truly rest. To be at peace. Shiozaki says, and I nod. I'm in too. Hookers are gonna pay the price. Rumi says, walking in like she owns the place, followed by Gang Orca, Hawks, and Endeavor, along with our teachers. What she said. Minus the language. Gang Orca growls, his voice deep and barely controlled. I'm in, kiddos. Nice speech by the way, Bonebreaker. Hawk says, and Bakugo bursts out laughing. You just because my favorite pro, Flyboy. Bakugo laughs, and Hawks gives him an odd look. Problem child, do you even have a plan? Aizawa asks. The AML is a terrorist organization, a lot like the PLF, right? We need to find cells and just work our way up. Bigger and bigger. I'm willing to bet that there are multiple cells in Tokyo and at least 1 or 2 within 3 miles of UA. It's a large place where a lot of mutants are at any time. We need to search carefully. I reply, and Rumi huffs. That seems like a drag. She mutters, and Aizawa glares at her. And here I thought you would be agreeing with him, problem child's girlfriend. That sentence seems to bring all of 1B, as well as all of the pros, save Aizawa screeching to a mental stop. I feel my face heat up, and I can see Rumi blushing. What did you just say? Is Mirko dating Bonebreaker? Hawks asks, his voice a bit strangled. Aizawa, remind me to murder you later. I growl. Oh, please do, would make my life easier. Aizawa drawls, a bit amused as Kamakiri feels the need to speak up. Midoriya. I feel the sudden need to shake your hand. He mutters. Wait, why? I ask. I'm in the presence of a literal god. You're dating an older girl who, if we're being honest, is hot as fuck. He replies, and I fassip him. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. Also, can we move on from this? I ask, and Shiozaki speaks up. I suppose as long as you have not had any impure relations, I do not care. Shiozaki says, and I choose not to answer. Ishido, on the other hand, does. Oh, you might want to care then. She coos, and Shiozaki whips her head towards me as I glare at Ishido. Ishido. Now is not the time. I snarl, and she raises her hands, a smirk on her face. Midoriya. You. What? You did. That. Shiozaki asks, and I groan, putting a hand to my face. Yes, Shiozaki, but can we move on from that? I ask, really plead, but what surprises me is when Hawk speaks up. You know, I remember Mirko speaking about how she was feeling kinda crappy in the mornings. Hawks muses, and I feel my heart stop in my chest. Fucker. Mirko mutters as Aizawa turns to me, his hair raising. Midoriya, why do not look surprised? He asks, and I decide to stay silent as the room follows suit. Until Kaminari decides to actually be smart for once. Oh shit, she's pregnant, isn't she? He asks, and everyone turns to look at her. She, of course, doesn't deny it, and everyone turns to glare at me. Okay, to be entirely fair, this is not entirely my fault. I say, and at that point, everyone explodes. Either in laughter, rage, or just deadly intent. I proceed to run, because I choose life, as about half the class begins to chase me. Declaring things is sometimes good, sometimes not so good. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.